Are you emceeing? You hosting? Very good.
Oh, wow. You super can't see us. Cool. Welcome to Neon Static. I'm Eric Hayden.
I'm Andre. How's it going? Welcome. We're in the beginning of round 2. We've had a bit of technical difficulties. It looks like we're up. Thanks so much for joining us. We're just about to start round 2. We got to get cozy. Give me 1 second. I'm going to move my microphone.
We can resize the webcam in a minute.
Yeah.
For now, hi. Hi, everybody. It's been kind of a mess, but we got there. I broke my camera this morning before we started. We're live. Round 2 just started. Single-sided Swiss.
Yes,
so,
we have 40 players here today. The meta, we just had a new ban list that dropped about a week ago, it feels like, and we're seeing a bit of the results of that. I think we have the most Anarch today. Hoshiko is all the Anarchs besides one Essa, which is the most popular. I think there's 8 Hoshikos, maybe more. And we have a really nice criminal split between, I believe, Zaya and Sable, and then there's still some Shapers. So we're looking to dive into round 2 here, which I believe is Crank versus Nick, and that's going to be Thule versus Kit, which is not, I think, a fantastic matchup for Kit, because I think this is the horizontal asset, sort of like Barf Thule, as people call it. That was the name that showed up, I think, at Worlds last year.
Yeah. Can we head to the table real quick?
Yeah, we're going to be starting the cable. Just give us 1 second to get this all sorted out, because we're definitely flying. I think we're in.
All right, we're in. We got player cameras up. And then can you bring that over here?
So on the right there, you see Crank. It should be Cranked. I guess we'll get that. And we have Thule. So for those who are not familiar, Thule there is going to be the first time, or actually whenever an agenda is stolen as an additional cost, or not additional cost. Let me reframe this entirely. Okay, we're finally fully up. Okay. All right. We're good.
We made it.
We made it. So on the right, that's Crank. Crank is playing Thule. It says when agenda is stolen, if you don't want to take a core damage, that's going to be a click or 2 credits. And that's a tax on a lot of the agendas in the deck. There's a lot of 1-pointers here. On the left, we have Nick playing Kit. Kit, mind you, a really old Netrunner identity. We only have 10 influence, but this Shaper says the first ice encountered each turn is going to be a code gate. So we're assuming this to be the sort of like Lava Somim Orca list. The Spark of Inspiration, we only have 2 breakers in the deck, and they're very expensive, so we're going to cheat it out. But Crank, they're just going for the shuffle, putting 3 cards on the table. This is the sort of deck list that has a really strong win condition that I'm not sure if you know that Nick has played against this. The sort of like distributed tracing, added, not what's it called? The one that
this
gives,
is a Barf Thule deck?
Exactly.
Yeah. So distributed chasing is for the tag. Right?
I'm forgetting the one that says if you trash something in your last turn, either take a core damage or lose 3 clicks, and you set that up with an Oppo research to get this like no-win situation.
Not oxygen shortage.
Hypoxia is in the decks, but it's not exactly that.
Yeah, it's from Katara.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, Trickshot, you find the ontological off the top. That is one of the most important 2-pointers here. So we'll see Nick does have the credits he can spend off of the Trickshot. He loves Trickshot, mind you, 3 of them in his deck. So now we're going to be running a remote server. I'm assuming he paid the 2. We're going to be touching a Maryland campaign. You do have the money to burn, so we are going to trash that. So
that's a really nice start from Nick. Ripping one of the most important agendas out of the deck with money to spare, 4 credits. And time to just kind of repair, maybe check some other assets, potentially?
So when it comes to core damage, right, this is the sort of matchup where a lot of times some of the other Thule decks, you can take 1 or 2 core damage, and entirely the core damage is attached to the fact that Ontological is a 4-2 that can become a 3-2, a 2-2. It scales to a 0-2. It's a wild, powerful agenda on core damage. However, this deck actually does care. If you're ever on 3 hand size, something like a distributed tracing into end of line will flatline you. I'm pretty sure that's Crank's idea. We do see a bit of his hand there. That's the card we're talking about. Oh, it's Product Recall maybe? No, that can't be right. I forget the name of the card. But a very powerful card that we could see as soon as this turn because something was stolen or trashed. We see in hand a distributed tracing and a Hendrick. Looks like Nick is just maybe taking the rest of the turn off, getting down that daily cast for economy. Drawn card in hand, a false lead if I'm not mistaken. So we're drawing unknown cards. Keeping the trick clacks, the click tracks, putting them on top of the deck. Really love that. So we'll see. I think that's an upgrade that you're assuming the upgrade into the deck is going to be the Mr. Hendrick. So unless you want to lose your whole turn to that, that's going to be 2 credits for a core damage if the corp can afford it. And Nick there in hand has a Spark of Inspiration. So he can just get his break grab, but this is the sort of deck, actually, some of these decks run no ice. Some of them are running the minimal viable amount of ice. And there's some really good ice for the archetype. Things like Jaguarundi are a natural inclusion when it comes to the combination of core damage and tags. Nick just drawing up again. Any click that you draw is kind of risky when you Spark of Inspiration, because if you end up drawing that Orca or the Lobisomu, you can't cheat it out. So we'll see if he just sends the Spark. Oh, Burner HQ.
Riot Suppression was the card that we were trying to think of earlier.
Excuse us.
It says it's a 2-cost operation. It says play only if the runner trashed at least 1 core card during his or her last turn. The runner has 3 fewer clicks to spend during his or her next turn. The runner may immediately suffer a core damage to prevent this, and you're removed from the game instead of trash away.
Yeah, Kato, I believe, has it on screen.
We're reading it
Shout
right
out
now.
to production. Yeah. So now with the burner on HQ, I think Nick, also again a big burner fan, of good choices here. There's an agenda. We're going to keep that in hand, and we're going to put 2 cards on the bottom of the deck. The burner is so important in this matchup because it's one of the few Shaper cards that can actually disassemble kill combo. You can just put them on the bottom of the deck, and that's basically out of the game until we have a shuffle. So now with the false lead in hand, we're going in. Again, it's a 50-50 here. That's going to be a click and 2 credits if you don't want to take the core damage, and that'll take Nick up to 3 points. Access on that's the false lead. Mind you, one of the original printings, that art you might not be too familiar with. The NSG art is slightly different, and that's going to be paid. No core damage so far.
And we get the waggling of Thule for the tax from Cranked.
Now, those 2 remote servers have been there. I don't know if you're expecting Hendrix on the table, just small agendas you're hoping to trade positively when it comes to the tempo to steal. But that's not Rashida. That's maybe not Wage Workers.
I wonder, has Barf Thule had additions since RWR came out? Do we expect there to be
that's interesting.
warm receptions in this deck potentially? Not warm receptions.
Or prototype even.
Working prototype is the part I was thinking of.
The deck is runs pretty low on economy. So we're going to have a couple draws there install on the table. Still no idea what any of the table cards are. We do know the distributed tracing is at the bottom of the deck.
We burnered it down to the bottom?
Yeah, it went to the bottom.
I'm very interested to see if Nick Mason, our very own from Neon Static, I forgot to mention, is monitoring hand size here because I don't know what the kill, what is the damage output of this?
Distributed tracing into end of line is usually the finisher.
Oh, that's right. End of the line is in here.
Yes.
Distributed tracing. So
it's a double.
If Nick manages to get a stone ship down, which I believe is in this deck, and be mindful of hand, should be safe. Yeah.
Yes. Now the question is, can Cranked come up with these sort of board states in which he can deliver multiple riot suppressions into an oppo, and then sometimes you can take the bad choice and end up with 1 click and 3 tags.
Right.
Sometimes you can overwhelm, but you're right. There is a bit of, oh, hey, there you go, warm reception on the table. That wasn't rezzed. Interestingly, that not being rezzed gives you some information that either you don't need the click compression or the cards in hand are not installables. And we did see a couple operations and an agenda, so it's 2 to trash this, like many of the assets we saw in the last set. And you see the hand there.
Warm reception is at the start of turn. If it's rezzed, you can install a card.
Yes.
And
you can't
derez
score that
it
card.
to derez another card? Or is
yes, that's optional if it's not ice. The first ability you always get.
Mm-hmm.
And Cranked is just drawing up there. You see his hand, a lot of the tag punishment he's drawn to him. Actually, he has 4 points in hand. So he drew into an Ikoa and another false lead. So in theory, if Nick just sends it HQ, he has a chance to just close the game really quickly. But
this deck does not have a whole lot of ice at all.
It might have no ice.
It might be iceless.
Now, some people are playing Jaguarundi because it is just so naturally taxing and works with almost all angles of the game plan. But when you see the corporation drawing 3 there and not putting cards on the table, not raising the warm reception, I don't know if it's a big tell. We have an Ashen in hand. A bit far away from that. Nick checking the newest remote server again. You have to keep the corporation honest. Up on 4 points, playing the 2 credits and the click. 1 single Ikoa. You can take the last core damage. It doesn't actually matter. You win sooner. So Nick has a chance here. He can just send it HQ. There's 1 and 4 to close the game. It's all about those Ikoas because you do not want to be stealing, 4 more 1-pointers in the deck. Just drawing up again, not sparking at the breaker, has a chance to draw into. Maybe he's understanding that the deck is iceless. Throwing out a Lobisomu. There's a chance that he knows that this has no ice.
Yeah, I think that Nick probably knows that this deck exists. And there's no reason to have that card right now. Or at all, potentially.
Yeah, you might not need it
Or
at
is Nick
all.
holding a spark?
He has 2 sparks in his hand.
Okay, so
maybe
then why
he
would
drew
he?
it in a bad order. Maybe he mulliganed into it. I can't tell. I didn't see the hand too
If
well.
he's throwing out he doesn't need it in hand, right? So
yeah,
as long as he holds a spark.
But he might not have another in the deck. I don't know how many he's running.
That's right. No. There's more than 1 lob. I think there's 3 lob in his deck.
MCA Informant hitting on top of an upgrade again. We're assuming that upgrade to be
austerity
a
policy.
Yeah, an MC austerity policy. Excuse me. So now you're going to spend a click to charge that, and that means Nick now only has 3 clicks on his turn. Now, if you leave that card for too many turns, it actually ends up with some weird combinations where you can do distributed tracing into hypoxia into end of line. Like you can kind of really hurt that hand size, or you can just score agendas from hand.
I feel like active policing probably makes its way into this deck pretty comfortably.
That'd be a cool new inclusion, that's for sure.
Yeah, which would mean it's when you have trashed a card, right? Then you lose.
If you trash or stolen, it's just like Oppo.
Yeah. It's punishment for
doing stuff.
doing runner stuff. Yeah.
Dirty laundry, mind you, that's the altar in his right thumb. He also has another burner. Again, sending a burner, I don't know if he loved to do a last click. The question is whether he wants to do it with austerity. And if you're expecting that austerity, just prepaid coming down, mind you, for free with the rigging up. But if you want to deal with that austerity, you want to do it on your second last click, because you're assuming that's a Hendrik, so you spend a click on the Hendrik, you trash austerity.
Ooh.
Now, if you trash cards, you have some worries. Again, you could get riot suppression, but we're just putting more cards on the table. It's really difficult with a 3-click turn here, and I've no doubt Cranked is a bit stressed holding the game in hand. The more he draws, the more likely you want to swing HQ at some point, but I honestly don't know if this kit deck has it probably doesn't have a pre-show, right? Because it's obviously sparking out expensive breakers, so there's no inherent trashing support unless you are playing, we're burning.
Going burner. This seems nice.
Oh, if he finds the agenda, he wins. He's just put on top of the deck.
PC's 3 here, right?
PC's 3 and he finds austerity. If there's no Spin Doctor on the table, or if he finds, the Vacheron. Not the Vacheron.
Not Ikoa, probably.
Ikoa, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, he
It's
found
right
it.
there.
He found it. There's game, right?
So now he can just put that as a 50-50 on HQ. He only has 3 clicks, mind you, or he can just put it on top of
He puts it on top of R&D and runs R&D.
If he puts on top of R&D, you're playing around Spin Doctor a
He
bit.
did not. Oh, that's right. He's playing around Spin Doctor. This is a
Now
much more
Spin
heads
Doctor
up
will
play.
still dilute HQ, becomes a 1 and 4, but now you can make a run here.
I for sure would have made the mistake of putting it on top of HQ and gotten eaten the Spin Doctor res somewhere.
So now you know it is in hand. You only have...
This is his last click?
He has a click and 2 credits here. So if he hits a 50-50, the game is over on the spot. Cranked, if he had a spin, he would have resed it. 50-50.
Oh my God,
Ikoa,
Nick.
taking it to 7, just getting all the points before this board can get set up.
And it was imminent. It was coming. There's 2 gaslights. Yeah.
So those, you'll pull the oppos, you'll pull whatever tag punishment you need. But Nick just touching the points, going HQ. Burner, mind you, trick shot. Burner is really good in this matchup, disassembling this sort of operation combos.
Fantastic to have been able to sniff out the Ikoa and see, can I win right now? And then making that desperate dash. That was really, really fun, Netrunner.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Nick was showing there with 2 sparks in hand. I don't know if he was upset at the draw order, but I do think that deck might be entirely iceless, which is not great for Kit's ability, but that's okay as long as you have that sort of anti-operation tech. So well played to both players. Again, this is just round 2. There's 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss today, so it's going to be a bit longer of a tournament. Again, tomorrow we're going to come back. We're going to have the top cut. There's also going to be side events. There's a really interesting side event in which you can add a rotated card that wasn't banned by the time that it rotated. So there's a lot of deck builders that have really interesting combination decks. So that, I don't know if we're going to see that on stream. We're definitely going to see the top cut, but
I think the main focus will be the competitive event.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for joining. We are not currently monitoring chat.
Yeah, we can't see chat, but hopefully you're having a good time there.
All right.
GG's in chat, yes. Again, you're tuning in. This is NANPC Boston. It's pretty close to Providence. It's Rhode Island almost, but we're really excited to be out here. And shout out again, we have 40 players who came out who made the trek. We have players as far as San Francisco, West Coast, British Columbia.
All
so
over.
People are definitely traveling for this, which is absolutely fantastic.
The energy in the room is
it's so good.
Very, very good.
It's so good.
And I've barely gotten to experience it because we were running around trying to get everything hooked up and cables wired and things like that and dealing with some issues. But we made it, and we're super happy to have everybody in chat. Thanks for joining us. It's an honor. It's been really fun. I think I'll be pretty
we have a
tired
whole
tomorrow.
day. We have 6 more rounds today, so we're going to have a break coming up. Not right now, so it'll be a bit. We'll be able to tell you accurately when that is. Now, single-sided rounds are not too long. We have about 25 minutes left in the round. I think production, we're going to figure out what we're going to throw to, whether it's just going to be a webcam or we're going to throw to a break. But are we throwing to a break now for a bit?
We are. We're back on the camera. We're going to get the camera fixed, too. But yeah, we're going to go on a break. We're going to sort a few more issues out on the tech side because we sort of scrambled to get round 2 started. Yeah. And we're excited to talk to you soon.
So don't go anywhere. Again, we'll be throwing it to, I think, some music and that sort of thing. We'll be back in about 25 minutes for round 3. Again, you're watching. This is NANPC Boston. We have 40 players. It seems like an immense competitive event. We're slouching accurately for the camera, which is good luck, but
gotta get in there.
Thanks for your patience. Again, round 1 was not on stream. You can find all the results if you want to track it on aesopstables.net. You can find all the results there. You can look at a bit of the meta breakdown and all that. But I think we'll be back in about 25 minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NANPC Boston on Neon Static. They can't hear us, eh?
We should just double check. I couldn't even hear that you guys were talking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's always the way.
I know. That's just how it is.
I mean, turn one trick shot, hit burner, and hit like it's.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a thing.
Hey, Rohit.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much.
It's been fun. We had one round and it was like 3 minutes.
Nice break, I guess.
Kaito, can I give you these?
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Testing, testing. Just going to listen back. Quick technical thing. Hi, everybody. Bye, everybody. Welcome back to Neon Static. Welcome back to Neon Static. I'm Erika again.
My name is Andre from the Metro Grid.
And we're here starting up round three of NANPC Boston. We have NotAgain on Hoshiko versus Erika on Jinteki. This is PE.
Restoring Humanity, actually.
Restoring Humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool matchup. So really quickly, if you're following at home, NotAgain did register in the Aesop's tables as Aksu. Aksu, I do believe, signed up for this tournament, even though Aksu lives in the Nordics.
To hype the event.
Pretty far away. So you'll see Aksu in the standings, that is NotAgain. Now, this matchup is going to be pretty interesting. I saw a bit of Erika's deck already. You've seen the opening hand. Before the mulligan, this is Punitive RH with your digital life. So it's an archetype we haven't seen competitively in a really long time, but it's an archetype that did very well at Worlds last year.
It looks like we're off to the races already. We're getting an install. We're playing a
Hansei Review.
Thank you, Hansei Review.
So that's a 6 credit economy, mind you. Restoring Humanity from System Gateway you might be familiar with. As long as you end your turn, there's a face down card in Archives, that's a credit. And we'll see how NotAgain is going to deal with this matchup. I'm expecting just good stuff. Hoshiko, I think there's nothing too flashy in there. I know he said that there's one Mad Dash in the deck, and that's super important in this matchup. Yeah, because if you Mad Dash Archives and there's 6 points in there, the game is just suddenly over. So when a deck is only 3-pointers, Mad Dash is one of the best tech cards you can have in the matchup. Yep. Cleaver's coming down. Again, card in their mode server looks like a Rashida. We're going to face check into it. It's just a Botu. So 4 strength, has 3 subroutines. If you want to break it, it's going to be 4 credits. If you want to see which of these subroutines will fire, that's a really cool card, Restoring Humanity, because it forces you to trash cards end the run. So it's going to be first 2 net damage, and then Erika can decide whether she wants to protect that what we're believing to be a Rashida.
Okay, we missed the Turbine in hand. Hit a Strike Fund, so we're going to get a little soft econ there. That's pretty nice.
Strike Fund moshing. We'll see now again. That subroutine says trash a card to end the run, so Erika is going to lose a card from hand. Now with the 2 net damage up front, it's hard to make that call. In theory, you can run it back and back and back, but that's a Rashida. 3 cards and 3 credits. Erika with a face down in Archives already.
A Nancy in hand, your digital life, and
Goose
Vampirinosa.
Goose Hedge Fund. Are you familiar with that one?
The Goose Altar Hedge Fund, yes. I think that Slowpoke is a Spin Doctor Altar. Yeah.
I think it's not technically competitive legal.
I also was about to say the same thing. Yeah, I don't think that
this is a casual tier event, though. It's technically a casual tier event, so you're allowed to get away with that. We're icing up now Central Servers on only, I believe it's going to be 8 credits after the Restoring Humanity. You have to worry about that Anansi face check. That being said, if Erika, she doesn't have any money, you're not worried about Punitive, and we'll see how quickly NotAgain expects us to be Punitive. I don't think you expect that much else in Restoring Humanity. NotAgain checking it. Slowpoke, drawing 2 cards. We see a Fuji in hand. I do think there is already a face-down bacterial programming in Archives.
It happened so fast.
Yes, I think it happened on the Hansei, so we'll see what she's going to shuffle back. It looks like at least 1 face-down. You do often want to keep 1 face-down in the bin for obvious RH abilities.
I think the face down was the bacterial. Oh, there's a second. Okay.
Yeah, one came out from the Botu.
We probably keep the bacterial in the archives.
So this card is so powerful. Again, if NotAgain runs into it, you can feed more agendas into archives. That is a Fermenter, the red Zeki.
Red Zeki. Yes.
That's going to be 1 virus counter a turn. You crack that for 2. We'll see if Erika is running Maviruses. The idea of how many Maviruses you have to run into the modern meta is something that's actually kind of interesting right now, because of course we did lose some of the biggest virus decks. There are no Lu decks specifically in this tournament.
Wow, that happened so fast. That's an Anoetic Void alt art underneath the Fuji asset retrieval.
Yeah, that is a cool Anoetic. So that is a very strong defensive upgrade. The thing is, like Erika, this might be, we're not entirely sure if this is a Regenesis version of the deck.
I feel like with all this discard effects, that it has to be.
Yeah, sometimes it has to be, but it's sometimes tricky. If Regenesis is stolen, like, you lose 1 punitive window, because normally if they're stealing, like, you can't feed 6 points, which is ideally what you want to do. Again, losing, we haven't seen any Steel Skin scarring so far. So we have a card on their remote server. That's a honk for a hedge fund. Just going to get 4 credits on 1 at the end of the turn. NotAgain ticking up there. On a healthy 8 credits, this is a hard board state to check to get the Hoshiko flip.
Yeah, you have to face check. We did see an Anansi in hand. Plenty of credits to res that.
We have a light
I don't know if NotAgain just sets up here.
There's a Light the Fire in hand?
Light the Fire is something that NotAgain likes to play a lot, which is... I don't know if that's what you want to be playing in this matchup necessarily. Maybe if the
deals with the
Anoetic,
yeah.
ends up being a problem. But Turbine coming down, going to be able to break that Boto now for not too much, and it is the Anoetic Void.
That's like the 3rd Hanzo we played so far. Anoetic Void.
I think the... Oh, no, yeah, it's face up. That's right. I was going to say, I thought the Anoetic was a discard to the Anoetic, but it's not.
Yeah, just getting res there. So NotAgain building that breaker suite. I think we saw this exact narrative, install, advance. So if it's a Fuji, whether you're playing around Neurospike, that is something that maybe you'd have to consider. It's not in this deck. We haven't seen, at least so far. But NotAgain just setting up. And I think we've seen an exact matchup like this, right? This is the sort of reg host just saying, okay, I understand. You can get some good ice, you can get some defensive upgrades, but I'm just going to build that late game rig that the most expensive I'm going to break any of the ice in your deck is 3 credits for a Nancy.
If Erika ends up getting like the Regenesis score with the bacterial, it can speed things up to the point where NotAgain's going to have to speed up that process. But
game
for
point
now,
really fast.
See a Paladin Poemo, I think?
That is a Poemo. Cat-Shen altered.
Yeah.
Cat is here, mind you, at the event. I think they're doing pretty well.
Amazing.
Cracking the Rizeki again. You don't want to get too greedy because Erika with this board state can take the time off. So that's going to be 2 clicks for functionally 5 credits. We're going to get down a card here. I believe we have a click left again. The Neon Static Click Trackers. Drawing up Snare in hand. Love to see it. So now if Erika wants to score this out, money's not amazing. You're still dripping 1 a turn. A Fuji will be 2 net damage, taking you to 3 points. Here, NotAgain did prioritize getting down that Turbine before it's lost. We're going to lose an Ashen. Now, there's probably labor rights.
Yeah, labor rights is a thing. I think we've seen 1 discarded potentially.
And a Hannah.
A lot of the Hoshiko decks are on DJ Steve and 2 labor rights, so you can
There's a bunch of recursion angles.
As long as DJ's on the table, DJ Steve is on the table, you can get that back if you can run HQ.
NotAgain now drawing up a Maw. Only 6 credits, no economy so far. Mind you, that was the host. We're considering running archives. We're running archives. There's just a Regenesis in there.
Ooh.
Not an agenda you want to steal from the bin. Maybe Erika's respecting. Again, there is a Mad Dash that's known. Now that's going to turn off RH. That's going to turn on Flip Hoshiko's ability. So that's functionally a card and a credit, clicklessly.
There's that Paladin coming down, the alt art from Cat-Shen.
Yeah.
On NotAgain side.
Love to get that before the check, but now Erika needs to figure out how to get a face down into the bin. You can discard. NotAgain's not running central. Snares is like always an interesting thing.
There's another bacterial that got drawn on Erika's side.
Erika doesn't have a lot of money. I think it's 6 credits. Now,
that's a Rashida, I think, that just went down.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is the weird thing with the deck. Is like if the deck is on mostly 3-pointers, how quickly does Botu get to threat 4, which is a pretty big break point when you're looking at Cleaver.
Well, you're on 6 points probably.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah, if...
Maybe you Regenesis, that's the way you get to 4 fast.
Right.
But now NotAgain understands with Regenesis in the deck, any card in the remote server, you have to either run the remote server, if it's not advanced, score a 3-1, or you have to at least run archives to get the flip.
Any card in the remote server... Oh, because of Regenesis.
Yeah,
yeah,
Regenesis,
exactly.
as long as you're face down.
Yep.
And then you can just run archives.
In this case, not a concern because there's no face down in archives. My function here is to serve as the person of the audience to slow you down a bit so that we can understand what's going on.
Excuse me. Sure gamble off the top again, Hoshiko. I think triggering for the 2nd time all game. So a lot of times you want to weave in and out, and now at least you have archives open relatively cheaply. We might not see it this turn, so Cleaver in hand. We're probably waiting to draw into an Echelon, into a Buzzsaw. Both those stills, only 4 credits if you want to go through it. And you can even force a card out of hand as much as that is a 2 net damage face check.
That Anoetic is really, really good at stopping runs, but it's really bad at doing it repeatedly.
It's expensive.
Because the cards in hand are just a limited resource.
There's only 3 of them. You can fire that once.
Right.
Now, there's like a weird line where you run the Anoetic and it sets up a Regenesis. Like, that's really fun. I don't know if you're worried about that. We're checking here again, 6 credits. Sysenton's the worst res, but an Axis off the top of the Rashida. NotAgain can decide to trash that for 1 credit. That's going down, so Erika's going to be drawing an unknown card. We're coming back off the top of Vampira Nasa. Is a pretty nice res
Jazzy
until the
Renemesis.
Buzzsaw.
Yeah. Okay. So we get the Rashida Fire, drawing that Vamp, and 2 Sysenton,
We have our Genesis.
a Regenesis, and then a Mentor Draw into a Tattoo Bola Altar.
So Erika has a way to close the game here. Regenesis in the remote server, discard a face down in archives. Now, obviously, there's a lot of risk there.
Well,
We've
obviously,
seen
the
no
Anoetic
punitives.
is going to let the Archives discard happen.
Yeah.
But unless we can defend Archives as well. So what do we go? Install the Regenesis, install Ice on Archives, and install another Ice. I don't know what money looks like on the remote.
There's a Hansei. That's good for money. That's the thing is, like, do you keep it in hand to say that I'm going to discard this with Anoetic?
Yeah.
Do you just keep it, like, or do you just discard it now? It's hard to discard it now.
Hansei, let's see what gets put in. Can we see?
We draw
We
no
don't get to see.
punitives.
We don't know what the card is.
Okay, we can probably piece it together if we see the hand. There's still one
I-
agenda in there. It's almost definitely the Regenesis.
Yeah.
So this technically could be game.
I think
that
we're
could be
jamming.
Regenesis into Bacterial. Now, Erika, she doesn't have punitive. Draw 7 is a lot. It's a big number.
This is a good. I think this is a good play because if NotAgain steals either or both of these, the game's not over.
I think it's
But-
like he has a steel skin in hand.
But if
so if you
Erika-
draw 2 punitives, you're still not likely
Right.
to kill.
I think that line, winning the game via punitive, is probably not what we're likely. Like, I don't think Erika's going to be successful with that. So I think she's pushing for.
Yeah, let alone money is
The
going to
score.
matter. Like, you need to draw punitive. You need to draw 2 punitives, 1 YDL. Like, it's a lot of work here.
Right.
Not
NotAgain
again.
is up on credits. Yeah. The whole thing is a little bit.
They're maybe about equal. I think.
Ooh, it's a Tattoo Bola. It was
Okay,
not the
there
win.
was a check. Respect. Huge. So I think she's actually going to set this up for the Anoetic.
Right.
Maw's
Maw.
coming down. That's going to put some pressure on for sure.
Ooh.
So that console, mind you, 2MU, one of the only died-based cards in the game on Nancy.
Wouldn't it be classic if we saw a Maw discard
Yeah, exactly,
of the
and set up the
Bacterial
win?
and it didn't get checked?
But Regenesis is in hand.
Oh, it didn't get put in.
And
So-
Nancy's going to fire. We're looking at 5. We see the punitive at the top. The question is it safer on top of the deck or in hand? You are able to draw one of these cards. You can rearrange all the rest. And then the runner can draw a card if they want to pay 2 credits. And then NotAgain's going to take a massive 4 net damage across 2 breaks. If you knock
So
a steel
hedge-
skin from this, you're in a really good spot.
Hedge Fund 2 Anemone. I missed a few of the other ones.
I think it was, double anemone, punitive, hedge fund.
fund.
I think there might have been another ice.
Missed it. Maybe a Tattoo Bola.
So NotAgain, I believe, is paying the 2 credits. Again, you can draw a card if you want. And now it's going to be a single net damage into a triple net damage because we did not break all the subroutines. The massive spiders hits. Starting with the steel skin.
Steel skin,
So now you
okay.
have the biggest chance to hit a second steel skin. We're looking at a daily cast.
See Bonhars, I think, in
Yeah,
hand.
it's been in hand since the beginning of the game, I think. So we're counting this out. We're losing 3 cards, including Paladin Puemo, Light the Fire, and something.
Checking the top, it's an Anemone.
It's an anemone.
Erika.
You can set up there if it's a snare. Like, Erika set that up. It's like kind of a risky run. Now we're going to get a Maw Fire. Just make sure you don't flip it. That's a punitive into the bin. That is a bad discard for
Yeah.
Erika off the Maw.
That hurts.
Again, Maw says once you access a card that's not in archives, don't steal or don't trash. Randomly discard a card from HQ.
Okay, both agendas are still in hand, obviously.
But what's in their remote server? Because it's not the Regenesis. Did she have 2?
It's not a Rashida because it didn't get fired.
No.
Although you'd be hunting for like a YDL probably, or Ice.
Yeah, one more ice on the remote server is definitely something. But like, Erika doesn't want to score at 2 agendas here. Like, she really obviously wants to get the Regenesis to close the game. Honk honk, hedge fund, 4 credits.
I don't know what's in that remote server.
Yeah, we missed it.
It was off screen; we couldn't see. But I don't know what was in hand. That it could have. What's a potential asset that Erika, besides a Rashida that Erika chose not to fire, would it be?
Asset, no idea. Could be like an agent.
The snare?
It could be a Mavirus.
Is it a snare? Is it a table snare?
Oh, it's a table snare. I think you're right. It is a table snare. Yeah,
that
it's
was
definitely
that was a
table snare.
clever play. Yeah, I think it's going to get kicked out at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah, it's gonna get ejected.
Icing Archives setting up that punitive score.
So we're looking at 2 sentries. We're looking at anemones. We're looking at Sisantons. Mind you, the Sisanton face check can just lose you the game. It's always something worth keeping in mind. Drawing into a strike fund, so maybe NotAgain's going to be a bit brave into the face check here, but just needs to get all those breakers down. Drawing into, I believe, an echelon. So we have a killer, just hard casting it as fast as possible. 1 credit refund from Paladin. So just saying, I'm going to get these breakers onto the table. Running HQ, Vampire Nasa will be rezzed for only 5 credits after the mail-in rebate. It's going to do a bit of damage here, but the Maw's going to trigger, and there's cards in hand. There is 2 agendas in hand here.
It's like when you used to mail in for seahorse things.
Yeah, the little monkeys?
Yeah, sea monkeys. Exactly. Yeah. Mail-in rebate on the... Sorry. Drawing into another punitive and an Anansi.
Yeah, she knew what she was drawing into there because I'm
Didn't shuffle the hand. That's the bacterial.
Hitting the bacterial is huge. NotAgain is now on game point. This is the last punitive window for the whole game. So now Erika can look at 7. Draw and rearrange again. I think she knew a couple of those.
Find a YDL. There's a punitive. There's a YDL.
2 punitives?
I think
she
could be
has
it.
2 punitives?
Yeah.
Just saying I'm drawing all of them. The top of R&D is unknown.
Yeah,
NotAgain,
YDL punitive.
Yes, that's the play plan. So NotAgain either has to get a Maw here to hit a punitive, which is like 1-13, or has to win the game, which is run R&D. Now, very much, Erika did not put a card back there. She's going for it. Because putting a card back means you know the top of R&D is entirely safe. If you don't do it, you get another credit from YDL.
There's a chance.
But the credit totals here, yeah, it's a chance.
It's not going to matter. We can't see Erika's full credit, but that's, I think, probably a stack of 5s.
Yeah, she does 5 stacks. 6. She has 6.
So she has 6 credits. Yeah, we just saw.
So NotAgain understands either draw Steel Synth Garng or go for the Maw, drawing into 3 cards in hand. This is probably it. I think Erika has it. Subliminal, why not start? In theory, the YDL, you can get 1 more credit. I don't know if it's going to matter here.
Yeah,
YDL
you click
now.
YDL, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 credits.
7 credit econ card. And now Hoshiko is linked up, but each of these traces for punitive is 5 credits. I wonder if that extra credit from the Subliminal might matter.
It would matter. I think, why not take it, right? So there's the 3.
Punitive.
There's 5 base, punitive counter-strike.
So each trace we have to hit 6. It looks like it's double punitive. That's only 3 cards in hand, so even a Steel Skin Scarring, and that's a handshake. Erika finding the lethal, the 1 in 5 there on the HQ check after the Vampire Nasa. She drew
such
exactly what she needed to the Bacterial.
Both cards.
I think she did lose a punitive. It looked like she lost a punitive on the Maw like a turn ago. So maybe she had all 3 at that point.
She did, yes.
Yeah,
that was the
something
third punitive in the deck.
Well played.
Yeah. Drawing the perfect hand.
Yeah, she lost a punitive. She got 2 of them. She found all 3.
Yes.
Wild. Wow, we've had fast games, explosive games on the stream so far. Mind you, this is single-sided Swiss. It's only 40-minute rounds. This is round 3. There's about 25 minutes left in the round, but good game to both players. Again, huge shout-out to NotAgain there, or Axu, as he's registered. I think Axu's in chat. But NotAgain has been organizing this event. Here we are in Norton, Massachusetts. We have 40 players come out. It's an absolutely fantastic event. Mind you, this is only day 1, but a lot of work goes into this sort of stuff, so a huge shout-out for NotAgain in chat. He's the reason we're here today, so... please celebrate him. Otherwise, Erika, really well played. Has a mean deck there. We haven't seen that in a while, and we're about to enter. I think we're going to have a lunch break coming up.
Yes. We'll confirm, and we'll at least drop a link in chat when we find out when the lunch break is going to be. But that is round 3.
That's round 3 of 8.
8 total, right?
Yes, only top 8 cut is tomorrow, so it's going to be, I'm not the sort of maths person to tell you what you need, but it's going to be a very aggressive cut. And still tomorrow after that, there will be other events, side events that a lot of players will be coming back, even if they're not those lucky competitive top 8.
Right. Yeah, so it's possible that if the actual competitive event ends up being 4 rounds or something, and I think those will be largely untimed, or at least the finals will probably be untimed. I'm not
positive. They're not timed now. I'm not sure. It comes up to
it's
the
up
organizer.
Up to the organizer. It is a casual level event. So, I think the day will probably have plenty of time. We'll see. If there's extra time on the stream, maybe we put some of the side event decks on just to have fun, but we'll find out about that. Thanks for watching. How's everybody in chat? This is exciting.
Yeah, this is really wild. Mind you, huge setup here. Got to give a huge shout out to Kato as well, who is doing production,
just
making sure. Yeah, just a bit to the left. It's doing some production, which is absolutely fantastic. So it takes a village to do this, and I'm glad we're up and running. Shout out to all players. Yeah, 40 players today, mind you. The meta, it is the new ban list, which is really important. I think this is the first major event with the new ban list. We're still looking at 4 NBN decks, which is kind of pretty cool. It's mostly Asmari, 1 NEH.
Asmari, that's right. Yeah, I know at least Sophie and Izzy, we drove down with, are both playing Asmari.
Yeah, oh, cool. Yeah. Super, super cool.
Very similar decks. I don't know what the deck looks like. I would be very curious to find out.
I've seen some king makings out there. I'm not sure if that's what they're playing.
Yep.
We're also looking in terms of the meta. Again, you can follow all this if you go to aesopstables.net, and you can search the name of the Boston NANPC will be there. I believe we're looking at the majority Hoshiko. All Hoshiko is Anarch besides one Essa, which is pretty wild. All the loos are gone. They're gone. It's that fast.
It was very fast. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to be on Friday chip. So Nopkiri, took away Nopkiri, and look at that.
You might need some more testing before you can say whether you want to do it or not, but immediately people are like, we can play good stuff Hoshiko. Now, Criminal has come back. We see a nice even split between, do we have that on stream right now? Fantastic. Thank you, Gato. We have an even split between things like there's a bit of Steve, but it's mostly Zaya and Sable.
Yep.
So Criminal has come back. If you think Tributary is going to keep you out, this is not going to stop you. But we have a pretty good distribution of IDs. Oh, we have it up. This is us. The stream can't see it. But
a big sprinkling of Arissana, Lat, Padma. We've got a Padma player.
Yeah,
that's pretty
Shaper's
exciting.
actually pretty wild. You see a lot. I think there's like 5 or 6 different Shaper IDs. It's the one faction I think has the most variants.
It's very, we got a Kiko.
Yeah.
That's our buddy Derek. Yeah, that's great. He's on Kiko. That's awesome. Nuvum, Sports Metal.
There's a lot of
Look at all
Wayland.
the Sports Metal. 1, 2, 3.
A fair bit of Sports Metal. I think is
4.
Snare Bears. I think Snare Bears are high on Sports Metal this tournament.
That's very exciting. And a fair amount of 3 or 4 Thules. Mm-hmm. Yeah, plenty of variety.
That's the West Coast Thule.
Wow. Everybody's on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks on it, which is very interesting.
I thought Outfit still felt pretty strong, but currently riding top is Ob and Hoshiko, RH, PD, Ag. Yeah. So we'll see. This will still probably shake out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's very early in the tournament, so
yeah. But
that's round 3 of 8, mind you. We have a lunch coming up, so we'll be able to inform you when we're going to come back, but we're going to be throwing it to a break and some music. Again, thanks so much for hanging out. This is Neon Static. Shout out to Eric who put so much work into this to make this happen. If you want to, hit a like, hit a subscribe, a follow. Again, we'll be back tomorrow as well, but in the meantime, you want to throw a break?
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll be back soon, everybody.
Don't go anywhere. Enjoy your lunch. Stretch your legs, go for a walk, and we'll be back in about an hour and a bit, I reckon, but we'll let you know more as it comes up.
Okay. How about now?
Hi, can you hear us now?
Now you can hear us. Sorry, I'm running the solo right now. Hi. Let us know in chat if you can hear us real quick. We'll wait. I'm Eric Hayden.
I'm Eric Killback.
And welcome back to NANPC's coverage of NANPC Boston. We are on a long latency delay for network reasons, so this will take actually longer than normal for people's chat to get back to us. But yeah. I'll wait. Hello. It sounds like we have sound.
We got sound. Okay, we're good.
Cool. Okay, so Eric, we were just talking about the upcoming NANPC events that you all are running. Who else is involved with running the events?
Oh man, so we have about, I would say we have like 9 or 10 TOs directly involved. So, and then we have a lot of support staff. So we have people like Dan Bouchard. We have Orbital Tangent, Ysengrin. We have me, Alec Morrison does the website.
Okay.
So he puts out all the articles and he helps edit the articles. And I'm also organizing it. I do a lot of the organizing. I write all the stuff you see on the website. I write all of that, which is a lot of work.
The player highlights that you guys have been doing.
Yes.
Are the folks that are getting highlighted know they're being highlighted?
I usually reach out and I'm like, hey, I want to highlight you, and then can I get a photo?
Yeah.
And then I don't tell them what I'm going to write about them.
Right. Okay.
So
it's hard for people to be self-effusive, right?
No, for sure. And it's like I want to celebrate these people, and I know a lot of these people, and I usually try and get a mix of like people coming in and people from the area. Like I was really excited to spotlight Holly.
Yeah.
When I asked anyone in Boston, they were like, "You got to."
Holly needs a highlight for sure.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Holly's so humble too that she was like, you know, I'm in here with like these like really well-known top-tier players, and then it's me. I've won a couple CEOs. It's like, Holly, you've won, like you have gone undefeated for 3 CEOs in a row, and won in a very I feel like it's a very strong field. Like there's some really good players in our area, so that was a lot of fun.
No, and I think it's good. And we have the big ones coming up on the 8th and 9th of June. We have in the Twin Cities. We have Off the Grid. Which is going to be NANPC Off the Grid. I mean, Off the Grid is a very classic Netrunner event. It's like its 5th or 6th year running, run by Josh Swanner. I've been before. Well, I might go this year, but I know a lot of people are going.
You might know Josh's Orbital Tangent.
Yeah,
runs the event.
Former head of would be
also running the running some community highlight videos on his channel on YouTube. So check those out. I will try and remember to put a link in the show notes for this for that YouTube channel.
Yeah, and then in July we have a doubleheader. So we have Philadelphia put on by Pouch Surfer in 13th to 14th of July.
Cool. Yeah.
And then the San Francisco, I think we just put the tickets up, so we have to update the website once I'm back in Canada.
Right. So that's in when's
July.
San Francisco?
San Francisco, July. So we have 2 in July, and then we have Seattle and Montreal will be in August. Oh. And then LA in September.
So is there any kind of like a standing, and is it all the points for this idea? It's supposed to be through the Beans. What's the website called? I'm sorry.
The Beanstalk.
Beanstalk, that's right.
So it's kind of separate. We track it on our own, and we put it up on the website. So if you go to our website, you go to nanpc.games.
Is the plan at the end of the series to have like a here are the top players?
We're going to have an award ceremony at Worlds.
Oh, cool.
That's the current plan. We'll have an award ceremony really cool. And special prizes. I'm trying to. We're still like working on what those prizes are going to be. Yeah. July 20th for the San Francisco event, which is really good. I might try to go to San Francisco, but you know, I think it's been exciting. We have 40 players today. Yep. A lot of really good players in the room. A lot of new faces.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone's really excited. Every time I go to one of these events, it's like very electric.
The energy is high. It's like a really motivating place to be right now, and it's fun to see a lot of faces that are coming in from out of town and stuff like that. So
yeah, no, and it's just fun. I'm just having a lot of fun playing Netrunner today. Like it's nice to play.
Yeah, so you've been playing. What are you on today?
I'm playing Xayah and I'm playing Sports Battle.
I'm glad that you're on Xayah. Is it the Xayah deck?
It's like normal. So the problem with Take Me is you just explode to greasing the palm.
Oh God, greasing the palm?
Yeah, because in they remove a tag, they place an advancement counter. You need the tags to like do the thing.
Yeah.
And
mindscaping and people have more tech generally. Right?
I think it's like one of those things when Null Signal, like I think rightfully so, keeps printing these like incidental cards, and then you just get burned. You get hit by them.
Okay, we have an announcement going on. We're gonna switch back. Thanks for chatting with us. We're going to get ready for the next stream, so we'll switch back out. Thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you for having me on, and thank you, Eric and Andre and Kato for running the stream today. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Neon Static's coverage of NANPC Boston. I'm Eric.
I'm Andre from the Metroball Grid. Glad to be here.
And we've got an exciting round. We have round, I want to say round 4.
It's round 4,
Round
yeah.
4. We got Jeff or Ysengrin on the left playing Ob and playing against Alex Boyd not on Hoshiko. We'll get that updated in a second. And that's Arissana playing an Arissana deck, which is sort of Jeff's alternate ID.
Yeah, exactly. This is the Jeff matchup. So for those who don't know, Ysengrin SC, check out on YouTube. He does a lot of great live streams and content. If somebody's been playing Ob for as long as you can play Ob, it's definitely Jeff. I have no doubt he's playing Arissana as well. So we're going to see how this sort of Ob deck, how it's changed with the new meta, because there's a lot of new cards you can play. Whether you're playing Hollowman, whether you're playing the new Basalt Spire, there's a lot of ways to make your Op deck do a cool thing. Arissana, interesting matchup. Mind you, Arzon, Alex Boyd, has been playing Netrunner for a long time. I think he's taken a break recently. He's only been coming back. He did fly in. He's a Canadian, all the way from the West Coast, from British Columbia, which is
pretty awesome.
Quite the travel.
Yeah.
So stoked he can make it. Arissana, interesting matchup. Because if you want to install stuff on ice, this is the sort of matchup with Op. The ice doesn't always last forever. Sometimes you want to extract it, you want to trash it. So it's a really tricky matchup on a lot of lines. But if you can get your breaker speed up, you can get the turbine. Like at the end of the day, besides like pulling defensive upgrades at instant speed, it is just an ice-based deck.
Did we see a Rashida and double ice install there?
Double ice is a respect. Again, and there's a face check, so whether we're going to see Stavka Afrun, that's the hard thing to deal with. Now Shaper has playing Simulchips and Muse now, so Alex is going to answer that. I'm not sure if he took mulligans or not. Going to just get that card draw to Dr. Nuka. So you start here, you want to get environmental testing, you want to get down your lily pad. Now finances here, you can bounce back if you have a creative commission, but environmental testing is a really great start. Cards like Muse, cards like Coalescence are huge shout outs. When it comes to this sort of econ engine. That Fermenter, NANPC special, I think that's a participation prize for this event. So you don't always see Fermenter and Arissana, but this is actually the sort of a corp deck that is almost definitely running 3 copies of the virus.
Jeff getting to fire the Rashida, uncontested. A lot of setup on Alex's side though. Getting environmental testing installed and starting to charge, cooking with Fermenter. Yeah.
Spin Doctor open here. If Jeff is on Oaktown, I'm not sure what his agenda suite is. We're assuming some, 2-point agendas. This is definitely where we can consider pushing an Oaktown behind 2 ice this early with not a lot of economy for Alex. Alex really needs to pop off and get some installed cheaply Coalescences. You look at his hand there, I think we do see a Diesel, so you have a bit more cards on top of Nuka, but Jeff wants to get a Tucana down. He wants to get a Malapert down. Unadvanced card here. You're not too worried unless there's Seamlesses, and I think Jeff is a big Seamless fan when it comes to Op.
Yeah, we did see Malapert Data Vault in the hand earlier, so an early score can get Alex into trouble.
Yeah.
So Alex will probably need to do some contesting early, especially once the second card goes into the remote server.
Alex starting there, obviously Nuke on the table, but we're going to start with that Diesel drawing into a handful of other Diesels. So he has card draw for days, but the problem is on 1 credit here. If you're not cracking your Fermenter for 4, you really have to click for credits. The cheapest push forward is Coalescence for 2. That puts you up at 4. But otherwise, Creative Commission, some decks, I don't know. I know Jeff is not. I'm not sure he's playing
too hot
Creative
on it.
Commission.
It does restrict the play order. In this situation, you don't...
He has one, which is good.
Yeah.
So he at least needs to end on 1 credit here. We're checking HQ. Jeff drew a lot and Spin Doctor. So there's a chance if he has a 5-3 in hand, he does want to score out, leaving his cards on the table. Sandstone, a barrier that you can deal with a Slap Vandal, as much as it's not as common as it used to be. And just Creative Commission. Gonna go up to 5 credits here. Fermenter still ticking away. Now we'll see what's in the remote server. Again, we could see just a chain of Rashidas. But here, you're not too scared about any of the 3-2 scores, unless it's the one of above the law, and you can shoot down the environmental testing while it's still, trying to get towards any sort of financial break.
Yeah, if that thing gets...
I'll
it's
try.
Four counters it fires, right? So if it's the 3rd counter and you see that score from the above the law, it's heartbreaking for the runner.
Jeff looking to draw again, flicking the top of his deck, so he clearly doesn't have it. That remote server might be the Malapert. It might be the
he wants to find that Oaktown, right? I mean, that's...
You want to push something. We don't know if he's on Oaktown. He probably is.
Right.
Ice on R&D again. You want to respect Trick Shot, a really strong card. Burner, whether that's going to do something for you. And here, if he has agendas he doesn't want to score, Spin Doctor will protect them. But he clearly is just that is not progressing the board state the way that Op wants to be progressing the board state. Fermenter now, I believe it's 3 counters.
Yeah, by turn 3, Ob really wants to be saying, start dealing with this or it's going to be a problem.
Sure gamble hitting the bin, mind you.
Our two counters are still a staple in Ob decks, right?
Yeah, you generally play 2. You pull it with Mavirus if you need to.
Yeah.
But we're on healthy credits now on both sides that eventually you'll purge the Fermenter, especially if you want to get 2-coster instant speed. We know there could be a virus in the remote server. But Alex now is trying to get that set up on a common instead of lily pad.
Yeah.
That's interesting. You don't see that all the time.
It's not too often because you need that extra MU a lot. And the card draw out of Arissana, like Lily Pad, literally was printed for Arissana play. And
you
it does
see Muse in hand, SMC, like these things take up a lot of MU. So we'll see how like greedy the rig is. Alex also does have in hand, we do see a Slap Vandal, which is not in every Arissana deck modernly. Just still checking HQ there.
I think, Alex, this may be a bit of a meta read, being on Fermenters for Econ, saying, hey, there's probably going to be a lot less virus in the environment because there's a lot less Lou, so these might be a safer Econ option.
The one matchup. Yeah, I think there might be a virus in their mode server. Not trashing Malapert is very expensive at 4.
Yeah.
Now the Slap Vandal was used. Arissana's ability, once per turn, you can install a program. If it's a Trojan, it will last the end of the run. Otherwise, it's going. So that Slap Vandal there does pressure an ice, but most importantly, getting towards that environmental testing. Now Jeff finally jamming in our mode server. Just trashing an ice. Apparently got something better here. If you don't have icebreakers, this is the hard thing. If you don't have icebreakers, Stavka is annoying, but you just let it fire, and then you install from hand the Slap Vandal into innermost. So we're hoping for border control. We're hoping for something with a lot of subroutines. It's really hard for this deck to deal with an envelopment that soon.
3 cards in the remote server now, though, so I think
Malapert,
next turn
virus,
we
agenda.
Could very easily see a score if there's seamlesses.
Coming in at 4 strength.
This is a spicy Arissana build.
Jeff giving that a nod. That is relevant, mind you. 4 strength means you're closer to a sandstone. You're closer to the envelopment. You still have to boost. I'm not sure the numbers on Gauss. They're probably a bit ugly, like 2 for 2 or something.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have that one in my back pocket.
See if he trick shots this. If he sets it up again, he wants to play 1 event a turn. So if you do the trick shot, you can just bounce off the ice and then come back onto the remote server. You can get it there. But with Gauss, mind you, it is a Fractor you can play in Shaper, and it comes in with additional strength on just the turn that you install it. So if you're playing with Simul Chips and Flicker effects, you can install it with from hand with Arissana, which is pretty cool. 2 for 2 strength. There you go.
2 for 2 strength, yeah.
So that means you're going to break Sandstone, finishing Nuka. Alex here, maybe respecting defensive upgrades. Oh, you guys see Jeff's 6 Snare Bear bracelet. The whole team has them. Oh, they're adorable.
Nice. I was wondering about the bracelet.
Yeah, they're very, very cool.
All right, Trick Shot on R&D. This is
new card.
A strong card.
What a card.
It has been like the standout for like people in my local play event who are like, this card, oh my God, it feels so strong to play.
It does everything and more.
Yeah.
So we're running R&D. If it's successful, you get to see 2 cards. If that run is or isn't successful, you can run a remote server. It has 4 credits on it. Access on the top looks like a hedge fund. We're not rezzing. Falling into net border control.
Yeah.
That's the dire border control alt art.
Respect. There was like 12 pixels that had that information.
I am so good at Accordion Blade. Thimble Ring on the outermost. Code Gate. Now we'll see from hand.
Yeah.
You can install the Muse from hand. We know Alex has it. You can go get a Breaker. You can get a Trojan. It's not going to last the end of the run, but you can still get through. And this is really interesting, right? Like, you have a lot of flexibility with the Thimble Rig. It looks like it's a Muse from hand. Another new card from the new set. We can use the credits off of Trick Shot. Did Alex use them? Now we are technically going to be over MU. So we're going to install it to trash over the Slap Vandal, to install the Slap Vandal. Cool Shaper,
It's cool
fluidity.
Shaper trick, yeah.
Programs, let's go.
And paying off of the Trick Shot, yeah.
Now, whatever the next dice is, Alex cannot do any tricks. He's used Arissana. He doesn't have any other ways to produce things. So Ysengrin here needs a non-end-the-run barrier if he wants this remote server to be safe. Now, he still has the option. I think we have enough clicks here in credits. If you do, yeah, I was going to say go get the Managarm. This is the Managarm. I think that's the NSG Volunteer Managarm. That's a really rare alt art.
Pretty cool.
Shout out for head of OP, I think, Ysengrin?
Yeah.
So we're just rezzing that. Alex here has a choice. 2 clicks, credit, accessing. It's a Rashida. Where are the agendas?
They were about to be drawn by Rashida. They're all in R&D apparently.
Mavirus there. It's going to hit the Fermenter. And Ysengrin had the ability to go get a 2-coster. We don't know whether this is a Holloman deck. I don't think Ysengrin's really big on Holloman from what I've watched from streams. But Alex is now down to 3 credits. Trick Shot, though, getting the full money's worth on the R&D redirect. So the top of the deck is entirely known. We know Jeff is drawing into a hedge fund and a border control. But here, you know how many agendas there are in R&D now? Shuffling with Spin Doctor. Needs to find something else here. Jeff OP confirmed. Managarm's going back. Mind you, Mavirus, there are 3 of in the deck, so you can find that 1 of Managarm way more consistently than you'd think as a 1 of. We didn't talk about Op. If you're not familiar, that's the Op. That is a Yakuza, a fantastic alt art. It says
one of the nicest.
Oh, so good. A once per turn, when you trash a card by using a card ability, not by over-installation, you can search your deck for a card that costs 1 less and res and install it paying no credit costs. So the idea is that cards like Border Control, things like Mavirus, things that you have control, you can trash them at weird windows, you can go just get stuff from your deck. So it's a deck that's actually like very specifically one of the corp decks that's running the most singletons, which makes a very dynamic board state.
Right.
There's a lot of one-ofs.
A lot of tools whenever you need them. generally speaking. So
Now, Alex did get the money back from the environmental testing. We're opening with a Spin Doctor. Jeff just drew 3 unknown cards through Alex's R&D pressure. The question is, how soon can Alex transition to more economy, more pressure? MU is a bit clogged. That Muse, mind you, did leave the table at the rest of the turn.
the fermenter on the table is
It's empty.
without credit, without counters. Okay.
Because of the virus, right?
Oh, there was a revirus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you love that value purge.
Right.
So now we have something in the remote server on advanced 2 here. 2 Rashidas are out of the game. What went back? It was a Managarm and a face down? I don't think I caught it.
I missed.
And in the hand there, we're holding a Spin Doctor, an Oaktown, and a Malapert Data Vault. We just heard a judge call behind you. Very importantly, Jeff is one of the judges for this event while he's on stream. Other people are taking responsibilities for it. We're bringing down a Coalescence, a plus 2 credit play. It's just going to take the power counters right off. You're not going to see them hit the table. There's no charge synergy. It's just some money.
Yeah. Ideally, you want to do this off of the back of Urban Art Vernissage to make that, a 4 credit play sort of, dripping. But until you find that card, and it'll be a big question. I feel like there's a great divide between Arissana players. The 2 UAV and the 3 UAV camp.
Let's go 3 UAV.
I like 3.
I like 3 UAV.
I want to see that card. The deck feels very, very good with UAV, and it feels a little sad without it half the time. So
Yeah, a lot of the decks I think you see now are back to like 3 lily pad, 3 UAV. Just getting those like engine pieces as consistently as possible.
The consistency is so important.
Yeah.
So Jeff, we don't know what's in the server, but we do know that there is the agenda he wants to jam in hand, ideally.
Spec work, trashing the Coalescence, mind you, that's the first event of turn, so it's like 3 credits, 3 card draw, I think, after the Anacom. This rig is interesting. Simulchip's also super important because now Jeff knows that instant speed, whoa, it's the last Rashida if that wasn't shuffled back in. But that means at instant speed, there's a deep dive in hand.
Oh boy.
That's cool. There's a chance that Alex is on more aggressive, like, transient breakers.
Spree? We just saw a Spree discard.
Oh, this is cool. If I'm not mistaken, Alex played at Worlds many moons ago, playing a really good kickflip, like very strange trick-based Az deck, or like a Geist deck. Oh, it was wild. So he's like, if I'm not mistaken, really
Channeling
into these
his
like
past Geist.
exactly, yeah, these really like trick-based, run-based pressure decks. This seems similar, if I'm not mistaken. Jeff now thinking Rashida fired more cards in hand. We know he does have an Oaktown, but these are the sort of situations you hate to be in. What's, a bit of a rushy op deck is you did not draw the good stuff, and the runner has set up pressure. They've set up breakers, and at that point, it becomes tricky.
Right.
There's only 1 defensive upgrade probably in the deck that's locked behind 2 Mavirus unless you draw it naturally. So Jeff is thinking this through. Mind you, he holds his cards closer to his chest. You notice that?
Yeah, I do. Literally.
Yeah.
The defensive upgrade we're talking about, Mana Card, which we've already seen.
Yeah, but it's back in.
Okay,
so
you got to shuffle back
it
in.
out,
That's
right?
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah,
So
and you know that Jeff is tracking like the location of every card in the deck.
Yes.
Very, very accurately. Like he said, he knows card for card what's in the deck at any given point in time when he's playing these.
So 2 in the remote server. Alex knows one of those can be a Malapert. The problem is with the Simulchip, you get through most any server here unless it has multiple subroutines. We're starting by checking archives. That's going to be a nice chop there. There's some face downs. Spin Doctor, you're trying to bait out here, but we'll see. You get some information on what Jeff didn't think is valuable for this board state. Looks like a Sandstone. Drawing, you hate to draw that bunch of ice, but very specifically the
Hafrun.
The Afrun, yeah.
Afrun, okay.
Very important. Not the best when they have a Simulchip, but it basically, when you res it, if you trash a card, you can blank a breaker.
Let's trick shot again.
Let's go.
Putting some
a lot of
pressure on
agendas in R&D.
A lot of credits. I think we're going to see a res here. No?
Jeff is working on a video right now that talks about Arissana priority. So if anybody knows a priority windows, here is Jeff. So here, if Alex wants to
he's
install a
asking
card,
for do you want an Arissana
Yes.
action first? Exactly, right.
because this is where you want to get down your tutors or your econ cards, your Cubans, your Pichachon.
Pichachon, there we go.
And the idea here is if Alex doesn't do anything and Jeff doesn't do anything, there's no window to respond to it. So we're resing envelopment, 5 strength, 5 subroutines, 4 of them end the run. The last one's a bit trickier, trashes the ice.
So obviously Ob likes this because when it does trash, it becomes a 4-cost ice, which is usually a border control, which trashes itself and then becomes a sandstone. And then you can trash that with another thing. You get a 2-coster. Down the chain you go.
This costs 7 to break. Unless you want to flicker your Gauss, then you only save 2 credits.
Okay, because it comes in with plus
4.
4
It comes in
strength?
at 4 strength. At 4 strength.
At 4
Yeah,
strength.
I think it's plus 3.
So you still have to pump for 2
Now
for
you have
2.
to you have to pump and then break.
And then break a lot of
Yes, it's
subs.
very expensive. I think it's 8 credits.
This
I think
is
I did it wrong.
the truly taxing ice to chew through on the
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
Potentially, sometimes sandstones are also quite expensive.
Alex is going for it again. He had some money off the trick shot. He used a whole bunch of that, already installing the Pichachon for 3 off of the Muse. So we're figuring out, the question is whether he lets that trash fire, because if that happens, you can always pull a border control, you can end the run with the border control. Ending the run into a trick shot's not that great because you still get the secondary clause.
That's right. You don't
Let
get the
alone-
+2 credit bump
Yeah.
on the successful run, but that's still.
But it also eats off in a really awkward way. It looks like Alex broke all of it. He's going to simul-chip something back, going to trash that Muse, which is on its way out because of the Trojan clause. And just going to get coalescence down. Now you
There's
can
your
use
value
these
install.
counters immediately, install for free, take 4 off. So just Shaper.
Yeah, simul chip brings it in for a discount, so
Shaper economy in the new set is so wild.
it's pretty good. You can bounce up really fast.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. It's a fun feeling. Shaper hasn't felt this dynamic in a while.
Faroon's coming back. Speaking of the dynamic, I don't think Alex is on Turbine.
Ooh.
He's on Spree. He's on Weird Breakers.
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
I don't think he cares to be on that because he might
Spree's
deep
the
dive this.
slap vandal around.
I think
or
he,
is
yeah.
it, or
Slap Vandal,
Ysengrin,
Pichachon
maybe.
for deep dive. Like, there's a lot of flexible lines. And with
But-
only 1 ice on Centrals, he probably is going to deep dive this turn. This could actually be the deep dive of the game. There's
The
not
deep dive,
there's
yes.
not
He did-
non-zero chance this is the
Right.
last turn of the game.
He did where we have no agenda scores.
Nothing.
Or
There's a
stolen.
lot in R&D. There's maybe one in the remote. We saw in Oaktown in HQ.
Yeah, and I guess as far as defensive, it's possible that Jeff is on SDS drone deployment, but that doesn't really matter.
No way.
It's-
If anything, Basalt.
You think Basalt?
Yes.
That's ice.
It's an ice. That's an Oaktown.
Oaktown, okay.
2 points for Alex, getting the first points on the table. Now he gets 2 credits to run the remote server. He knows the outermost is broken for free. The question is, what is the innermost? What problems does he have? He's deciding not to make the run. Now you could force Jeff to res here. I don't think there's any ice. Now that Trickshot finishes, Onacom draws a card. We might be, I think we're going for a
Okay,
deep dive.
deep dive. Yeah, it's signaled.
We still have a couple clips here. We got 1 click back from the Pichachon. Did Alex get the click back? I think he did. Maybe he didn't. Spin Doctor,
that's
the final copy.
Important.
2 to trash. You're going to see the archives run. Deep dive.
There.
Okay, so he has a click after this.
Yeah. So there was a click.
Because he
back.
spin doctor
One of these
checked
was an
first.
archive. That's
Yes.
why there's.
So we're going to reveal 8 cards. This is massive. Stavka into Tithe.
There's
and
one.
Alice for 2 points.
Atlas.
Another Alice.
Not the game.
He's on 6 points.
That's pretty close though.
Just taking a pair of Alice's. Jeff not in a great spot here.
But that's the deep dive. There's probably.
More deep dive.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen a lot of Arissana on like Conduit plus a
No.
deep dive or catalogers and a deep dive.
With Gauss, he's only on deep dive and trick shot.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't afford to run that often. With
Okay,
Gauss.
yeah, you
well,
have to
maybe
kinda-
you could. You could conduit and like go a lot in a single turn, play like Euler too. That would be cool.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Alex is doing this sort of like kickflip pressure. Like I got a trick turn into a trick turn.
Yeah.
I don't think
And
he's
Jeff
playing
set
Red
that
Breaker.
remote up, prioritized defending the remote, which played very nicely into Alex's deep dive plans.
Yeah. And it's not something you exactly expect. We're going to move around that thimble rig, start a turn swap.
Oh, that's fun.
And now Jeff needs to do something cool with the Malapert. Let's see what he scores
Getting the
out.
Pichachon off of R&D
Seems good.
is pretty cool. Although at this point, Alex doesn't need the extra click.
Extract the thimble rig. Jeff might not be scoring out. We're looking for a 1-coster. We know Tithes are in the deck. Malapert's usually the other 1-coster. Ice Wall is usually the slot you have Tithe in, so it's going to be a Tithe instead. Very importantly, after the deep dive, you shuffle the deck. So Alex doesn't have full information on what's going to be drawn. You don't lock the deck. Obviously,
Right.
stealing 4 points is pretty cool, but Jeff technically
pretty
could have
cool.
drawn anything there.
Yeah, you like to
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
pretty cool.
When it happens, it feels fun.
Seems good.
Seems good.
When you're up 6-0 against a corporation with a 2-ice remote server, I do not envy
Jeffrey, yeah,
position
he's
here.
got a lot of work to do to crawl back out of this situation. Although, if there are no more deep dive threats, there isn't a strong board presence on Arissana's side. Like, it's not a whole lot. It's a rig and as you said, you want to see more simul chips or more ways of flickering that the Gauss.
Oh, he got purged out on archive, so he missed that.
Yeah,
Because he did the archives check, which cost him Fermenter. And now he's on 3 credits, right? We have one more trick shot.
right.
Maybe we'll see overclocks. Usually trick shot kind of takes that spot.
Yeah,
We
I
haven't
haven't
seen SMCs so
I haven't
far.
seen Overclock in decks in Arissana decks since Trickshot came in.
Yep.
That's taken the space.
Yep. So now Alex here has to figure out if he needs to, let alone if he can contest the remote server. You're pretty sure there's a virus in there, which means you have to at least play around Manic Arm. There's no more Mana Garment to form a carry, which is like a thing that the deck liked. It's still Mana Garment. It's still annoying, especially with border control.
It's an honest
it's
upgrade.
honest.
It's still quite strong, but it's not
I would say honest is good.
Back-breaking, like it was before.
It's just annoying when you have to like rerun because of
Okay,
border
we get to
control.
see the heap here. Looking for more deep dives, probably. We did not see any.
Yeah, he's checking to see how many Mews are out, how many Simulchip are out.
Yeah.
What is the breaker problem? Because currently, just a Gauss, as we saw into an envelopment, turns out it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, there's still a lot. The number of subs is really the problem, right? It's backbreaking.
So Alex has a bit of a read again.
2 trick shots down.
You also have this ability that you can do that a lot of people don't capitalize on. Oh, Simulchip's not a great. But you have the ability that you can purge him a virus at any window just to like get an Afrun to make you not be able to break the envelopment.
Right.
Like if it matters, you'll do it. You don't always have to go for Stavka or Hammer or Winchester. You can just get an end the run.
Gauss's strength bump is on the run that it's installed or the turn? Turn. Okay. Yeah. Which helps with that situation.
Yeah.
Like, fine, you can't kind of get in here and break with it, but you can run back.
Now we're Simulchip. Now it's just a tithe on R&D. It's a credit and a net damage if you don't want to break it. It looks like we're going for a Muse. We're hitting 4 MU here, so you can just trash something on the way out.
Where did the credits bounce back from 3 from?
Jeff extracted.
No, on Alex's side.
Oh, Simulchip into Coalescence.
Yeah. Simulchip to Coalescence. Look at that.
We're going in for singles. Does he have pressure?
Oh, that's game.
Above
Wow.
goal on the top. Arissana getting through with a deep dive. He had a second in hand.
Yeah, Jeff.
It was just going to happen. Jeff didn't
as close to visibly upset that I've seen him on that he did get a little bit taken apart there.
Drew no forward momentum. Sandstone's the one ice we saw in the early game.
What did we see in this server?
The remote server, we're expecting Tucana, Malapert, and maybe an agenda by there, but that is just a bit too slow. I think there's even a Rashid on the remote server, not even agenda.
Yeah.
But sometimes it be like that if you don't get the early card draw.
It do be like that. Yeah.
Oh, rough.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough treatment. Alex, well played, very well played.
Yeah, really cool deck to see that. Like Onacom, obviously we didn't get some lily pad triggers there, but like Alex drawing those events, putting the pressure on. That's always pretty exciting to see a new Arissana look. But well played to both players. Again, a huge shout out to Ysengrin, who's doing a judge. Head of OP is doing some judging for this event. And Alex traveling quite the distance. Definitely want to take those 8 points there.
Well,
and,
Alex got to take the stream win home.
It's always a big win
for his efforts to make it all this way out here. So that's pretty fun.
Yeah. That's round 4.
Yeah.
That's actually like for better or for worse, we keep having really short games. This was a longer game than we're used to so far.
We got to settle in a little bit this time.
Get to know the board state. Get to see the players. Watch their mannerisms. But yeah, that is going to be it. Again, we have about 50 minutes around. This is just the halfway point. We haven't even hit the halfway point.
Round 4.
Of 8?
Oh, halfway.
Yeah, so we have 4 more rounds.
We have 4 more rounds. Yeah, that's right.
I'm just saying there's more Netrunner.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot more coming. And we missed the first round, too.
Yes, we did. Yeah, so if you're trying to rewind on YouTube, which is a cool thing you can do if you're just tuning in, mind you, you don't have to watch YouTube live. It's pretty neat. You can scroll back and watch some of the old rounds you missed. But this is the 3rd round we streamed, 4th round today. We're going to a top 8 tomorrow. There's 40 players here. So I think X and 2 might make it. X and 1 definitely makes it.
Can you, for the non-tournament heads here, explain what that means?
Okay, so the idea is we're playing 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss. And a lot of people talk about their scores as X being how many wins, so 7, and then the number they care about is how many games you cannot win. So the idea is if you're trying to make the top cut tomorrow, it's safe. If you've only lost 1 game, you're almost guaranteed to make it tomorrow. Right. I think there's a chance some players who've lost 2 games might make it tomorrow, but I also want to make it very clear I'm not very good at this. And I'm just mimicking some of the mathematical calculations I've heard from people I trust.
My general rule of thumb is if you lose a 3rd game, you probably are not making a cut. Sometimes it's possible, but if so, you're usually skating in.
I don't think if you lose 3 games, you'll make it tomorrow.
Right.
It's way too hard with 40 players.
Very competitive with
and this is
large
a great field.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll see. We do have, we wanted to mention that there's a leaderboard for the NANPC Series up on NANPC.
NANPC.games.
.games, and they have a whole leaderboard section. If you go to that website, I believe we're dropping a link in chat, which is awesome. The current leaderboard, and it's all by first name. We don't have internet handles.
Man in the Moon, Abraham.
Yeah, with 89 circuit points. This is all obviously before today's event.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I don't very
I think I know some of
strongly.
these players. I could do the couple. So
Yeah.
Jason Ford's Sid 7. That is from what's it called?
Oh, maybe we should not be
Jailbreak?
doxing people in case they don't prefer to.
Well, this
do
is
that.
public.
Okay, it's public.
I
okay.
hear you. I hear
okay.
you. But yeah, I understand. Also, Terrence in second place, a Canadian player from Toronto under the handle Moomin. That was from winning the Toronto NANPC.
I'm
So
curious
the ideas.
if we have any of these leaders in the room today. Or
Of
like
course we do.
I know we have Eric
Keelback.
I'm not sure who the rest of. Yes,
We
it's so
probably
funny
have a
with
couple.
Netrunner with
Alex
the
Boyd, we just saw.
Yep.
But the big thing is like there hasn't been a big event in this area unless you went to Toronto, which is the
Ketchen's here.
closest. Cat, yeah. So a lot of these players, for some players, this is their first NANPC event.
Right.
So obviously stakes are really high if you care about those tournament
yeah, the
points and you
series
really
is
want to
just
get there.
really getting started, and it does sound like from what Eric just said prior to this game that there's going to be sort of a graduation ceremony at the end of the like a celebration
heard that. That's
of the
cool.
top players at Worlds this year. So that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll be back for round 5.
We have like 13 minutes.
soon.
It'll be soon.
Okay.
We'll see you in a
then.
bit. This is round 4. We'll be back for round 5.
Welcome back to Neon Static's coverage of NANPC Boston. Sorry, it took me a second. This is round 5.
We are just hitting the halfway point. My name is Andre from the Metroball Grid. Super stoked to be here, not only in Boston, but on Neon Static. We have quite a day, and it's continuing on. We have 2 fantastic players in a matchup, a fun matchup. We haven't seen PD on stream.
We haven't seen PD.
Oh, excuse me. 1 second.
Yeah. No. If you don't want to use them, it's fine.
But the credits I should.
Kindly.
Please.
Thank you. Just getting a double check on what has to be showed up on stream, but this is NANPC Boston again. We're in Norton, Massachusetts. On the left, we're going to be seeing this is Henry. Henry, mind you, used to be somewhat of a local in this area.
Yeah, he used to play in Boston. I was like, I recognize you, but you're from out of town, so I don't understand.
So he's, I think, now on the West Coast, but he was in town for this event, which is fantastic. So he can play amongst his peers and some friends. Like, that's just a phenomenal opportunity. On the right,
Was this Winnegon?
Yeah, it's Winnegon.
Okay, he goes by Hank.
Yeah.
And that's what confused me. When he was like, I'm Henry, I was like, wait, I thought you were Winnegon. Yeah, okay.
On the right, mind you, we have Toby. That's TF34 is his handle. That's second place at the World Championship. It was an online championship year. I'm pretty sure it was 2020, but a player who's been playing for, I would say, nearly a decade at a very high level.
I had the pleasure of having Toby come to one of the New Hampshire COs and not knowing who he was. And he was like, yeah, I'm getting back into Netrunner. And like totally... I had no idea that I was playing like a world's level player and got bodied. I got taken apart by PD. So Toby's very good at PD.
Yeah, good stuff. I remember back in the day, he was playing like CTM, just scoring out behind wraparounds. That was his special. I'm putting a Beal on the table, and I'm scoring out a Beal.
Behind a wraparound.
So we'll see what Toby does. Toby went for the mulligan. Mind you, this matchup is fascinating. It's Arissana. Arissana can deal with ice. Certain ice is harder than others. There's actually a whole bunch of HB ice that sees some amount of consistent play. Magnet, Hagen, all that sort of stuff is hard to deal with. Even dealing with an MIC or a Brawn is not that easy with Arissana's toolbox.
Yeah.
You need to get a bunch of cards working together, so we'll see how the pressure comes in. Mind you, we saw an Arissana deck just in the last matchup, which was that sort of deep dive Onacom. I'm expecting to see something more on Lilypad. I think the Onacom deep dive is a bit of a spicier inclusion. It's not very common.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Henry's here is doing.
Depending on the breaker suite in the Arissana deck, it can be very hard if you're on something like Propeller, which I know some players are on. Breaking a Brawn with a Propeller hurts an awful lot. It basically unloads the whole
credits,
thing.
Though.
Credits, no, but you need to basically empty the Propeller. Sure. And then so you have to have ways to keep cycling that Propeller. So
I hear you.
And it can work.
Expose a card? I'm not sure what happened there. But it looks like we did a card. We know that card in the remote server. I guess he didn't res because
it was a no res. You're not going to trash it.
So now we're running again, putting down on top of the deck. That's a Gatekeeper. That's another tricky ice you can get through with Slap Vandal. It's really good if you want to get through that with a Fizerum on the turn. It really matters. But very important thing with the timing. If you don't res the ice and the runner doesn't do anything with priority, you can't get the cube on there. So Toby just showing, hey, you can run. This is a 4-cost Tranquility home grade. UAV is down. This is actually a really interesting play pattern.
This is a great start.
Because sometimes you can just go trash that ice, and then Henry's economy play for the next couple turns is entirely stymied because there's nothing to return to hand. So the question is whether Toby has ice and whether that ice on the table is worth keeping. Something like an MIC, something like a Brawn, because that wasn't res there. So not that you needed to end the run, but that might be something more expensive or something with a face check that'll be more relevant later.
Getting the install on the Tranquility home grid for 2 credits.
There you go.
And trashing the coupon.
Yeah, that's a hard thing sometimes where you're committing to the UAV. Generally, you want to put on a res piece of ice because it's more likely to stay. Tranquility home grid, mind you, the first install per turn, your choice whether you want to get a card or 2 credits. 1 res, 4 trash cost is massive. And just keep track if you're watching at home how much money Toby's going to get from this Tranquility.
2
because
so far.
If Arissana doesn't get down something like a Miss Bones or a Parisha actually doesn't even work. It's an upgrade. Like, that just prints money turn after turn.
Parisha's only assets.
Only
that
assets?
is wild, yeah.
It's an old card.
You know what you need is, what's the... oh, no, what is it?
Gatekeeper res on the remote server, draw 3. Let's see if Toby's going to reveal any agendas and put them back in the deck.
What's the Anarch
He's buffering.
resource that trashes stuff?
Light the fire?
No,
Scrubber?
Scrubber.
Good old Scrubber.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Gatekeeper now res. It's 6 strength this turn. It'll be 0 later, which is a much easier way to deal with it. Pichashon, we're just installing it to install Trojans. Now, outside of the UAV, there is no economy here. We've seen no creative commissions, no dirty laundries, no sure gambles. Axis is an MIC, a massive code gate, 6 to res, 3 fantastic subroutines. So he would see what Toby has in the remote server. We're not expecting an agenda. We're expecting more like a Rashida, something that will do tempo forward. Nothing here. Top decked. I think that was an agenda.
I don't know know if we see an override. I was just wondering if we were going to see another override because the UIV value is just getting denied.
So good to stop that if you can.
Yeah. And, Gatekeeper's not too much to res, and it's got a pretty wicked face check.
Yeah, and it falls off a bit. Hedge fund. Toby keeping the money up, now up on 13 credits, excuse me. And we've got that second fire there, I believe is for money. So we're at a 3 credit econ card.
This is going to be a problem for Henry if he can't find what he's looking for. And
he
there we
needs
go,
to draw
Diesel to go
econ here.
Yeah.
He needs to draw his environmental testings. He needs to draw the coalescences. He needs to get back into this game financially because he's putting everything on the UAV, and if it doesn't stick because Toby is drawing those cards, is affording to res this ice, it's going to fall away. He has technically trashed 2 ice. Like, that's kind of something.
Yeah, it's something, but it feels like Toby's in a very strong position right now relative to Henry. 13 credits, got the remote kind of set up with 3 cards in there. Even though it's just 1 ice in front of it, we'll see what that is. Maybe
that ice can be the MIC, right?
Yeah, MIC.
That's a bad face check.
Seems likely.
It's so wild, right? Like, you tell new players, what do you want to do in the face check into HB is face check early, so that if you can click through those biroids, but MIC is the opposite.
And then it's an MIC, and you go, I'm
bad.
sorry. Yeah, don't do that. Don't listen to me.
Now, finding the MV testing, environmental testing, that gets a power counter every time you install hardware or a program. SMC is definitely a start, and once it hits its 4th power counter, boom, 9 credits. It's a lot. It's the money you get from a daily cast +1, but it should come faster if your Arissana deck is well oiled.
And clicking for a credit last click there.
So it's hard to make good value of this SMC. If you're paying 2 credits to get out of Cubon,
it's a spin doctor looking for something to score. This might make this game a little bit more even.
Seamless in hand?
If Toby had something and was ready to rip and score an agenda there, I think that it would have been a pretty hard battle for Henry to claw back up to.
What's the leftmost card in his hand? It looks like a cohort. There's no way.
Cohort guidance program?
Yeah. That's what my pixel radar is saying.
The further left, we don't see it anymore.
There's no way it's a cohort. Yeah, okay, we'll figure it out.
Where are you putting it?
It might be an anoetic.
In PD. It's probably an anoetic.
Yeah,
because you don't put a cohort off to the side of your one remote in PD.
So we got the
PD's
ice
only contractually allowed to have one
server.
remote, yeah.
Spin Doctor can go for a walk, but yeah, maybe it's just an anoetic. Second ice on R&D as well, the servers that you want to protect.
If it wasn't, wouldn't you, I guess right now you're not looking to protect it, but why wouldn't you just jam it in the remote?
I don't think it's an anoetic.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. I would have tried to get in there pretty hard.
Yeah.
Because you don't want it getting trashed for 1 credit. It's an important piece of the puzzle.
We're lucky here. Toby didn't make a play. He just built board state. So Henry has the time.
Coalescence.
Again, coalescence for +2.
The money's going to come.
NV testing. Toby giving that a read. Again, such a powerful shaper card in this last set. Comes in with 2 power counters. Henry's taking the motions. We just talked to Arizon recently. He was like, yeah, we were shortcutting on stream. I hope that's okay. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Coalescence, I feel like an Arissana almost always just immediately gets emptied.
Yes. I don't want to say correction on stream. We talked about a stream in the last round. I talked about Arizon playing this Wyld Geist deck. That was actually from the same meta, but that was Brick. That was Ian who played the deck. So it wasn't Arizon, but it's the same meta.
Okay, that is a simul chip.
Yep.
Alt art.
NSG, OP alt art from, I feel, 2 or 3 years ago. Environmental testing now at 3. So now Toby knows. Next turn. All Henry has to do is trash the coalescence, reinstall it. As long as he has a program in the bin, which he does, we have to watch out for N6.
Feature shadows there, yeah.
So there's a couple cards there. Cubon too.
Technically, it could get popped this turn too, right? You trash the coalescence, you reinstall it, you pop, you get.
Yeah. There's no lily pad
credits.
or anything to play around. Yeah, it's going to happen sooner than later.
Yeah,
Maybe you want to wait for a lily pad if you can get that additional push forward.
Sure.
But yeah, you can pop that whenever you want. You're totally right. Toby now spin doctoring back in.
I don't even know, because the lily pad's 4 to install, right? So you need to click for a credit for that to happen. I'm not sure if you want to give that up, that tempo.
Can be a bit awkward.
Or 1 card draw. I guess you're giving it up either way.
Second spin doctor, second server. It looks like this feels
Look at all
not
that
too
money.
dissimilar.
Hedge funds.
Oh, it's a corporate hospitality. That's the card we couldn't identify.
Okay.
This feels very similar to the game that we just kind of saw Jeff, where it's like the corp has a push, but they're just not finding anything to push.
It's a little bit less one-sided.
Discarding some cards here. Card in the remote server, mind you. We're up to +6 credits on the Tranquility. On top of what it looks like a defensive upgrade, we have a 6 hand size, mind you, that PD special, so you don't really have to discard there at end of turn.
I feel like both players have had a bit of draw and a bit of success, so
yeah,
shaping up to be an interesting game. Spec work, the
Nice.
coalescence is very nice. That always feels so good.
Gain some money, draw some cards. Again, it's Aesops on an event.
Yeah.
Gain 4, draw 2 sounds.
Aesop's on some drugs, on some high-powered octane fuel.
We'll see if this deck also has Aesops. Sometimes you see 3 spec work, 1 Aesops. Because if you can get it, you can get it.
Yep.
Well, now Henry here is more comfortably in the game. Simulchip SMC gives him good flexibility to get his breaker suite down. The issue is, like, if you're looking into breaking an MIC on the remote server, which is what you expect, you probably want Buzzsaw, and the turbine basically pays for itself really quickly. So that is a couple installs. Again, we have 9 credits, just 1 install away from entering Henry's credit pool. Running HQ. Gonna install an Ika.
That is excellent for Henry.
Unhosted Trojan. You love it. That's exactly what you want to get a UAV without having the bad thing happen to you, which did happen to Henry, unfortunately. Now, the access on HQ here, you're not expecting an agenda, because if Toby had an agenda, it's going to go into the remote server, but you just still want to make the run anyways because you want to install.
And for folks looking at the stream and seeing the card art for Ika and noticing that it doesn't say the word Trojan, it should be mentioned that NSG has gone back and retroactively added the Trojan subtype to any programs that can be installed on ICE. So Ika, because it can be installed and hosted on ICE, then it is a Trojan. So it works with Arissana's ability, and it works with UAV.
Making change. We got some piles there.
2 simul chips.
I was about to chastise Henry for his
Piles.
his economic piles, but now we're up at around 13 credits.
Yeah.
Another card, again, 8 credit econ card. We paid 1 for it. Tranquility Home Grid. That is a bit of a clown car server, as people say it. Now the question is, can you beat these upgrades? We're expecting Anoetic Void. That's nearly unbeatable. You're expecting Managarm Skunkworks. That one's a real annoying attacks on top of the Anoetic. You can do them in your choice of order. So it comes down to whether you have pinhole threadings, which are not incredibly common in Arissana lists. A lot of Arissana lists, especially the Gachapon versions, I don't know if that's this, are running as few events as they can. And we're going to go now return that to hand with UAV, getting 2 credits to spend on installing stuff. Whatever you want.
Install cards. The other option is Light the Fire, which would be a very spicy include in Arissana.
It'd be cool.
But still, even when Light the Fire gets played in this scenario, if there's a border control on that server, it is an issue. Cataloger coming down.
Coming down now. Spin Doctor's on the table, so you know the value of keeping that around. We're going for the Cataloger, but there's a Spin Doctor on the table.
Oh no, don't. Wait, but it's already been drawn. Spin Doctor's already drawn.
Yeah, but you just shuffle.
That's true. Yes, you just shuffle. Spin Doctor is the ultimate cataloger. Are we going to go attack the Spin Doctor first, hopefully? Henry?
Again, you don't have to use the Cataloger. It's not a run event, so when you get there, you have options. But the problem is, as soon as you see, while you could run back, you can also click it now. Gatekeeper on the outermost, res for 3. It's a 6 strength code gate. So there are ways to deal with it. Arissana, Fizerum is a good one.
We are running. Okay, we are in the run. Never mind. We're not going for the Spin Doctor.
No, we're running this.
This is...
Bypass for 2.
This could be unfortunate for Henry.
And that's a nice new Trojan from the set, making all ice besides barriers pretty upset. We're going to use the 2 credits to install the Cataloger. Yeah, Henry just missed that. So
using the Fizerum on an old Gatekeeper.
No, it's new.
It's a new, really
6 strength.
Okay, my bad. I was thinking of the previous one that got trashed.
Now, Drafter here, you don't love to fire it, so you might consider Simulchip tricking to get the Fizerum down the line.
And
now,
the money's
not great
on tap with the Simulchip, so like you can afford this.
Yeah.
Henry can afford this.
You can also crack here. We know there's an Ika in hand. We have used the Arissana ability. Now, Ika breaking a Drafter is not phenomenal. It's still doable.
And that, well, if you're going to be running R&D a fair amount, especially if Conduit's there, getting the Ika hosted on the Drafter would feel good. Because once the Ika is hosted, mind you, it costs 2 credits, mind you. Hi, I'm assimilating your language. Once it's hosted, it gets a lot more affordable.
So Muse is coming in. It allows you to install a card from your heap, from your hand, from your bin. So we'll see what we get here. Again, Ika's easy. If you're going to go for a breaker, you're expecting it to be Echelon, which is not phenomenal. So it looks like there was another Ika either in the deck.
So we went Simulchip into Muse?
Yes.
Okay.
No, SMC into Muse.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
Tutor into Tutor.
Yeah.
It's so goofy.
It's to get the Ika.
Yes, which I think breaks for... I want to say
which can
3
fetch
credits?
from hand.
Yes.
Oh, that is
because you don't pay the install
that
cost.
Is
it's like really, really goofy. Yeah,
I love it. It's in my hand. Oh no.
Because otherwise, Ika doesn't install directly on ice.
That was expensive. But it puts it right on the ice. So it actually eats the. It cost, you've probably just said that while I was processing. Buffer.
Oh no, Cataloger again. Spin Doctor on the table whether Toby sees it. This is 4 cards. You're allowed to look at them, put them back in any order. For what it's worth, no agendas.
Let's
so
see
at
if
least here, Toby
gently
might just
touches the Spin Doctor. Can we see Toby's face showing signs of like, I can't wait to pop this Spin Doctor?
I don't think Toby's too familiar with these cards now, this play pattern. Toby definitely has played into indexing of old. This is the new indexing.
We'll see if Henry goes action before.
Yes, you always ask for action. So Toby is thinking about it.
Did we? Maybe that was action.
He can pop if he wants to.
I think he did ask action.
Or
Looking at the Spin Doctor. No, the hand. Oh.
He knows there's so many agendas in R&D, though, because he's drawn, like, none of them.
That's true. Did we see what the cards were that were
It
out?
was, like, 2 Seamless and 2 Ice or something. It was not agendas.
So he's baiting the action click.
Yeah, which you got to do. You got to commit to it.
So it's really just an efficient way of dealing with the spin doctor.
I wouldn't call it efficient, but yeah, it does happen.
That is an Aesop's Pawn Shop full alt art.
Yes, old school. Oh, no pop, no
No
use.
pop.
Toby calling the caller. Just like, do it. I don't care. Staying. That Aesop's Pawn Shop was like my favorite alt art when I was starting to get into the game. It was so hard to find. And
Where
it was
is that
just
from?
lovely. It was an old FFG OP alt art. I don't know from what series. It was great. Oh, but Henry's spending so many resources down to like 2 or 3 credits. Toby definitely has a remote server opening with a hedge fund. We'll see if you install an ice here and just trash all the Trojans. Now there's 2 simul chips. You can use them on Toby's turn. So maybe not the best use, but you can stop the UAV. You can slow down the corporation or slow down the runner, excuse me. But like Toby has a seamless in hand. I'm assuming he can score out just about anything in the remote server. The question is, does he feel like he needs to? Thinking through, giving that hand a good shuffle. I feel like the first round we had so many more players to play with their hands over the tables, and now they're like keeping them close.
Yeah. It's something I've learned while streaming paper games is like Nick had the tendency of like holding his hands about a third of the way onto the mat, and I had to condition him to say, hey, like people want to be able to
Pull it back.
see the cards. Yeah, but then you don't get to peek in the hand.
No,
so
you love it.
You know, yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Double advance, hedge fund. So if you want to run R&D, it's still, I think, like 2 to 5 credits. We're going to Aesop's Pawn Shop the Muse for 3. We're going to return the Ika to hand. So the Physarium is going to stay on the Gatekeeper. Now, if you have a Buzzsaw, you break it for 1. But now we see what we can do with this money again. Aesop's is 3 credits a turn. And just about anything you can cannibalize if you're putting things down, especially when you install them clicklessly, it's still good. But Henry needs to figure out how to contest this remote server because he spent a lot of effort cracking R&D into nothing. Also, the worst part now that he knows is R&D is safe for the next 3 turns if Toby doesn't draw.
Yeah, just don't pop that spin doctor.
Yeah.
Do we know what the face down in archives is?
No.
Could that running the spin doctor?
Yep.
Forcing the issue, shuffle that R&D, and it's probably just gonna Toby's probably just gonna let him trash it. I would expect.
Sometimes with PD you can do it because if you're scoring out, you can just get back into your hand.
Right. And that's true. Score out and then use the PD ability.
Henry doesn't have any money. So we'll see if it comes down again. He can always, like Spin Doctor can disappear and that's always a fun thing to play around, but you have priority so you can always get the Ika down first before Toby like pulls it away. Sometimes there's a window where if the Spin Doctor disappears, you can still install something depending on the timing. But Toby's figuring out whether he wants to use it or not. We know there's some ice there.
We have 22 minutes left in the round right now.
22, whoa. This game's still at 0 points.
I know.
Toby might be on 3 as soon as next turn.
We were on 40-minute rounds here in NPC.
Trashing for 2. Urban Art, installing a Coalescence that's plus 4 credits because it was installed for free. So we're just going to...
You love to see it.
Yeah, you don't need the power counters. We know.
It's just an MU hog. Where are we on MU? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Pretty good. No console yet.
No console just yet, which is a lot of card draw that Henry's missing here.
Right. Henry's been able to draw into the right cards, but it is... we saw like a diesel, I think, but that's kind of it.
Now, Toby has to figure out if he wants to score this out, can he jam another agenda? We don't think he has one. Henry knows he's not drawing into one. So the question is, does he want to like score this? PD says when an agenda scored, pick a card from the bin, put it back into hand. So you can just get that Spin Doctor back and say, what are you going to do, a catalog?
Feels like an Ikwa.
It does feel an Ikwa. It's like, that's a terrible agenda to score out early.
Yeah, you don't want it.
No, you don't want it. Your other agendas do things.
Seamless. It's an Ikwa. With 1 counter on it, it feels like it has to be, unless that was an econ play. But
I think it is. Wait a second. Did he advance the wrong card? No, we're just talking about the math.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the card?
I'm confused. Where'd the card go? There's the Ikwa. Okay.
You hate to score that.
You don't want to score it first.
Which is 100%. I think the Spin Doctor came back. We might have missed it. It was slightly off camera. Shoveling his hand. That's fantastic. But if there's any agenda in this deck you want to not score out first, it's that one.
Yeah. It feels like a brick.
Yep.
It just slows you down so much.
Yeah, you definitely want to score one every game, but it's defensive text. You want to keep that as long as you can.
Right.
It's all basically Henry knows there's no other agendas in hand because that is the last option.
Also, the PD remote synergizes so well with Ikwa, and it being the last thing you're pushing along the finish line that you would really love to get several ice res, a lot of your defensive upgrades, get the Anoetic, the Managarm, and the Ikwa in there, and now good luck stealing it. It's really, really hard.
So now on top of that, I believe it's a 10 credit Tranquility. Toby can always draw 2 at the end of the turn, shuffle, break, lock if he needs to, and then hopefully jam the next card again. We're looking at
Wait, what are
all
we
those
shuffling off
upgrades.
of?
Spin. We think spin might be in the remote server.
We think it was a spin.
I'm pretty sure he pulled a spin. We might have missed it. Trick shot is a start. That's 4 credits.
Because it could be as simple as, you know, if he's got a really good poker face, we could have an off-world in there and a seamless, and you're back in it.
He just didn't have time to have one. Like if he had a seamless, he would if he had an off-world, he'd probably jam instead of the Ikwa, and we lock the top 4 of the deck.
That's true.
It's like
it wasn't
super
there.
unlikely.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's maybe one turn where he put the Ikwa on the remote server and then drew the off-world. That's the only chance.
Okay, we have the Ikawa back onto the drafter.
Toby's reading all the new Shaper cards.
Yeah.
This card's amazing. We've seen
Wait
a
till
lot
let's
of it
watch
today.
his face as he understands the power of trick shot. Like, this
Okay.
seems like a lot.
I don't think he's going to run the remote here. But Henry's, yeah, there you go. Spin Doctor, so we called that. So this now breaks lock. The top of R&D is entirely unknown. Ika came down there with the Arissana ability. We're going to break and bypass the 2 ice. The question is whether he wants to shuffle with Spin Doctor. Sometimes you don't. On the basis that you want to be able to break lock next turn.
Ooh,
Rashida off the
Rashida.
top.
Trash.
1 credit, the trick shot. You get 2 on the successful run. Second card is an Architect Deployment Test. 2 points for Henry. Now the top of R&D is entirely unknown. So lock has been broken once again. Henry now has an option to run the remote server with a single credit. Doesn't seem great. It's nice actually to pressure upgrades every once in a while before there's an
just to
agenda
make,
in there.
Just to make something at rest. Although it could be, is this last click? It would be pretty unfortunate to find a drafter in this situation.
Yeah, you'd like panic simul chip back into it, but it's maybe not the way that you want to spend your resources here. We have to watch out. That could have been a cataloger run, and I think Henry knew that there's, the spin doctor was res, so you don't go for the cataloger.
Panic simul chip the Ika onto the drafter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always have those options, or like panic from Muse to get, I don't know, echelon. There's ways you can do things for sure.
Yeah, right. It remains to be seen if Ika is the sole killer in this deck, or because that is happening more and more. That I've seen around decks that are just relying on Ika, or 2 copies of Ika.
I think Henry's on 2 copies of Ika.
Yeah.
Diesel for the last click. We're gonna drop a bunch again. We still haven't found the lily pad. Usually 3 of them in the deck. The economy is still holding on. Throwing out a UAV and maybe another card. Toby, mandatory draws an unknown card. He has a problem
Such
on R&D.
mystery.
The cataloger's still there.
Brawn.
Spin Doctor's on the remote server. We see the hand again. No agendas. We do have a recursion piece.
Brawn, Tranquility.
2 seamless.
Seamless.
And then the
corporate hospitality. What are you targeting with corporate hospitality here? That is, goes and fetches a card out of archives, right? Yeah. And there's nothing else in there that you're really interested in.
The thing is, if you draw an agenda, you can just jam that
Corporate.
agenda. You don't have to install the card that you brought back. It's just like it does all that stuff. You figure out what you want to do with your last click.
Let's see if we pick up that Rashida.
It's most likely, and we'll see a good shuffle. So Tranquility and Ice, still no agendas.
It does push you forward too, because looking to draw and.
So it's a Gatekeeper, a Rashida.
I believe the Rashida's coming
Yeah.
back. Yes.
So that if that overinstalls a Spin Doctor, like that does give Henry a window where the cataloger can connect. Toby has a lot of cards in hand. I don't think he feels terrible discarding here.
You don't even want to shuffle anything back in with the Spin Doctor, because then it's just clogging up your agenda draw.
Yeah,
Toby just needs to
clogs
draw
the
the
runner's agenda draw too. Like it's a hard thing.
Yeah.
So Spin Doctor getting just trashed. Hoping to get that back with PD, another corporate hospitality with an sometimes you actually want to keep a Spin Doctor in the bin to give teeth to like a remote drafter, because you can always like just save the agenda, stuff like that. So Spin Doctor not being removed from game notably, and so Toby now is going to put something in the remote server, get that Tranquility. We're expecting it. That was a Rashida, if I'm not mistaken. But again, I think 12 credits on Tranquility now. It's a good card.
It's made some
good.
money.
Good.
It's done a lot of work.
UAV returning the the criminal cards.
Vyserum, you can't return that off of a UAV.
It's a
though.
virus. You can't. That's correct.
So why did it go to the bin?
I think
Simul chipping?
Simul chipping? Was there a purge? I don't know.
We got a judge call?
No, I don't think so. I think he
Okay.
pulled back the Ika. I think the Vyserum was ruined.
Should we hit? Did he run Archives? Archives still has
think
face on
so.
cards. I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm not
sure what happened here.
Maybe he wants to get to Simul chip on this turn. Because it got trashed. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I'm wondering mechanically how it got trashed.
We're checking archives. We know there's a Spin Doctor in it. Oh, it's
Pawn.
Oh,
that
of
makes
course.
sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then you can move it. That's kind of a clever play. I like that.
Yeah, it's really good. Ace ups, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Magnet. Good card in the matchup. Throwing out a Magnet means your hand is better, more taxing. Magnet's like not the end of the world for Arissana. It's generally very annoying though.
Sorry, I'm just like, I just had a revelation moment with Aesops and Vyserum. That seems pretty good with the Simul chips. You can move that around a little bit more freely. It's pretty nice tech.
Yep. You can still do it with like Simul chip. You don't need it to be in the bin because you can just like flicker it. But if you trash something that turn, then you can't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, chat, by the way, for helping us out. You figured out the puzzle. You had the same resources, if not fewer, than we did, and you got there.
I'll just go over and ask Henry what he did, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a trick shot again, so we're going to figure out how we get through these. I'm assuming at this point a buzzsaw might come down if that's the coder, because now you pay 1. Very cool thing about this trick shot credits is not only for breaking ice, it's for anything. Playing side games, installing breakers, doing traces, it's whatever you want.
You feel rich.
Yeah, it's great.
For a short amount of time.
Overclock, but other stuff.
Overclock for slightly more, eventually maybe, but longer, and also other things. Yeah.
So we'll see what Henry pops here. Again, a card has been trashed, so now Simulchip is easy. Whether you want to go for the Muse or the SMC, again, SMC into Buzzsaw, 6 credits. It's a bit much. And there's still a cataloger here. There's a chance that Henry can win this turn.
The Serum coming back.
It's back. Bypass for 2. Now, very importantly, you can't oh, you could. If you do this on approach, you have to do this on approach. You could res a virus, purge a virus. It's like nonsense, and then you have to pay another Simulchip. Ika gets installed, gets hosted. We're going to break that as well on Drafter. It's 3 strength, 2 very important subroutines usually.
Ika getting installed off of the Arissana trigger.
Yeah, that was RE trigger. And so now we'll see if Henry wants to see 2 cards. He's going for the cataloger, so he's actually not seeing 2 cards.
Just to organize. This is the indexing part 1.
Yeah. What's really cool is if you have a cataloger in hand.
We see an off-world.
That's 5 points. This could be the last turn of the game.
Is there another Ikwa?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Ikwa into off-world.
So what do we go?
If he has a cataloger in hand, if he installs it and pops it, that's not good enough. So all he has to do this turn is run the remotes, run R&D twice, and pull a Pichichon. As long as you can afford it, and
we have it in the bin. We have a Simulchip on the board. It can happen.
Yes, and so like now you can run the remote server and actually use your trick shot credits to like install the Pichichon. It will be free, so you don't actually have to do that. But anything you can do,
you don't have access to the credits now because the run is successful and this one's over. But another one will open.
Well, you have access to the credits. So there's no paid abilities during.
Exactly. That's what I mean. You can create a new paid ability when you make that second run.
But I don't think we need the credits. And I think Henry just runs back.
In that case, Toby does have the option of rezzing that uttermost and making it a problem.
Oh, yeah, it could be bad. He doesn't have to do this.
A bad, gatekeeper face check could shut that whole thing down.
So now he's installing. This is the cool thing, is you can use the second cataloger. The problem is you don't have the click to steal the Ikwa.
Ikwa, yes.
Because now we're spending a click, so we get access to the top card.
See the Ikwa?
It's the next card.
Maybe one down. Are you sure it's the next card?
I don't know if he moved it. I think he
might have moved it down one further. In which case, if Toby doesn't draw, he knows where it is.
Yes. Now, I do think Henry knew there was Rashida in the remote server, so...
And a draw.
That's in hand.
And a draw.
There's the Ikwa. He bottomed it. He did bottom it, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was Rashida, yeah.
So it's in hand.
It's in hand. Now, Toby can put that in the remote server and try and score it out. You can still score in 3, but Henry, maybe he missed. Yeah, he stole the off-road, so we're 4-3, yeah. So now Toby has in hand the Ikwa. Henry knows that. It's not an agenda that he's excited to score out, but it's more defensible in the remote server. That's obvious instead of HQ. There's still another cataloger on the table. So this is the big thing. This deck is only on 2 3-pointers. So Henry knows where all the 3-pointers are.
Is this the Ikwa?
It probably is.
It has to be the Ikwa.
Unless he drew a Spin Doctor.
Have we seen all the Rashidas?
I think we've seen 2, because one of them was recycled.
Yeah, I think that's probably the Ikwa.
With corporate.
Which puts Toby in a difficult situation here. Because now, icing R&D because you're just worried about bleeding. Well, you need 2 scores because there's usually only 2 Ikwas in these PD decks.
Yes. So Henry has more work to do if he can't touch that Ikwa. If he touches that Ikwa, he wins the game as long as he has to click in 2 credits. You see the hand here? The Ikwa, I believe, is in the remote server.
Do you see all those upgrades?
Yep. He's been drawing all the upgrades.
That's hard to get through right now.
Oh, that remote server, yes.
And there are 21 credits on the board.
So it's Managarm, Anoetic, maybe a Mavirus, which is actually quite cute into the potential Fizerum.
Yeah.
And
Flicker
then
that,
we're assuming an agenda.
Purge it,
yeah. The thing is, it's not perfect, because you have to purge on approach, and then they can always respond.
You purge on approach.
Because you can't purge on encounter, because when the running on
the text on Fice Serum,
it's an on-encounter ability.
It's an on-encounter ability, yes. It's quite...
It's tricky.
It's actually... We've had some rules discussion on this on our podcast.
Yeah. Well, I didn't listen to that.
It's fun. It's a fun puzzle, and it actually helps. I feel like players. It's forcing players to learn that approach and counter sequencing.
Selling the Urban Art Vernissage, getting 3 credits off of it the clickless way. Now Henry understands if he can crack the remote server, which seems very difficult, he can get in there. We only have 10 minutes left in the round, which if Toby can score out just to 6 points and hold, which is difficult against a cataloger. A cataloger is just kind of hard to deal with.
Henry, like, selling off the UAV, unless there's another in hand, this signals, like, I'm making the final push to me.
We're getting there.
I'm offloading whatever I can to get across the finish line.
Well, he has nothing to bounce, so like he's just trying to get as much money as he can, as fast as he can.
Yep.
So Toby next turn has to, unless he has double seamless, which he does. He actually can score the Zekwan next turn. I don't think he needs to, because he can't jam something in the remote server the following turn, unless like Henry presents a board state in which he thinks he can crack the remote server. This remote server seems pretty good.
Double seamless seems pretty good because you go double seamless and then the next turn, double seamless, advance, score, pull back a seamless, and then all you have to do is jam one, and everything is the game. Everything becomes the game.
A big chance what Toby wants to do is score the agenda and push the next agenda, especially when time's
on a turn. Yes.
So he could like do advance,
because HQ is open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like you don't want to keep the cards in HQ.
Okay.
We're running the remote server.
Running R&D.
Oh, excuse me.
With the Cubon install off of Arissana. Simul chip.
Yeah. Now Henry could have simul chipped on the turn that the ice got trashed.
Oh,
He's
just
trashing
using
the
Cubon as a target
to get something back here. Might be a Pichashon, could just be a Muse. We're going to get some flexibility on what we want to pull into the table. The thing is he has to commit to that before he sees the ice rezzed. So we'll see what we get here. Pichashon's a bit of pressure. SMC is all your breakers. You only have 8 credits though, so it doesn't go that far.
It's a cupulation. That's fun.
That's going to be HQ multi-axis. Knowing that there's a chance the Echo is in hand, I think we know it's not. I actually don't know if Toby's holding an agenda. There's one card we didn't see in his hand, mind you. 6 is a lot. So now if he touches a card with cupulation, he can steal it, and then he can cash it in for HQ multi-axis.
There's 10 agenda points in that deck. So... And they're all 2-pointers, so that there are 5 agendas.
We think there's 8 because it's a 44, right?
Oh, 8. That's right. That's right.
Accent HQ hitting a seamless. Henry can arrest
Cupulation doing the best job. Look at
into
Toby's
the
smile.
So that still has the double seamless advance play. So Toby has to work a bit harder. I think that's still okay.
Okay.
Now he can come back and C3, which is pretty fun.
All you Cupulation haters, look what it can do. This is so fun. Muse into Cupulation.
I know, it's a stack of 3 cards.
It's amazing.
This on this on this on this.
And now you are stuck with that MU baggage of the Muse because you can't give it back.
No, you can't. yeah, you're tied up.
And no console still.
No.
So where's the MU situation? 1, 2,
no
3.
NV testing. Like we have no
3.
environmental testing for a while.
Right. Yeah. Those dried up very early. That was sick.
Tricky.
I loved that.
Toby might have lost something. We'll see if he sends in the seamless. He's paying 1. So he basically built his own legwork that had an imp attached to it.
7 minutes left in round 7.5. I mean, I could see just Toby going advance.
5 on table, yes. I think the Echo's in the remote server. I think this is totally safe. Add is a border control.
We're attacking the hand. Huh?
Seamless?
Okay.
Yeah, he just wants to see the 3.
Yeah.
In case the Rashida drew into more than one agenda.
Okay.
Because mind you, Henry knew most of those cards that were drawn with Rashida. Because he saw 4 of them, stole 1. So there's only 1 card he missed lock on.
Right.
So there's a chance it's in here. It's just very unlikely.
Right. I mean, it is open.
It's open.
Yeah. It does seem like, given Toby's behavior.
Did you see what Toby drew?
No.
Kind of looked like an ADT, the Architect Deployment. So one of these is definitely an agenda. He has a lot of money.
I mean, it seems like we want to triple advance here.
Yes.
So that next turn you can...
Seamless, draw, jam, worst case.
Yeah. Maybe... we'll see.
If you don't have it, you have to draw.
Double advance.
We know there's 1 seamless in hand. Just
and click for credit.
Whoa. Not wanting to draw again into an open HQ makes sense. Just make sure you advance the right card, Toby. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Pawning the Muse right away. It's empty.
I guess the ice must be pretty expensive. So
we know it's
there's
a Muse.
A Brawn and a Mick.
We know it's an MIC.
Yeah.
But like, what's Henry gonna do? He's got nothing.
Right. There's not even a breaker on the board. There's a Facerum.
He's got
and no more simul chips.
But his board states evaporate. Running R&D, it's a Brawn. Brawn is phenomenal. Mind you, a big barrier cannot be Facerum. It's hard to deal with big barriers.
That's an important res right now.
But this is the thing. It's like if you get out on Propeller, you break that for 3, bypass for 2, you can just win off of Cataloger. Oh, no, you can't win.
You can't second charge Cataloger now. So you can C3.
Oh, you can't go back.
You can't go back.
Yeah. You just have to set it up. Arissana is going to install an Ika. We're full clicking it. This is a single axis, but again, Henry can get to 6 points here. There's not more 3-pointers in the deck. So this axis is obviously pretty expensive. It's the whole turn.
Using the Cataloger charge or just a single axis?
I don't know if you do Catalog or pass, maybe. But you need to get to points. Like, you need to get to 6 or at least a tie. We have 5 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
Fazerum, bypass for 2. We're just going to single axis Anoetic. We assume there's an Anoetic in the remote server, so it's not a great draw for Toby. You need to stop Toby from drawing agendas. 1 credit to trash is not a lot, but It's not what the board state wants here. So Toby can do seamless, advance, install. I don't think he might have one agenda. There's one card we missed on lock.
I think he's got it.
There's a lot of points in R&D if he doesn't.
I'm betting on Toby having it. That's what I think.
First click, seamless launch. Again, you're expecting this to be the Aqua. There's Aqua.
Second Aqua.
Scoring 2 Aquas is very rare. But now Toby has 1 click left. So if he has an agenda, it goes on the remote server, it's way safer there.
Does it jam?
Pulling back.
It's got to be seamless.
I didn't see the pullback.
It's a seamless.
There's a seamless on top of the pile.
Yeah, but he...
Oh, he got it. He put something in the remote server. I think that's an agenda. I think one snuck through. That's an ADT, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Henry has to go at the remote now with nothing. So I guess you can't. So what are you looking to do? Run, triple click through Ron and hope you top deck?
Yep. That's the play.
2 agendas? How?
Now what's fun here is Toby can actually purge. If you purge, the Physarum goes down. And there's no tricks here. So if Toby knows that this is the win in the remote server, he can just purge. If he has him a virus.
If I'm a virus, yeah.
And that will stop it under. Yeah, he's just going to purge.
And there it is. That's the game, I think.
So Gatekeeper's going to fire. You can draw 3 if you want to. There's no clicks left here. Henry has no tricks to pull that Peach of Shaw, so that's going to stop that. Now you're technically on approach, but you can't jack out because you've already done it before. It's going to fire. Look at 3. Just some economy. Regolith, Rashida, I think a hedge fund.
Wait, the draw, was that a Rashida fire?
No, Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper fire. I'm sorry. Running through a Gatekeeper.
Does Toby have it? No. I think
it's
he
a Rashida.
He pulled back a Rashida. He's just looking for the last points.
Yeah, he installed a Rashida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now he's drawing 3. There's a chance Henry's not entirely cooked. If Toby draws too many cards here, too many agendas.
You just run an HQ.
Yes, and he doesn't find a Spin Doctor. He has a Spin Doctor. He has a 1/4/2. He drew 1 agenda.
He drew the perfect amount of cards, yeah.
Henry needs to figure out how to beat a Gatekeeper, but still, he needs to steal 2 agendas because there's no more 3-pointers in the game.
Right. So Toby's going to install the off-world.
Yes.
Doesn't really need to do much. Like, I guess...
Creasing. Install, gain, was it 3?
Yeah, get some monies to res this ice. Need to be able to defend the server, right? That's the thing that's easy to forget. Not for well-experienced
Do you want to talk about that Tranquility Home Grid? How many credits do you think it's about?
Like 20?
16?
16
Maybe 18.
credits. Yeah.
Seems good.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. And the funny thing is Henry saw it round 1, was like, I can't. You can't trash it round 1.
It's hard to do it. And Toby, mind you, has only spent money resing ice on R&D and won the virus. Scoring out agendas costs something, of course.
Right.
But now he needs to check his remote servers. There's an MIC that's hard to deal with. Anoetic's hard to deal with. Managram's hard to deal with. Henry's on like 5 credits.
I think it's 5. I think it's a stack of 5.
So can he make a run? Because if he wants to triple click through the Brawn, he has to basically install something from hand that will defeat Gatekeeper. That can only be a program. Trojans would be nice. Now he can just sell a bit of his board state, but with the 2 Aquas out, like that's the best place for them to be. It's in the square area.
We have 2 minutes left in the round. I'm kind of curious what... Okay. We see all the install, we see an advance, and then...
So Toby might not have a seamless, but this plays around accumulation recurring.
Right.
Which is like a way to stop you from losing.
Yeah, accumulation getting the seamless battle of your hand is what I was saying you might want to tech against.
That's clever. Upgrade on R&D. That R&D seems like it's
that's
7 cards.
That's the other anoetic.
Yes. But that R&D, mind you, is like mostly, well, not mostly agendas. I think there's 3 agendas in R&D, but R&D looks like 7 to 9 cards.
Yeah.
It's a lot of agendas.
It is very, very dense. So that upgrade seems like it makes a lot of sense.
Toby's been struggling to find the points, but showing the pin, what did he say? Pinhole, lily pad?
Pinhole, lily pad, and I missed the last one.
And we're having a good laugh, so is Toby. Trying to figure out what to do with his hand.
I don't know if he can even break an MIC. I don't think we saw a program in there.
Was there news? That would be the best case.
No, I missed the 3rd card.
We have 1 minute left in the round, so Henry can definitely take the time here. Checking archives, respect. You're not going to find anything in there.
Wouldn't it be something?
It would be something. Going to get 2 purges. That doesn't matter. He has 3 clicks left again to steal 2 agendas.
Okay, just
yes.
hoping that Toby's
There's a chance that Toby drew a lot.
1 agenda in
Well, you need
his
2
hand.
agendas.
That's right, 2 agendas. Yeah, all right.
Hedge fund.
And if this click doesn't come up with an agenda, which it won't,
Henry,
there's no way Henry wins.
Bit defeated.
And he knows it.
Yes. He knows it so hard.
All right, and there he goes. Yeah, the recognition.
1 click left. It's not possible anymore. We're going to go for that handshake.
Yeah.
Toby revealing the 4-2. That was a game.
That was a pretty good game. There was some serious moves
Nothing in hand.
there.
It's the whole deck is only agendas. The whole deck is 3 cards. They're all agendas.
Where
Toby,
were the agendas?
Weird, Toby.
There
I
they
can't
were.
find them.
Yeah, they're at the bottom of the deck.
He was just drawing. He had the whole game to be like, I just need an agenda here, please. And he scores 2 Ikoas.
Yeah.
Oh,
two
man.
2 Ikoa score, and then finally finishing it off with an off-world office. That was a round.
What a game.
Yeah, that was sweet. Really like that.
You hear players cackling in the background. I think that's Eric.
That's
that you hear
Eric,
laughing through. Like, what the heck is going on here? 3 cards, Anoetic, all R&D as agendas, and still pulling it out. Well played to both players. That was a fun game.
It was a really fun game. It was a
lot.
lot of fun to watch that go back and forth.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody enjoyed that one. That was our longest, almost a full round game.
I'm glad when we get a full round game.
We got
get the whole round to hang out. It's
so we won't
sick.
have very long. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back. We'll have the timers up for the pairings. So we'll be back soon.
We'll be back round 6. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to Neon Static's coverage of NANPC Boston. We are here. Andre's here. Andre, hi, Andre.
Hey, how's it going?
We're back.
It's in round 6, day 1.
Yeah,
I just did a low energy intro.
Getting a little punchy because that was too high energy. Got to balance it all out.
We're hitting round 6, mind you. We have 2 phenomenal players here. On the left, that's Wyld. I believe this is a New York local meta match, is what I've overheard, which is fantastic.
That makes sense.
Wyld playing some Decky PE. You look at the hand. Those are some assets that want to hurt you.
Yeah, you get Sting. You have 2 front companies, I think I saw in hand.
Front companies, Reaper function. You saw some stuff, again, that's going to hurt.
Both players mulligan.
Both players mulligan. AnalyzeChris, mind you. You might know Chris. Chris has been playing for a long time. Fantastic competitive player. A member of the Snare Bears, playing good stuff. Hoshiko, we're assuming, until proven different, which will probably be proven immediately. But it's quite a good deck. Now, this matchup is interesting. Hoshiko gets that built-in card draw. The question is, how quickly can you keep down these assets while tempo PE pushes towards a win condition? And these win conditions are pretty interesting, right? Getting cards out of hand means you can get those fast advanced agendas sometimes. Cards on the table suddenly get advanced really quickly. We saw Wage Workers in hand.
I'll be really interested to see what this deck's makeup is. I haven't seen like a straight-up PE. We see Anemone, we see... cohort guidance program, Ysengrin, Bladder War. It's an asset. It's just spam the assets, lots of small agendas.
So
we
we'll
saw
see.
Sting in the hand earlier.
If there's Fujis, Chris wants to steal an early Fuji as quickly as possible on a board state that doesn't potentially snowball. Because if you don't trash these things, like eventually you get these installations. Just shuffle, install 3 is exactly Wyld getting a laugh there.
Shuffle, install 3.
So another question is, what do you have to run? What don't you have to run? You want to deal with the Rashidas. Cohort Guidance Program is also a really powerful card. Finding Rashida in 1.
First, not bad.
Taken down for a credit. Let's see if Chris has money. That hand has no econ unless you want to just like Raindrops, Cut Stone, or Remote Server. I believe that's the leftmost card. But there's no money in that hand. So Chris at least is going to gain 2 credits and get a card draw, lose a credit with the Hoshiko flip. But figuring out how to play this hand, it's an ugly hand. You have Maw, it's a bit expensive.
Maw seems good long term, but not right now.
Checking. Pad campaign. 4 cards to trash, 2 to
Pad
res.
campaign?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, NSG pad campaign.
That is
It's
wild.
an econ card. It's not a Bladder Word.
You don't see it very
I think
often.
asking the show for the stream.
That was nice. Thank you, Wyld. Yeah.
So see what you do with this hand here. You love to hold
It
again.
is 4 to trash.
It's a lot to trash. Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Yes. We have in hand, I believe that's a Trickster Taka, Catchen art, and we have that Steel Skin Scarring. Steel Skin Scarring is going to be so important. Wyld's going to be tracking those Steel Skin Scarrings for sure, because if you want to go for any burst kill and hit multiple pieces of damage, that is the one card that saves you in almost most circumstances. After a mulligan, we can run HQ, 3 cards here. Again, you want to run early. Ooh, Saisantan, you know how I love that card. That is going to be a very, very bad face check if you don't respect that.
Now, you know, Chris having the heads up that, like, hey, when you run an ice, it could be this. That's pretty nice. I mean, obviously, he's already thinking about these kind of things being on the 4th table down at the round 6 here. So this is like pretty high table for the event right now.
I think there's only 1 player right now. I think Erika is undefeated. Everybody else has at least taken 1 tie at a minimum. Now that's Bladderword into pad campaigns. So 2 pad campaigns, 1 hurts you a bit more. Losing the Maw, Chris recoiling, doesn't like that. Wants to keep that for some damage.
That would be great to be able to chip away at some of these assets coming down.
So now there's 7 credits of trashables on the table. If you don't deal with them, Wyld is making 4 credits a turn. And while Bladderword has a condition, if you're spamming on more assets, that's more things to res, you're going to be under that 4 credit threshold as commonly as you can.
4 cards in hand.
Yep. I don't think you're worried about dying here. The question is what Wyld wants to ice up here. And just tempo.
Ooh,
bring them home.
Nice.
It costs nothing. It just takes 2 cards randomly and puts them on top of your deck. So you know how much you like what does this again? Working prototype? It's like that.
Yeah.
No money, but it's just like, congratulations, you have to spend most of your hand drawing. Now,
This
Chris
is an
going to draw into one of them.
bring them home PE deck, huh?
It's like you're building a window.
Yeah.
Because now you can't run the remote server. It's Saisantan lethal.
Right.
If behind it is a Bladder Word, that's a problem. If behind it is a Reaper function, like there's a lot of problems really quickly.
Wow.
So Chris, gonna lose a credit to draw one of those cards in his hand.
That was pretty spicy. I agree.
Yeah, it's like you can wait till threat and like have a window, or you can just play it because it costs nothing and it takes 2 cards out their hand. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
Now Chris might not run this turn. Daily Cast is at least an installable to work on those finances. Card on a remote server. We've seen 1 Rashida so far. That ice you know can be a Saisantan, which is very easily lethal, especially when you have information, right? Like you know the cards that are in hand, so it's not that it's hard to make that Saisantan call. Chris thinking it through. Seeing the hand there, he does have the raindrops. You can use that as like a dirty laundry of sorts.
Right. Saisentan isn't a threat here on 4 credits, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Very true. Strike Fund. Now you want to take some damage, hoping that Bladder Word doesn't work for you. Just getting the daily cast down. Hoshiko's going to flip back to the non-digital side, which is kind of what you want to do.
Yeah, toggling back and forth, getting some money.
Cohort. You can do gross things with Cohort in these decks. Because if you don't deal with the Cohort, you put face downs and archives. If you run archives, you can take some amount of damage with stings and stuff like that. And then if you don't deal with the table, Cohort suddenly being like, oh, I can never advance 4 2s.
And on a deck that's running a bunch of front companies too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind
of tricky. You can do weird stuff. It's really hard to deal with. It spirals out of control. I've played against these matchups, and it's if you can't deal with the table, it's hard to win quickly because all the agendas you're stealing are knocking cards out of your hand, and then other threats come online.
I have not seen PE do its thing yet on the new cards. This is very interesting.
I'm glad you're so excited about Assets PE. Listen, it's a rough matchup.
Well, it hasn't been making too much. I haven't been playing on like JNet grinding. Yeah. So this is a sort of new meta PE for me. It's interesting at least.
Spin Doctor getting
I'll learn to hate
up.
it soon. Don't worry.
So now we're building Wyld, just checking if it's okay. You know, the playmats are only so big. So if you're confused, this is not upgrades. These are not the same servers. This is not ICE. These are just different remote servers.
More
things to check.
Assets or upgrades, yeah.
So Chris, going to start with that daily cast money coming in. He definitely wants to check something here. In terms of the threat, Bladderwort probably won't fire this turn. You need a very expensive res to duck that. We're checking HQ. A single card is just a false lead.
Yeah.
That's another card that can build these really awkward windows. You want to hit the Strike Fund here. You kind of want to keep the Steel Skin until it's a turn that it really matters. Trying to find a number that makes sense. Hitting the Steel Skin. So still not bad. Drawing 2. We're definitely going to be tracking those. Chris getting the cards from hand. We see Strike Funds in there. I think there's a Cleaver. You're expecting some amount of ice. I think Tattoo Bullet probably makes the cut. So you have some consideration. Miss Bones, though, is such a good draw. You can put that down. You can clean the table. This is where the question is, what do you hit?
You have to install the Miss Bones.
Oh, yeah. It's going to pay off for sure. The question is, do you contest the Econ? We're checking that. Not installing the Miss Bones.
Oh, the Miss Bones. Oh,
Sting.
no, don't lose it.
Going to do 2 damage.
Don't lose it, Chris.
Chris, 5 cards in hand. Sting, mind you, does damage. +1 equal to the amount in the other score. Okay, got some.
That's pretty good.
Build
Strike
your own
fun.
Miss Bones.
Oh, 2.
Oh, no.
No,
Chris with the knot again. Okay. No. Unlikely. Wyld having a good laugh there. 2 points at least to Chris.
So hard not to root for the runner when PE's on the table.
Yeah, that's definitely a 10 credit econ card in this matchup. So now trashing assets a bit harder. Chris now down to 3 cards in hand. I believe he's on 4 now, drawing another Strike Fund. So 1 unchecked on the table. It's hard to run last click. If it's a snare, you float a tag, then maybe you lose the daily cast. I'm not sure if you're expecting table snare.
4 cards in hand.
Yeah, 4. Just drawing up to the 4th. Dealing with the Bladder Word.
Take care of the Bladder Word.
Click for 3. Hoshiko will give you 2 back, lose 1, draw a card, and an order. And Wyld, mind you, is going to be moving that asset just where it makes more sense.
Right.
You can't really shuffle your assets.
Shrinking the accordion that is PE in all of its remote servers.
Wyld now thinking, will they see a res here? Reaper Function's the scary thing. I don't know if we expect any other fast events, like maybe moon pools, maybe.
We're going to see that front company soon, I bet. Just because I saw the card.
Yes.
That's in the front of my mind.
The thing is, front company gets way better once you get ice on centrals. Just tides, anything annoying. I think this deck is going to be mostly sentries. And then you have to run centrals because it's a click tax. You can't run archives. But otherwise, running centrals is probably one of Chris's ways to close the game off. If you steal Fuji, you're actually on game point, and that's kind of scary for Wyld. That's the one way Chris can just say, I panic button, steal Fuji, try and win that turn, or just draw, and then play the rest of the game conservatively.
Push ahead. What is the mass draw? I guess just holding steel skins, right? That's all you kind of do with the Hoshiko.
Yeah, we've lost 1 so far. Stings are only going to get stronger too.
Ashen Epilogue will also redraw you to 5. It's in hand too.
Yes.
Right. So that is
it is a reset button.
If you're worried about grinding, then the Ashen being there, as long as there's a way to pull it out, if you have the DJ Steve tech and the 2 labor rights, or the diamond tech as the UK players like to call it. Yeah, getting everything back.
Checking archives, flipping up a Saisentan, so we're not 100% sure what the ice on the Tranquility is, but respecting is really cool, so you don't get the advancement on the card. Now, there's a lot of draws this turn. Wyld probably has an agenda in hand. Finding a Wage Workers. 2 influence for an HB trick. This Wage Workers, this is the thing, the Wage Workers and an unrespected cohort, you can never advance 5/3 agendas. You can do things with Ronin. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
There's some weird lines here that you need to kind of see coming based off the card pool. I think we missed daily casts. Chris trashing it now. getting that out. Again, any turn that you've trashed cards is a card that you can be brought home.
Bring him home. Yeah.
Second axis here. Spin Doctor's already one on the table. Chris down to only three credits.
Going to 1. Do you go to 1 to trash a spin? That's tough.
Hard with another spin on the table, that's for sure. I think there's probably better targets. Now, limiting recursion is obviously important.
I think you want to stay up on credits. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Chris's hand there doesn't have a lot of money in it. It has 1 strike fund. Still keeping on, holding on to those light fires.
Okay.
Or sorry, raindrops. Trashing it for 2.
Yeah.
Often you'll see run early, draw late as a way to beat PE decks.
Right.
So running last click is a bit scary because of snare, and this deck might actually not be on snare for what that's worth. Maybe a singleton snare to keep you honest. We'll see what Chris needs to do here.
Getting the drip off the daily cast makes going to 1 a little bit less painful, but it's still, you want to get out of that economical running last click.
Thank you, Drew, a lot. I'm going to find out what they are.
Finding a spin doctor. All
Wyld
spins all the way
hand.
down.
Okay, you can keep that one. Now, Hoshiko is really awkwardly going to lose the 1 credit you have. Like, ideally, you would drop down to 0. So we'll see. Chris now, I think spent all his clicks left. Is he discarding a card here? Maybe he has 1 more click. Because I think he's figuring out. No, Cohort is firing. We've discarded a card to gain 2. So drawing up there, mind you, Cohort is just acceleration, filling the bin, trading a card for 2 credits. Chris, give me that a read again. One of my favorite cards from the last set. Super flexible. Every ID or every faction has a cool way to make it.
Everybody
relevant.
can play with it in a different way. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a lot of fun.
Very flexible.
I do honestly. I know that there's been some grumblings from some folks that I play with about work and prototype, but I think work and prototype, cohort guidance program, warm reception, those assets have been a lot of fun to see how everybody comes up with new ideas for each other.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
2 remote servers, we got some draws. There's the wage workers. That's the second one we've seen so far. So now you're getting a click back off the triple install. Chris doling out the bad publicity. That's just a trick click counter. So now again, the agendas might be in archives. Like, that's the thing, is Wyld doesn't really need to score out. He probably just wants to set up a board state. And the idea is that with the cohort, he can throw out the agendas and just make sure they go back in the deck because he has access to Spin Doctors. Mind you, Spin Doctor was just cracked right there.
Plenty of.
So it looks like he might have a Spin Doctor on the table.
Yeah,
which
one of
we
those
know.
new 2 cards.
So
There
we
it
can
is. Yep. Chris nodding
Things
solemnly.
are slipping away. If Chris cannot find a Fuji, he doesn't have too much to show. He's making, again, 1 credit a turn technically with the daily cast. He's drawing a card, which is nice. Now, a lot of these modern Hoshiko decks are not even playing Fermenter. So sometimes it's hard to get out of like low econ totals. I think that's why you have
Moshing.
raindrops and moshing.
Yeah.
And that's another install here. We're going to res.
There it is.
What's the name of this one?
Front company.
Front
you have
company.
to waste clicks.
Yeah.
You gotta waste clicks.
For those who played for a while, replicating perfection is mostly what that text says. Run centrals before remotes. You can run archives, but you take 2 net damage. And this is the combo that I love. Cohort with front company. So
Yeah.
you can't check archives without taking damage. And what's in archives agendas, you take damage. And it sets up such weird locks.
Yep.
Where now you have to run centrals, run the front company, run archives.
Yep. It's a lot of
really
tedium before you get to actually do what you want to do in your turn.
Yeah.
Not like you have to do these tasks up front.
Do we see a Maryland from hand?
What is the alt art
Mystic
on the
Miami.
far right? That's a
It's
mystic.
so good. It's so good.
It looks like an embryonic, beat. I don't know, something.
It's a axolotl?
Yeah, the axolotl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cat, mind you, they did a whole set of these companions, barring, unfortunately, the one Fencer Fueno doesn't get a lot of screen time. But that was at Toronto Worlds, I believe they came
One
out.
day Fencer will
one day.
have its
time.
Yeah.
Raindrops, we're going centrals. We got to go centrals. Axis off the top. Looks like a sting.
Oh, boy.
Now that last sting is going to do, what's the math, 4 damage?
It does 4.
It scales off the amount of stings in your opponent's
Plus PE.
score area. Yes, so it's 3 from the sting, 1 from PE. So that means that there's cards on the table that can just do massive amount of damage. You have to worry about Reaper function to sting. That's definitely an agenda Chris did not want to steal there.
Well, and for those unfamiliar with Sting, it's now that the Stings are in AnalyzeChris's area. If Wyld scores the last one, it will do a lot of damage.
Oh,
Right?
no, he is Fermenter. Yes, sorry? I was like Fermenter focused.
Oh, you were zoomed in. Just explaining that Sting, you kind of want the runner to steal 2 and then you score
Yes,
1.
you never want to score at the first. Well, you can, but you can let them go.
If you score 1, then you want them to steal. I don't know. This is the better way to play it usually. The more common play pattern is that they steal the 2 and then you score the last one and
Bladder
smack them.
Trash from that inside pocket remote server. Cohort just chugging along, throwing out cards. We know that card thrown out is a Maryland, which Chris will be tracking. I believe we saw Maryland as the only card in HQ, and drawing up. Now, with only 2 cards in hand, it's tricky to get a Wage Workers. So Wyld might have an off turn here where you have to draw, install, install. We could also see triple draw, which means that Chris will probably send it HQ, which is something he's been doing anyways. We have the front company on the table, and we see in the hand, it's all agendas. That hand is entirely agendas. Have you seen that hand? It's just agendas.
It's all agendas.
Blood in the water. There's an agenda on the table. Wyld keeping it composed. His hand is only agendas.
Oh, Wyld's got a little
smile.
smirk.
I got a little bit of a smile there.
Yeah, got a bit of a smirk.
So there's a Fuji on the table. Mind you, you can score just about anything with Cohort and Wage Workers. So you can score a Fuji from the table. Wyld might have a Fuji on the table. We're running HQ because Wyld, you made Chris have to run HQ. Get a touch, blood in the water. That's a 2-pointer with only 1 net damage. Chris is on game point. If he finds the Fuji, he wins. I think it might be in the remote server.
And notably, stealing the Fuji, it won't kill you before you win the game, right?
P doesn't fire. Fuji doesn't fire because it's not an additional cost.
Right. So you touch the Fuji, you win the game at this point.
Going back. Wait, he can just win by running this a couple times.
Yeah.
Seeing a card.
That's it.
It's a
That's
Fuji.
the game. Found it.
Chris found it. There's another Fuji on the table. Wyld,
Look at all
hand
the
of
agendas.
5 agendas trying to figure it out. You could draw once, discard. That's one of the options, but it's still not looking good. But he did jam that. He can score Fujis, never advance on the table with that board state.
Amazing. Yeah, with you Cohort plus Wage Workers.
Chris
get it all down.
struggling to make a robust economy, just drawing up,
Eked
running
by
stuff,
there,
and just
yeah.
finding 7.
Yeah.
Well played, both players. Wyld was definitely building something there, but unfortunate draw. And Chris is going to get the points.
It was just shy of, I think it was a 17 or 18 minute round that we saw. So we still have a little over 22 minutes left in the round.
So that last turn, say Chris did something wild and hit another agenda that does more damage, and then he ends his hand on with less than 3 cards in hand for some reason. Cohort into Wage Workers scores a Fuji, which does 3 damage.
Yeah.
So there was actually a chance that if he didn't steal the Fuji and took more points and ended on less cards in hand, he could have actually lost that turn.
Right.
So it was lucky he stole the Fuji from him.
Yeah, it started, you're like, okay, you're going for it. You got to commit.
And there's actually a chance that it caught up to him.
And close it out, right.
So
which is always the tough thing to do when you're playing against PE, when do I just have to say go, or when should I step back and be more conservative? Because if I get reckless, personally, I tend to get reckless when I'm like, I think I'm close, and then if I had just kind of stayed the course, normally it would have worked out better. But
one mistake,
Chris
one
made,
overextension. Yeah, PE can take you on that for
that's
sure.
the function of PEs, just keeping you honest.
Yep.
Or murdering you.
There's some sharp cards in there, Chris dodging around them. But hey, well played to both players, both the Wyld and Chris. I believe they played before. Again, I think they're from the New York scene. Glad they can make it down a couple-hour drive down to what's basically Rhode Island. But that's the end of round 6. Again,
you are loving that.
I think it's Providence. That's what the highway sign said. I don't know where I am.
Yeah, it's true.
NANPC Boston. It's round 6 of day 1. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss. Mind you, we have only 40-minute rounds. For those who don't know, this is called single-sided Swiss. This has become a very popular format over the last couple of years. If you've been playing Netrunner for a while, you're more used to double-sided. So both players only play one side. They're going to try and play the same between both rounds. Between the whole tournament. They're generally going to play 4-runner, 4-corp games. So there's generally no side bias.
You're trying to keep your corp runner bias neutral, right? And that is achieved largely by software-based stuff. So
Shout
Jeff
out to Ysengrin.
Ysengrin runs Aesop's Tables, which is the website you can go to right now and find the NANPC Boston standings if you're interested in seeing where things look. Actually, I'm curious. I'm going to just bring it up here locally. We can look
got
at
live standings.
Oh, that's true. It's not the latest. We don't see after the
not this
results.
round. Yes.
So that was table 4.
Yeah.
We've got. I'm sorry, that was round 2. There we go.
That was actually table 2 or 3? Table
That
4?
was table 4. We have, Erika, Alex Boyd.
Thank you. Kyle threw up on the screen
There we
for us.
go. Yep, that's our standings.
So we have a bunch of other tables going on. Again, you can follow the tracks. You can track along at home if you go to aesopstables.net. And you can see the followings. Again, Erika is playing against Alex. We saw both of those on stream earlier. And Erika she's gone into this round undefeated, which is pretty wild. We see on other top tables, Night Ride, Neil Caps versus Vergescu. Also both at top tables. I think they've taken 1 loss each. And then Santa versus Toby. We just saw TF34. Wyld versus Chris we just saw. And then underneath that is Lucas Coldlava versus Axu, who's actually not again.
Not again.
And then, of course, many, many strong players even as the list goes down. So We have 2 more rounds today. Again, top cut. I've heard X and 2 is probably there. X and 3 might not make it, so it's still a very, very rough competitive day. I was talking to other people too. The idea of like IDing, intentional drawing in a single-sided Swiss tournament is kind of just more difficult inherently.
It's
because
gotten a lot less appealing.
Well, not only is it less appealing, the idea is, because once you get to the last round, there's a lot of players who should be playing each other mathematically on strength, but they end up playing someone more high or low because of side balance. So there's a lot more situations where people have to play. And it's harder to read the paper. Because you don't know how things are going to go because there's some wild pairings. It's really cool.
I think that's a good thing.
It's neat.
Yeah, because IDing through the top, like it's correct for strategy. Like you want the highest probability of getting into the cut, right? And I can understand people's motivation for doing that. But also forcing you to play more Netrunner to do it seems good.
Yeah. So cool. With that, we're going to throw it a break. We have about 20 minutes left in the round. We'll be back for the penultimate round, round 7. Thanks so much for watching.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Neon Static. Oh my God!
Welcome back to Erika. I'm Neon Static.
I'm Andre. This is Metropol Grid. No, I'm Eric. Hi. Welcome back for round 7 of NANPC Boston coverage. I'm Eric. This is Andre. We're here. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great.
We have a wild match coming up. So we are now at 2 of the players. I believe they've both are X and 2, so they're fighting to get that top cut. I think if they lose another game, they have a rare chance to make the top cut. So this is really important. Again, both players are laughing. On the left, that's Santa playing Thule. Now that's fantastic. Charlie was actually the first player to bring the Barf Thule deck. This was brought to Crown of servers at Worlds. So this is the guy who's been building this and tuning it. And he showed me his list. There's cards in there that are new.
It's spicy.
It's spicy.
Yeah.
It's really cool. So for the unfamiliar, Thule came out in the Midnight Sun, the Borealis cycle, and it says when an agenda is stolen, the runner either takes a core damage or pays a click and 2 credits. On the other side, mind you, Coldlava from the New York State area is playing some good stuff. Hoshiko,
trying to
from
show
what we're
the hand.
expecting.
There we go. Peeking the hand. We didn't quite catch it. Coldlava.
I think Lava said that he played once already today against a Thule, because there's 4 Thule players here, I think all from the West Coast. And he said he won the game with 5 core damage floating a tag, which is not a place you want to be. Spam this guava to help Coldlava.
Got lots of fun emojis in chat. This is new.
We're off now. The game plan with this Thule deck can be hard to kind of parse. It's fundamentally an acid deck. There's a big chance that this deck has literally no ice in it. And the idea is we're going to look at Shuffle 3 hit on the table. We've seen this for the 3rd time, 4th time today. The idea is I don't know what the cards are, so how are you going to know what the cards are? What are you looking for to trash? Rashidos? MC Austerity, something that generally gets rezzed. Wage Workers is annoying. Maryland will stick, but there's the Wage Workers in the middle. So now we can get another install now. Down to only 3 credits. We can keep the economy down. This deck can be a bit expensive to do its things. So we'll see if Coldlava has a nice opening here. Just clicking for a credit, rezzing the Wage Workers. You don't see that a lot. It's a weird play. It's neat.
Yeah.
Diesel. Coldlava's going to start with this. Again, you're assuming each Hoshiko deck has 2 Mistbones. Dirty Laundry is a nice start.
Yeah, starting off strong.
We're going HQ.
Yep.
There's some very powerful operations. Not that you can trash these, but we're looking at things like distributed tracing, riot suppression, Oppo research. These are the ways to put the runner in a no-win situation. End the line, mind you, is like the closer for a lot of these decks. Axis in the middle. There you go. Oppo research. You're going to be paying either 2 or 7. This is not Reality Plus. If you've trashed or stolen, that's going to be 4 tags. Now, you do not play this generally as like a vanilla tempo card unless the board state really allows you. You're more often than not set up something like riot suppression or MC austerity policy, and you put the runner in a situation where they don't have enough clicks. If you score 2 false leads, guess what? Oppo is
you cannot handle it. There's the Red Zeki again. That's Fermenter.
That's a Fermenter, yes.
Yeah.
I do like the way that we can use that Rizeki art, even if Rizeki's banned in the format.
It's such good art.
It's a great art,
Yeah.
Yakuza.
Oh,
Yakuza does
Hoshiko.
good
I
stuff.
love the alt art Hoshiko like flip happy side. It's very colorful and fun.
Yes, much color. Yeah, we're barfing on the table there, Santa. No res to any of these cards, so we're not looking at Maryland's. We're obviously not looking at Rashida's. I think you can see in this deck, I never know that. What's the 3/1 that just gives you 3 credits? Do you know the name of this card?
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by the amount of
All the
pictures
chats,
in
yeah.
chat.
The chat's been really colorful with the emojis.
The amount of cards. I'm sorry, we say it again?
There's a 3/1 that when scored or stolen, you gain 3 credits.
You gain 3 credits.
Yeah, it's an old Random Reverie card. Kato's pulling it up. Kato
Oh.
knows. Well, no, Kato doesn't know. We'll figure it out.
Chat, let us know what it is
I'm
if you can
pretty
think of
sure
it.
it's in this deck, and that's the sort of idea. This agenda is going to be a huge tempo swing for you. No matter what, they're taking a core damage, and you don't want to take a core damage because cards in hand really matter.
It's an HB. It's a sports card.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
Hyperloop. Thanks,
Hyperloop
Big.
extension. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. I was about to get there.
Yeah,
I promise.
I know, I believe. MC Austerity, that's getting rezzed. So now we're going to spend a click to put a power counter on it. That means as 1 less click, we're asking to flip that click counter down. That's pretty nice. And we put some cards on the table. I don't think we got a Wage Workers trigger that turn, but Austerity now means Coldlava has 3 clicks a turn to deal with an expanding table. And if you want to steal an agenda, again, you generally are going to spend a click and 2 credits. So all this stuff adds up.
Santa is the Barf Thule deck always trying to kill, or does it ever score? It never scores.
It's so hard to score.
Yeah.
It's
Is it
about
running dredge work? How's it dealing with Agenda Flood?
spin doctrine.
Spin.
Putting them on the table.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, just putting them on the table. Like any of these could be a 4-2.
Because Thule it
just
costs you.
annoying.
Yeah. You
Just
don't have the
annoying.
clicks. You can't score them, or you're going to take core damage. And
Yeah, so the card Distributed Tracing is a double to give a tag to the runner, which means you can put your agendas on the table, and no matter what happens, sometimes a tag into end the line, or the tag into a turn where you have MC Austerity, you can do Distributed Tracing into Hypoxia into end the line. Like, you can have these wild turns.
Yeah.
So there's ways to do that, like additional chip damage. Now, Lava taking a turn off, getting down, we're having 4 drip a turn with 2 of these daily casts.
See
we
the
have
riot
that Rizeki,
suppression,
Fermenter.
right? Suppression's in hand.
Yeah, he has a lot of the combo pieces in hand. He has a
Yeah.
Riot Suppression, I think we saw Hypoxia, and I think a Distributed Tracing. I think he has most of his punishment cards, but none of these cards are getting rezzed. Maybe triple draw here. Wage Workers hitting the MCA austerity policy.
You're definitely hitting the MCA.
Yeah. It's like a click for you, but the runner loses a click. You feel good about that?
We haven't seen the trash, so the riot suppression is going to be latent.
Oh, no MCA. Just triple draw Wage Workers. Putting a card on the table. So Coldlava isn't checking. And that's the thing. Like, Santa wants to sneak out false leads. I think that's the first agenda you want to get. But the idea is, like, if you're not checking, do you have to check this one? You kind of, you have to get that immune.
Right.
You switch the poison vials or however that thing works. Trashing austerity.
Okay. From a dirty laundry, so you're going to get that money back, which is good.
Yeah, so it only costs you 1 credit. I believe austerity is 4 to trash, maybe 3.
Feels like a very important piece to keep
3.
in check.
Yes. But now riot suppression's online. The thing is, like, if Santa has riot suppression into Oppo, you're basically, well, we're not a threat 3 yet, so you probably don't throw the Oppo. But once that comes later into the game, it's like you can't not have 3 clicks because then you're definitely getting Oppo.
So you want to check for spin doctors to make sure that doesn't come back, right? But of course, it's already gone.
It's coming back. It's definitely
coming
always comes back.
You just accept the inevitable. I understand.
So see if Santa throws at the riot. Again, riot suppression removes itself from the game after it's played, so you can't just like keep tempoing them down.
Yeah.
So you have to figure out when it's going to stick and when it's going to matter.
3 fewer clicks. And it's not, is it a terminal?
No.
I just never see the damn play.
Yeah, because the card hasn't
played.
seen play until this archetype.
This deck specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now Santa thinking, again, none of these cards being rezzed, so maybe no Rashidas. Any economy asset, he'd probably consider rezzing. He's only 3 credits.
So you can riot suppression and then active policing?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think the deck's playing active policing.
You can remove all clicks. Right? That removes all clicks.
Yes, but the runner has to consent to the click loss off of riot suppression. They can just take your core damage.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
Okay.
And you need to take the core
Consent.
damage. Yes. But no, that's the thing. It's like a lot of times you need to take.
Riot suppression. Here we go.
There's a lot
After
of
the
text on this one.
the austerity trash.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Coldlava can either lose the rest of the turn or take a core damage. Coldlava is going to take 1 core damage. Now, why does 1 core damage matter? Firstly, ontological dependence. If it's in the deck, it's easier and easier. But most importantly, now that Coldlava is stuck at 4 hand size, if you do get a wild turn where there's a tag that sticks, you can do Hypoxia into end of the line. You can't distribute a tracing because it's a double. So the lower hand size guts, as soon as Coldlava is on 3 hand size, he's kind of cooked. Because then any turn that he steals an agenda, you just do distributed tracing into end of the line, and there's no way Steel Skin beats that. You're just done. You're just at 3 hand size. So the first core damage, you can get away with. The second core damage,
I'm so glad I'm not playing this tournament and having to sit down across from this deck because you're sitting here explaining it to me, and I know that it exists, but I'm absorbing nothing. It's incredible.
No,
It's one of those kind of things where after you've played against this thing a few times, or maybe you've piloted the deck yourself a few times, you internalize the process. But I'm just like willing my mind to absorb what you're saying.
The thing is, it's like a niche enough deck. The Santa and a couple others have been playing tournaments.
Can we bring Hypoxia up?
Yeah, so Hypoxia plays when you're tagged.
Yeah.
You lose a core damage. You take a core damage and you lose a click.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
Yep.
So it lowers hand size no matter what. Right. Now, this deck was deemed nearly unplayable because one of the worst matchups, there's the Hyperloop extension, so that's going to be that big swing. We'll see then Coldlava paying for the core damage, a click, and 2 credits. But the big thing with this deck is that it had a really, really rough matchup into Imp Lou. Because you can imp all the agendas, you can imp the Operation Punishment.
And now Lou, this makes sense.
And now there's no
making a
Lou.
resurgence.
So this deck is super playable. Santa's probably so stoked last week when they banned out NotAgain.
Yeah.
Just waiting for this to happen.
Right. I can play my deck.
Yeah. Now Coldlava up on 1 point again. This is the first economy bump that Santa's gotten in a couple turns now.
That fermenter's starting to look pretty juicy.
Yep. Now, it doesn't often come down to money. You do need some money to trash the board, but it's more so about the agendas on the table and the other tricks and traps. Coldlava now getting the Paladin Puemo down. Rashida, she's going to survive, so that's 3 more cards, 3 more credits, and a mandatory. So there's only 2 more riot suppressions. So at that point, too, Coldlava has to watch out once you hit threat 3. Oppo is just annoying. MCA Oppo means you float a tag. One of the best cards Coldlava can get on the table in this matchup is Hannah.
I'm starting to see it. Yeah. You MCA, you Oppo. Next turn, you riot suppression. They can't remove.
Sort of.
You riot suppression and then you Oppo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing is they don't know if you have Oppo. As soon as you lose 3 credits, you Oppo them. Now it has to be a big Oppo.
Yes.
But if they take the core damage, you don't. There's no reason to Oppo. You just hold.
Right.
But then you eventually, you lose riot suppressions. Santa's thinking. Hannah's so good at this matchup.
Yeah.
Because it's just additional click gain and a panic click gain button.
Right.
So even if you start your turn with 1 click, you can have at least 2 clicks.
Yep. You can go check the other
Yeah.
stuff.
3 clicks functionally. So Lava 10 credits on the fermenter. One of the daily cast leaves. Paladin Puemo getting her first Paladin dollar. Coldlava needs to figure out how to assemble more. Economy's going okay. Card draw's coming in too. We're not going to need breakers. That's the hard thing. It's like, should you just throw out your turbines? Should you throw out your cleavers? You're just hoping that Santa doesn't have ice. And currently it looks like it. Like, that's a really noteworthy thing. But if there's just like one ice that shows up, you have to labor rights it back, which is, you know, it's okay. Coldlava drawing up a bit. Trying to find something. Again, more cards hitting the table over the last couple turns. And it's really hard to read this board state. Like, what combination of cards do you need to deal with?
Okay, Twinning Paladin can help charge up and start multi-accessing. That's...
Yep. It's a way to close the game when things are not going well for you.
Right.
Because that's a big thing is you don't have to pay the additional cost of Thule if you're going to win in one turn. There are big agendas. There are Ikawas in here. We saw, I think round 2 or round 3 was a Thule game that Nick just kind of rolled through. Touched 7 real fast.
That's right.
So that twinning is definitely worth something. I'm not expecting working prototype or any of the things that like challenge resources. Some of the modern HB assets. We'll see if Santa figures out which one of these. Just checking them, taking his time. Maryland's a start.
Maryland. Okay, yep.
Credit neutral.
I dare you to trash this Maryland.
Yep.
Right?
It'll go back.
It's not. It's like, is it worth it? It's only 2 credits a turn, but it ends up being a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
trashing res
6 for nothing effectively.
Yes,
like,
it's a click for 6. Now, trashing Maryland's is something that like sometimes is correct to do. I think a lot of Santa's plays, like once he's at 7 credits, he's not incredibly gated by economy.
Yeah.
That being said, some of his big plays do cost 7 or 8. So at some point, money stops mattering. We'll see if Santa has it on the table again. False lead is definitely something with score. He has a false lead.
False lead.
That's a 1-point agenda that he can now spend at any paid ability window that says the runner loses 2 clicks if able. So you generally want to do that on click between 2 and 3. Or if you have 2 of them, wipe the whole turn.
I guess I missed at some point in the past when the wage workers got trashed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think I did too.
I was expecting an install off the back of that or something.
Yep. So now Coldlava has a really hard position to be in. Because a big oppo, you're going to float 2 tags. Unless you have a Hannah, you're going to be floating 2 tags off a big oppo, which means if Santa just lands 1 big oppo, holds Hypoxia, holds End of the Line, Coldlava will be flatlined.
Yeah.
He just needs to hold those cards. And this deck, mind you, it's a lot of influence, is only running a single copy of End of the Line. So that means you generally play 2 or 3 copies of Gaslight, and then those have to stick to the table. Because Gaslight's an asset, which one of these easily could be a Gaslight because we can't really tell what they are. They don't seem to be rezzed on tempo.
Right.
So the Gaslight needs to survive. Checking HQ here. Once you steal a 2-pointer, you're on threat 3. One of those cards feels like it's a different color.
Yeah, I have the same issue with the same card backs.
Yeah. It's this exact color.
This exact color.
And it's not the best Dragon Shields.
Yeah.
Which is a hard sentence for me to say. I'm a big Dragon Shield fan.
Man, I have so much money sunk into that specific color, too.
So sorry. So drawing the back end. That's the oppo. Coldlava has known it's there. It will trigger on a turn after you've stolen or trashed. And ban hard. That's not going to do anything in this
Why?
matchup. But it's nice to have.
Okay.
In case there's an ice.
Was it just to charge the twinning?
No, because it's a connection.
That's true.
You can't paladin.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't know it's not ice. And that's like the good hedge card to install to be like, okay, if you have ice, I at least have a breaker, quote unquote.
Yeah. I guess the singleton panic ice is no longer effective.
Yes.
Although trashing cards out of hand seems kind of rough.
Yeah, it's tricky.
In this matchup.
Yeah, it's a hard matchup to read whether there's iceless or not. Because if it's just like end the run barrier, which I think you think Jaguar Indies in here, if anything.
Yeah. My natural tendency in assets is just check everything. I don't need to trash it. I just want to check things.
Yes.
And so I'm dying to know what's face down on the table right now.
The problem is an agenda. Like if you find an ontological, you have to pay for the tax, and then suddenly.
But you can check click 1 and 2.
Second false lead.
Another
the game
false lead
is very, very bad for a runner here.
Yeah, that's
Santa can guarantee tags. Coldlava has 4 hand size, so Coldlava has to largely win in a single turn. If he doesn't have Hannah, because Santa now, after any steal or any trash, can even do the smallest oppo, then just trade Coldlava's turn away, and then just do Hypoxia and to end the line. Coldlava is in such a bad spot here. Not checking the table, not finding those false leads. This is exactly the situation that is. It's very hard to recover from this.
Clicking to
Coldlava
draw.
needs to
What are we
win in a
drawing
single
for?
turn. He just needs to draw into Hannah. He needs to draw into Click Cane. He needs to figure out how to win in a turn. He just needs to charge twinning and try and win in a single turn.
because he's way over hand size at this point, right? He's just digging.
Yeah, throw out breakers. It doesn't matter. You just need to find some way to close the game out.
But there's a lot of money. Why not trash the board here for 3 clicks instead?
Because if you trash a card, you get output. Game's over. You can't trash.
Oh, yeah.
Because you lose your whole turn.
It's so funny. My natural tendency is to play directly into this deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the light turns the moth, right?
Yeah.
Installing an Echelon, I don't think Coldlava is going to use that, more so just to get any charge onto the twinning. We need to install 1 a turn, but that's the problem. As soon as he trashes a card, his turn, Oppo Research, lose 4 clicks, the game is over. This is a very hard situation. So what Coldlava needs to do here is either win in a single turn, his other line is get down a Maw, and then hopefully run HQ and trash the specific card he needs to hit. One of the tag punishment cards or one of the tag giving cards.
And not to touch an
then
agenda.
hope there's a Gaslight on the table.
Yeah.
No Gaslight.
No Gaslight.
Yeah. So he has a chance out here with Maw. It's just very, very tricky. The thing is, like, now, Santa has to just force the game forward. He can basically just put agendas on the table and say, like, I know if you run them, it's going to be a problem for you. So he actually has to close the game out here. Because it might take him a while. If Santa doesn't do anything, I'm not sure what he's going to, like, need to score out. Right? It's going to take some time.
Yeah.
So, like, Lava has some time, too. We're going to hear that's a weird, like, kind of Cold War of sorts.
Coldlava can draw for the Maw, install it, and start trying to make headway with that while
Yeah.
so you have time. You have a bit of time if you stop interacting.
If you hit an agenda, you're cooked.
Yeah.
You have to dodge the agendas. You need to run as many times with the Maw, but dodge the agendas. Very importantly, Oppo Research, you can only play after the runner has stolen or trashed a card on their last turn. But with Maw, the corporation does the trashing.
If Coopulation lets you host an agenda,
then it would be a good card. We'd have Film
sweet.
Critic again.
Oh, what about the other Coopulation? The
Heliamphora?
Yeah, that
You
would
gotta
help
go
here.
find it in archives.
That would help.
It's
here.
only archives.
Oh, archives only.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Throwing in a Fermenter, just drawing through the deck. Maryland, Regolith on the table. Santa's going to have more money than he can figure out what to do with before the game's over. A Coldlava here in a really... Hannah hitting the table, that's huge. That's really, really big.
Yeah.
Now, okay, in some ways it's big. It's more big the fact that Coldlava can have one good big turn, but if it starts his turn, he has no ability to hit the Hannah click to gain that 5th click. Before Santa just says, on the first paid ability window, I'm going to take your 2 clicks. On that same paid ability window with priority, I'll take your 3rd and 4th click. You actually can't use Hannah.
With both false leads.
Yes, with both false leads.
Right.
So now the Coldlava can use this on a turn to functionally have like a 6-click turn to like check a remote server, trash Gaslight, Maw HQ. Like he can do something.
That's true. It's gated behind the click, and you have to get through that paid ability window.
Yeah, which takes a click. It's not a fast paid ability window. It actually spend a click to gain a click was such a funny text to read on the card.
Yes, but it is important that it didn't say, if it's a trash to gain a click, that'd be much faster. Right?
Yes. Now, if he has tech, if he has like a no free lunch, that's probably not enough. If he has, Xenta's reading it because that one is going to matter. If he has like Stone Chip Chart Room, which I'm pretty sure he doesn't, like that is another line.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see it in this deck.
Yes.
Unless it's a very specific, like, I'm worried about assets now and dying, so I tech with Stone Chip, which could be the case.
Yeah,
You're going into probably an asset heavier meta than there has been in a while. So
yeah,
because Lou's gone.
There is a lot of decks that are going a bit more horizontal here. So Santa, upgrade. The only upgrade you're expecting in this deck, while there could be a Managarm, Mr. Hendrick, the triplets are the most likely candidate. That's a card that once you access it, when it's installed, the corp pays 2 credits, and either you take a core damage or you lose all of your clicks.
What is that? It's probably a Hendrix, but what's on it?
Rashida, Agenda, 3-1, literally anything. Santa just needs Coldlava to run. Maybe, could be. Iqua is actually scary because if Coldlava steals an Iqua from the table, then he has a chance to like swing centrals with the twinning and close the game.
Right.
So you actually do need to be a bit cagey with the Iquas, like a bit careful.
Right. So Managarm Iqua maybe, but that's still you steal it.
I just think any 4-2 ontological is a 3-2. Like just get towards the game point, right?
Yeah.
Coldlava again drawing up discard. He knows that he's in a really rough spot. He has to play unfortunately a bit of solitaire until he can build an answer, which is not something you often see in games. Like False Lead's a hell of a card, let me tell you that. But the fact that when your turn starts, you lose your turn, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Scoring 2 of them. Pinhole. Or just pitching.
Yeah, just pitching. We're discarding end of turn. Unfortunately, Hoshiko not having a relevant text box. We're drawn up.
You're not able to run, so...
We'll see if we score this out. Again, ontological is a 4-2 if it's in the deck. With 1 core damage is a 3-2. So we might see score out. MC Austerity is another thing Santa can do to like score out 5-3s from hand. That's most likely how he wants to push Iquas, is like straight from hand, fast advanced.
Yep. You have to wonder, these assets have been sitting, those 4 have been sitting there the entire game.
Yep.
With no use. I guess probably we're definitely thinking about Gaslight in at least one of those cards. There's got to be a Gaslight on the table here.
Santa shuffling up. I swear all those cards are different colors. Maybe it's just the camera.
I see one sleeve that looks a little bit funny. It could just be the camera here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of shadow situation.
Yeah.
You know.
I want to be very clear. I'm not saying that Santa's marked cards. It's just
Right.
like we've struggled with these cards and we're so susceptible to the color differences on these like maroon cards.
Yep.
There's the Maul. That's huge. Hannah, Coldlava is going for it. He's touching this card knowing that it's not an agenda to fire the Maw. So Maw is a really interesting card.
Yeah, having rezzed the Regolith gave the clear target for Maw. That's pretty clever. I like that.
Yeah, no matter what, you're going to get the click. Like, you're just going to try it. But this is Coldlava's maybe potentially last turn. Now Coldlava has to swing to hit every single Gaslight on the table. He doesn't miss bones, but he has more money than he knows what to do with, and now he's going to get another click off the hand.
Hold on, back up. Why is this potentially the last game all of a sudden now? Last turn potentially?
Well, it depends. Okay, no, it probably not. You're right.
Because he didn't
hasn't
do
stolen or
anything.
trashed.
He
Yes.
didn't make a trash. Same that the Corp trash is, which is critical.
Totally right. Yes.
Yeah.
So you're right. The Regolith is like a very good server to capitalize on with Maw turn.
I think
after turn
Santa
after
needs to over-install that.
Yeah, I know.
Now. Like,
But the thing is, like, yeah, then you're just playing guess where the agendas aren't.
this
which
is the
so
way
funny.
that Coldlava wins this game is this res Regolith.
Yes.
Like, click, over-install. Click,
Yes.
double-click
Or
it.
you run HQ and hope that HQ only has the win condition operations.
Yeah.
Because you're right, he can't oppo him. He did not steal, he did not trash. Maw, the Corp did the trash.
Getting the
Stop
Corp
hitting
to
yourself.
do his work.
Yeah. Stop hitting yourself. If I hold my fist up and you run into it,
It's not my fault.
it's not my fault.
Don't punish me.
Coldlava getting DJ Steve, so it looks like there's going to be some HQ pressure here. You're right, he does not have to go HQ. It looks like he's going to. In terms of the recursion cards here, not
Looking at the
too many obvious options. It's mostly economy, a bit of card draw, just like the good stuff, Hoshiko stuff. But none of this is going to really help him unless he needs
What's
just
that
more
alt art
money.
that we flick by? It's
I think it's a boomerang.
a boomerang. That sounds right.
Yeah, if it's the one I think you're thinking, it's a boomerang.
It's like a
for
brown
Sure.
tan.
Yes, yeah, it's a boomerang.
Not much helpful in this match.
No, it's useless.
I'm curious. I believe you said, there's some new cards in this
Oh
deck.
yeah, no.
Have we seen them yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
Santa's on some weird stuff in there. I don't like. Obviously, I've seen the deck. I don't want to say it like on a stream until it shows up because like we might see these players tomorrow.
Yeah, fair.
But there's definitely some agendas I wasn't expecting and some assets I wasn't expecting.
Okay.
Yeah. We might see it now. Spin Doctor, that was a start. That can protect agendas in archives,
That's
of
a
course.
fine thing to raise.
Well, yeah, you run it, it goes.
Don't worry about it.
But that's also important because if Coldlava doesn't contest that, all these Maw hits can be repaired. Right? That is, if you lose the
You can
one
put
of
it
end of the
back.
line, which is the only card that you can like win the game with, it goes back into the deck. But the problem is if you run Spin Doctor, you have Oppo. Look at the hand there. Man, players are holding their cards too close to their chest,
Yeah,
which is
it's-
like the right thing to do.
I see a
for the-
riot suppression in the
Yeah.
middle, I believe.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Oppo is obviously the yellow one.
It's hard to see.
It's hard to see. If I run behind him and like pop over his shoulder, that's going to disrupt the game, right?
Probably. That's okay. We're going to have to just play it like we're the runner here and find out what happened.
Looking at 7 in hand. Again, just the shuffle up, throw on the table. Install,
2,
gain 3.
but not overriding it.
No, not overrating. You're right. It might be worth doing something. The thing is, if he plans to res something else, he has a Malia there. It's a Malia Zoloka.
Molly.
I'm pretty sure I can tell Malia from like just that bit of card.
It's
Yeah, let's
wow,
go.
Very good. Very good.
So that's going to blank a card. It has to be a non-virtual, so it looks like Hannah's going for a ride. So she's not coming back. You can blank DJ Steve, I'm pretty sure, but the hosted card, I'm not sure how that interaction
What are you
works.
worried about getting back? I think the Hannah's a fantastic target.
Yes, it's a really good target. You lose a click a turn. Yeah, we're going to mark that with the bad publicity. The
Nice.
X, even better. Good choice there,
Look
Santa.
at that. Everybody's so great.
Now, Coldlava can run HQ. Santa needs to understand to like keep an agenda in hand, no doubt, in case Coldlava runs there, something is stolen. Again, very importantly, Thule is not an additional cost. You can refuse to pay additional costs when you interact with agendas, right? Like,
Yes.
remember Bologna? You remember Bologna from a week
I remember.
ago?
Yeah, it seemed. I think we've seen it.
Yeah,
It's not play.
it's an old card now, but that card says additional cost to steal, you can pay 5 credits. So if you have or don't have 5 credits, you don't have to steal it. Thule's not that way. Thule says when you access an agenda, pay a click or 2 credits or the core.
Yeah.
So you can't like see an agenda and be like, I'm good today.
Yeah.
So Coldlava knows that. We're raindropsing. I think we're gonna go hit HQ. Steelskin was the choice? Is that Steelskin? It might be. Again, Steelskin is important in this matchup. It's a rare chance if you have to like tenderize the runner a bit. And if the hypoxia hits a steel skin, you're going to draw because steel skin doesn't care how the damage is done. Very cool for players who have played for a while. I've had worse. The steel skin, the proto steel skin, did not fire when he took core damage.
That was an oppo.
So you're also going to know what you hit. We're not hitting the oppo. Oh, you have to do the mapping first. You have to tell
Net
the
or
mapping.
meat damage. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So why did the card get tucked behind Hoshiko? What was that?
Removed from game from Steve.
Oh, RFG. Okay.
Yeah. So 2. So we're going to remove this card from game. Again, Maw is super weird. It's, I think, the only card in the game that requires you to have a randomizing agent. So you bring a die usually. And that's because when you access HQ and you don't trash it, that triggers Maw as like a pseudo interrupt. So you actually have to do this mapping publicly and explain to the corporation so that you know when you trash the card you've accessed, and it will go into archives face up. So there's a chance there Coldlava hit the oppo. Now the deck I think is on 2 oppos. Now there's almost definitely a gaslight on the table, so you're not like home free. Coldlava can't celebrate and start smashing things on the table.
Right. Still have to respect that though.
But he's got the Maw turn. Sure, Gamble just doesn't know what to do with the cards, right? Like, oh, I guess I'll have this many credits. Now he's charging the twinning consistently, which is good enough in stalls. We'd love a Mystic. Just getting Cleaver down to, again, charge the twinning, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe
But
just not to discard.
the twinning is charged as much as you need it to be, because you're going big one turn. You're going to spend 2 charges.
Yeah, but you can go R&D HQ. Or you can do HQ.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you want as many
You
as
can do
go.
it multiple times in a turn. Yeah, it's fair.
And very notably, twinning is virtual, so Malia cannot, like, give it the shoulder carry.
Yeah, you can't pick up a program on your shoulder.
Well, Arissana tries all the time.
Yeah.
Coldlava trading the turnover. Santa looking at his bin there. He has Spin Doctor. He probably has another on the table. There's a chance that
2
he can start
cards?
to be what I would describe as annoying and get the austerity on the table.
There's so few cards in archives right now for 10 minutes left in a round.
They're all on
There's
the
like
table.
there's like 5 cards in there
Yeah, I
because
know.
like the trashing stops so early.
I'm good. I don't want to trash that stuff. It's your stuff now.
Yeah, you just have it.
Yes.
Don't need to use it. Just put it out there.
So if an austerity gets rezzed, right, like Santa can threaten to score 5-3s from hand. It takes you like 3 turns to get there, but you can't just like put 5-3 on the table with that, gain 4 clicks action, and can just fast advance 5-3s. So that's one way Santa can close the game out. I'm pretty sure also Wage Workers on the table, just put an agenda on the table, advance it. Like if Coldlava touches it, that's probably Coldlava's last turn, unless he can do something I would describe as heroic. 9 minutes 46. I think these players started a bit after time. I don't know if they're going to get an extension. We might have to look into that. But like that's another plan. Like Coldlava is not playing to time on the basis that he's playing how he needs to play. But if it does come to time, like Coldlava can just send it on the last turn and access as many cards as he can, take as much core damage and say like, okay, that's points. Triple advance, ontological in the remote server. I think we hit the wrong target. That's fine. Do they have an extension?
Potentially.
Okay, Eric just checked.
Yeah.
So triple advance on what looks to be the Hendrik. If it's an ontological, it's a 3-2. There might be a tranquility, or not tranquility, a luminal in the deck, but he's just saying it's on the table. What are you going to do about it? It's a triple advance card on the table.
Yeah. You can't touch this. You got to go, well, triple advance. So it feels like it should be a mana arm underneath it. But then you have the
No, it's
money.
a Hendrik.
It's got to be a
Hendrik.
Hendrik.
Yeah.
Right. You have all the money in the world. So you have to go for it and then blast HQ or R&D. No, they're probably all agendas on the table. It's got to be R&D.
You just got to blast everything. Just
Why
start
would-
blasting.
I would blast R&D first anyway.
Yes, you need to get your Maw every turn, and like Coldlava is not going to struggle to do that. The thing is, like, do you have to run this? And honestly, I don't know if the answer is you do have to run this.
Right
because
now,
like
no,
if
you
Santa
don't
gets to
have
5
to.
points, now you have to start running because
That's right.
ontological can be on the
Exactly.
table. Yeah.
So you just keep charging your twinning for that big last minute turn.
Try and Maw something important, which again with Spin Doctor is still something.
Can you get,
Dirty laundries.
what do you get distributed?
Stealing
trigger
an
on?
agenda.
A stealing an agenda.
On the
Okay, so you
prior
can't
turn.
get distributed, so you can't lose your twinning. Oh, the twinning lost some charges.
He's using on HU. He's
Okay,
going for it.
okay.
We're looking at 3. Again, Maw will fire on the first card you touch that you
This-
don't steal or trash.
This is the turn.
This is a big turn. Outside
It's-
riot suppression. Okay, so
yeah.
this is a Maw roll. Mind you, if you're seeing players rolling dice when they access HQ, they're not required to do that. It's just like a cool thing so your opponent can't be like, oh, they always touch the right side of my hand. I'm going to use that to my...
We as humans are very bad at randomizing.
Oh, we're very bad.
It's important to try and use a die if you're trying to be competitive.
It's fun, too.
It is fun. And then you can, when you don't see the card you needed to see, you don't blame
It's
yourself.
not your fault. It's the die's fault.
That die did
You
it
can
to
get
me.
another die. They're
Yeah.
not that expensive.
They're
Touch 5?
everywhere. NANPC has some custom dice that all the players here are receiving. If you want some, come to the next NANPC event. They're pretty cool.
Last access here again. The hand
This
is
is
all the
not
punishment.
what Coldlava wanted to see. There's
That is the
okay.
new card in the deck. So Coldlava now stealing. So he's definitely going to get Oppo. This is easily the
Orbital
last click. That is
Superiority.
one of the cool cards in the deck.
Yeah,
it's
that
on
is
Orbital
pretty cool.
Superiority. So the idea is that if you float a tag, this is a card on the table that can do meat damage. So you can build these weird combo turns.
Yeah.
Because if it's on the table, like if that's an Orbital, Coldlava has multiple ways you can lose on the following turn.
Yeah.
Discarding down again, can't get the cards, or sorry, the clicks from Hannah. Santa, you see him letting out that breath there.
Yeah.
He's trying to figure this out. He still has an Oppo in hand, which is like the worst thing for Lava to see. He wish he hit every single Oppo. So now he has to decide what to do. Because if he wants to get a Gaslight to work for him, he needs to like shuffle it back with Spin Doctor. He doesn't have to do it now because he's clearly can take 2 turns. He basically takes 2 turns in a row. That's how we should look at it. And can you kill the runner by taking 2 turns in a row? Probably. So we'll see a Gaslight there. Behind the Spin
There's
Doctor.
so many cards on the table. I would hope they're going to help get across the finish line here.
Yes. So he needs to play a Distributed Tracing. We don't know if he has one in hand. So he needs to either get one with the Gaslight, Spin Doctor it back in, and then get it with a Gaslight. Then once he has Distributed Tracing, he has a click left. He needs to hit a Hypoxia. The Hypoxia has to miss a Steel Skin Scarring, which I think it might be a 1 in 4. And then he needs to pass the turn, and then Gaslight or naturally draw into the 1 of copy of End of Line.
The deck, I mean, Coldlava did play a Steel Skin at some point.
Yes. But I do think he went for 2 Steel Scalings off of DJ Fenners. I might be wrong about that. It was a 1 DJ Fenners that kind of happened off screen. Let's just say that. That's a charitable way to say that we missed it.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Corp turn now.
Yeah. There's the
Raising
Gaslight.
the Gaslight.
Yeah, and it's been there on since turn
Raising.
1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
This
that was
card-
one of the first 3.
Search for an operation. Add it to your hand. You do reveal it. But the idea here is this is how you consistently play an end of line. Santa's taking his time here, and he thinks this is going to be his last 2 turns in a row. So Coldlava just needs to hope. There's nothing he can do. There's no way he can interact because Santa is going to take 6 clicks.
Right. With false lead forfeits in between.
So you need to track. He has Hypoxia. That means he has an end of line either in hand or he has another Gaslight. Now he needs this to miss a Steel Skin Scarring. I think Coldlava has a 1 in 4.
Yep.
He might have 1 Steel Skin in there.
Maybe 2 and 4. What? Why?
He could have 2 and 4. You're right.
Yeah,
That's an
yeah.
option. Dream bigger, Andre. It could be 2.
Oh, no, I mean, he's played.
No, you're right. You're right.
He played 2. He put 1 back, and he's been drawing for a bit.
I think he played 1, put 1 back.
Oh.
We're not sure. We're going to find out. Mandatory draw. Spin Dagger still on the table. Advance. Score out.
It's an
orbital. So you
yeah.
now have a tag. You don't need the Oppo here.
Sweet.
That means we have 2 clicks left here. If you just have it in hand, you don't need to even mess with the false leads. You can just do Hypoxia to end a line. Now this Hypoxia has to win.
Hypoxia.
The thing is, if this hits the Steel Skin, you can still just false lead the next turn and like rebuild, try and like put it back in the deck, Gaslight it.
Right.
So Coldlava needs this to hit what we're assuming is maybe a 2 and 4, but at least a 1 and 4.
Coldlava holding his breath.
Flip it.
It's a
Pinhole,
pinhole.
that's probably game. If Santa has the end of line, hasn't lost it. Otherwise, he has a whole turn cycle to draw into it. Does he have it? Oppo? Oppo research. We're going to give even more tags there. It's going to be a big Oppo. Sorry, Santa. Excuse us. Santa. He's going to knock over his back. That's all. With the Oppo. Hitting him. With 3 tags now. Now, Coldlava can start the turn triggers, which is going to run through some problems with Paladin Puemo, but after that, Santa needs to have a Gaslight on the table. If he does, Santa's going to trade away 2 false leads. Apologies, we lost focus for a second here.
Yeah.
Something happened in this
Sorry.
space. But Coldlava now has only 3 clicks. Oh, actually playing the Hypoxia means he has 3 clicks, so you can't double false lead. He has 1 click here to try and win the game. Now he's
That's
on 3
right.
points. It's possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because mind you, false
combo's
lead
less
says
clean.
if able. Hypoxia loses a click, so Coldlava exactly has 3 clicks. Actually keeping Coldlava in the game. He has 1 click to figure out how to win. He has a charge twinning. He's clearing 1 false lead, so he just has 1 run. He's running. We're shuffling back in Spin Doctor. It looks like we're running R&D using all the twinning counters we can. That'll be 3 cards accessed. And the other option here is like trying to find a Gaslight on the table, which is like kind of difficult. But we're going in here. Coldlava is going to see a lot here. Is going to be on, mind you, now 2 core damage, so 3 cards in hand, so end of line definitely gets you there. You're assuming there's another spin dock on the table. You're assuming there's another Gaslight on the table. But Coldlava can run R&D and see multiple cards. Now, very good. Santa used the click loss on the false lead first, so Coldlava cannot interact with Icola's. So he has to somehow win by seeing like 1 pointer, 2 pointer, 1 pointer. Like he needs to see a lot of small agendas. Because he can't steal Icola.
Yeah.
Which is the thing that he would need probably on this turn.
Right.
So he's stealing 3.
Oh, we got it.
Gonna give that a cut. And Coldlava maybe thinking the last click of the game if Santa doesn't have a Gaslight on the table, deciding what to res or not.
It's a gas. Oh, no, it's a spin doctor. Spin doctor.
Are the cards safer in the hand or the table? It's whether or not you want to shuffle all the cards back. I don't actually know if the math this changes the density on the deck because you take random cards and put non-agendas. It should help in theory.
Yeah.
Because you have a chance of taking out non-agendas, but you definitely add in non-agendas.
Right. So we're Santa's just trying to avoid multi-axis?
He's just trying to put as many, because he knows the last click, he's trying to firstly put as many cards into the deck that are not agendas.
Yes.
Now the problem is here is if he draws the end of the line, and somehow Coldlava whiffs, which on any of these axes, if it's not agenda, he can maw the end of the line.
Yeah, Coldlava's just trying to win on time.
No, he's trying to win this turn.
How do we get to, we see 2 agendas and take the core damage?
Yeah, you just take the core damage. Game's over. So he has a good axis here.
Because the kill's coming.
Well, I don't know if he has it.
Right?
If he had it in hand, he would have won last turn.
And we should remind folks the timer at the top is going to run out roughly in time with the round in the room, but they will probably be getting like a few minute extension here.
Yeah, first card. What is that? Looks like an Oppo?
It was a flicker.
Yeah. But this maw is huge. If Santa has the end of the line and it gets trashed, that means you need a Spin Doctor and a Gaslight to get that back in the game. Random card again, you don't look at it. Cards go back in hand. Second card. That looks like an MCA Austerity. We're trashing a Rashid, excuse me, for 1 credit.
We did forfeit one of the false leads, so Santa's back down at 3 points. That's right. Yeah,
yes.
Bringing it back up. Good point, chat. Thank you.
Time in the round was called. Both players are looking. Do we want confirmation that they know there's more time in the round? They might need some confirmation. Do you want to run and tell them?
I think Santa's talking to Jeff right now.
Okay, cool. We have some of the judge folks helping us out here. Apologies. But Coldlava here, that's the last click of the turn. Saw a couple cards in R&D there. Not enough, so we need a Gaslight here. And Santa has not half the lost. Oh, it's a Gaslight on the table. That's going to be game now. Pulling Gaslight, searching the deck, assuming he still has the end of the line there. He has it. No, it's game. Pull back, handshake between the 2 players. Coldlava taking 1 game. He had 2 steel skins in there. It was a 50% chance to live on just a bit longer. If for what it's worth, Santa did play around it because he would still start this turn with 3 cards in hand, but Coldlava getting just the 3 points, 2 false leads on the table, not checking the table, playing around the other. Wow.
I gotta say, I have not watched a game of Netrunner and been so lost as to what was going on for so long, and you're trying to actively explain it. Man, I really gotta play against this deck to...
It's a neat one.
Probably to pilot it a few times. And
yes.
Go rewatch this now that I've...
This is like a really big thing, right? Like people who focus on one dark archetype that's really good, it's always worth something to play a bunch of weird, strange archetypes you don't understand to understand what it can do. And this deck is definitely a bit of a puzzle, and it has huge effects. Yeah, internalize what they're capable of doing. But false lead, man, we've seen it at Worlds last year. We've seen it today, of course, too. But it is just a wild card. You get 2 of those scored. Oppa Research is a nightmare, no matter how you slice it.
Yep.
Very funny that Hypoxia actually gave Coldlava a chance back in with that 1 quick window.
So explain that real quick. I thought I understood, but I don't think I do, actually. So false lead says if the runner has 2 or more clicks remaining, you can forfeit it to lose 2 clicks, yes?
More elegantly, if the runner can lose 2 clicks, lose 2 clicks, if able.
Yeah. And so Santa hypoxied, which removes a click from the runner. So you can do 1 of them, but not the second.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Because as soon as you do 1, they're down to 1, and then you can't lose 2 clicks if able.
Yeah, that's funny.
So he was bulletproof for 1 click.
Yeah.
Which is like exactly where Hannah could do something, because you could hand it back up to 2 clicks, but then immediately get false leaded again, so he can't do it. It's really funny. But a wild matchup, too. Again, huge shout out to both these players. Santa is like the progenitor showing up. I talked to Santa before the match, and he says, I wish I played this at Worlds and not at COS.
Right.
Because he played this at the pre-tournament, at Crown of Servers, the day before, and he made it on stream, and everyone's like, this is ridiculous. Nobody knows how to play against it. It seemed very powerful.
Santa could have, been at the top tables with
people
this deck.
reading Riot Suppression to like, what is this card? Like, oh, it's been wild. So
it is a very tight puzzle.
He is definitely popping off as soon as like Loof seems like functionally got banned. banned, as much as that's definitely a reduction. But also shout out to Coldlava. He's doing really, really, really great. I think he's now at X and 3, still has a chance of making the top cut, playing some clean Hoshiko, and I think he's on op. I'm not sure if he saw his corpse side. We'll find out. Apologies if that's incorrect. But we're just about to hit the final round. We just got paired. We're going to throw to a quick break. Final round, day
pairing.
1, Boston NANPC. Welcome back. This is round 8, the final day or final round of the first day. That was not right at all. Let's try that again.
Hey, I'm glad that I'm not the only one screwing up the intro.
We woke up really early today. Yeah. It's the final round of day 1 in NANPC, and we have quite a final round. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. We're on Neon Static with Neon Static.
Hey, I'm Erika.
How's it going? Hopefully you've had a great day today. I know we definitely have here. It's a room alive and well with the energy of competitive, organized play, a family of Netrunner players. And we got a final round for you. Mind you, both of these players, this is table 4 technically. I know we have some players who ID. There's one ID round 1. I think 2 players are safely IDing in. So these are the most important. We think X and 2 makes it around. These players are fighting between, I think, X and 2 and X and 3. Mind you, X is their wins, 2 and 3 is their losses, and only 8 of these 40 players will be returning tomorrow on stream to figure out who wins the NANPC Boston title and who gets all those sweet points.
Yeah, all those cool points for the NANPC tournament event.
Yeah.
So we got Eli on the left playing Ob, and Rongydoge playing Hoshiko, which we've seen a lot of Hoshiko today.
Yes.
It is a very strong. Ooh, that is a fancy
that's
Ob
a
altar.
nice
That's
one,
a
yes.
mirrored one.
Yes.
The Chakuza altar. Pretty cool.
Do you know what kind of op Eli is known to play?
Like a grunge work Ob, right?
Yes.
Like
there
a kill
is
Ob.
A podcast episode of QTM, Querying the Message, in which Eli just talks about hostile infrastructure. One of her favorite cards for such a long time. So this is a hostile architecture deck.
Yes.
The idea is that it's putting out all these assets, is really sharp, really pointy, and Rongydoge needs to trash the right ones. Now, Rococo was probably in this deck a week ago, so that's gone now. So Eli is working with a slightly smaller card pool, but these sort of asset damage op decks are a tricky thing to beat. Now, if anyone can beat a Rongydoge, mind you, America Continental Champion winner from Cascadia last year, this top 16 finalist playing some good thinking.
Have you seen this man? Yeah.
Yes, fantastic player, really nice guy as well. And he's piloting what I believe is just good stuff Hoshiko, which is probably the most common ID at this event, and I don't blame any of those players. It's consistent, it's fun, it does work. Snare Bear's bracelet, clearly in view. Got the nice heart there.
It does say Snare Bear. Yeah, you're going to see some urban renewals out of this deck on Eli's side. Yeah.
So we'll see if Rongy checks. That is already res turn 1.
Snap 1
the hostile infrastructure. Hostile architecture? It's architecture for sure. So this is the first card of turn that you trash. It's 2 meat damage.
Going to 1 credit.
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
It's just apparently so important. That's so expensive. Mind you, this is installed cards.
You want to go broke too. There we go. Both players going to 1 credit.
Both going down to the bottom of that bucket. Now, you do still take the 2 meat damage here. You see what Rongy wants to keep, what he's going to lose. That happens at the same time. Losing a Pinhole and an Econ play. Not that you're too close to playing them.
Pinhole daily
I think in his hand, we don't see a Strike Fund or a Steel Skin that could have made that a bit easier of a choice. But Rongy now down on 1 credit. Hoshiko's going to get some credits back. So not too bad. You definitely want to interact on that turn 1. Installing their Banhar, and then taking 2 credits. So he did shortcut there. Installs for 1, gains 2, ends at 2.
Yeah.
It's a hard card to play Banhar in this matchup, mind you. Envelopment, a lot of subroutines. Obviously, Eli really cares about damage. Install, credit. So the most important card on the table for Eli to stay economically viable is Sphegator Excavator. A 0 to res 4 trash. It just trashes your board state to fire op, hopefully if it's res, but also to get a whopping 3 credits.
Yep. It's the economic heart of this deck. It keeps things pumping.
Yes, super important. Rongy here doesn't have any economic heart. Is holding the Strike Fund in hand. If he can figure out how to take damage, we're just running HQ no res. You're expecting a lot of 5/3s in the deck. Finding another hostile. Again, Eli's signature card going back to hand. Clutching those twice. Just playing Steel Skin Scarring. Gaining 3 credits. Now checking one of the remote servers. There's Finn.
Urban Renewal. Yeah.
That's mind you, Bridgman.
Right.
Strong Netrunner player. 5 times in a row world champion, top 16. Do you know that?
Yeah.
He's good.
Consistently doing very well at Worlds, yeah.
Wall to wall now, getting trash for 3. So Rongy's going to start next turn with no credits. Just trying to keep the board honest. I do not believe this is an Oppo research deck. So trashing cards at face value, that's all you're going to be paying for it. But now Urban Renewal is ticking down. It comes in with 4 power counters. You never really see that 4th one because you're immediately down to 3. And when that thing bottoms out, you're going to enjoy 4 meat damage. Or is it 3 to 2? It's 3 to 2. Excuse me. It's 3 to 2.
Yeah, 3 down to 2, and then when it gets down to 0, it goes 4 trash.
Yes.
4 meat damage.
And that's scary. Sometimes these decks are playing Azief Protocol, a 2 meat damage card that you can fast advance, so that's a 6 damage combo. If it doesn't hit Steel Skin Scarring, that can win on the spot.
So a lot of these decks used to be running the ice that would move.
Yeah, Formicary.
Formicary.
Yes.
So that's kind of a hit for the archetype.
This deck is just the archetype has constantly been hit by bans, and folks are just trucking along.
Still playing.
Like we lost for Coco, you lose obviously Formicary. Like it's still fine. Still does
Coco
stuff.
being missing, and this deck still performing very well. Like speaks to Eli's dedication and talent to the deck for sure, but also like the resilience of the archetype.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yeah. Eli just plays this matchup like nothing else. Getting counters to 1, very notable too. Those are the same counters. Those are the neon static credit counters. We've been asking people on stream to use those. And Rongydoge asked, I want to use the counters, but I brought my own set. Can I use them? So he's actually using his own.
He bought those. He was one of the original one of the folks that signed up to buy them.
Yeah. No, they're really, really nice
Porter.
counters. Wall to wall there, being res in the remote server. Rongy just taking some time off there, clicking the credits back up. Again, that basic action, you can never discount that. Wall to wall is not going to hit its massive modal abilities on the basis you're going to get one choice here. And Rongy, who lost that pinhole threading, just snap installing Miss Bones has another pinhole. The easiest way to charge his remote server. Eli's going to hate to see that. But now we're going to run R&D, run any server largely, and just trash that for house money, Miss Bones money, and not have to take 4 meat damage.
Feels pretty good.
Feels great. Trashing the wall to
Yeah,
wall
the
as
wall
well.
to wall. Yeah, might as well.
Flipping out, getting 2 credits. Gonna draw a card. Gonna lose credit.
That was a good turn for Rongydoge.
Now that's 2 pinholes out. And pinholes are really good in this matchup because challenging the remote server on the turn it matters is difficult. Cards like Envelopment, cards like Border Control, like there's no good way to deal with them, especially when you have, well, obviously no breakers. We'll see now how Eli can use that empty server. That's sometimes, you take a card out of the server, now you gave a server.
Right.
Wake up call. N6, we're coming for you. What is this trash? Resources, hardware, not programs, not
right.
virtuals.
Piece of hardware or non-virtual resource.
Did you trash something? I'm going to trash one of your things. Now, you can take 4 meat damage if you want to put your head between the baseball bat and the table. Not a good choice often.
Yeah.
So Miss Bones still going to get some money.
Did some work.
Yep.
And is getting hit by a baseball bat.
It's just baseball bat. You paid 2. You trashed for 6, so it was still sure gamble in quotes and a forced to card at Eli.
Yeah.
Which is going to feel okay, I hope. Back to Rongy. Trading card for credit. That's just a flip credit.
That's just a flip credit. Yeah.
Eric's getting upset.
No, I was curious if that was just somehow
No, I
if
think it's
Rongy
just a
was
credit.
using the flip credit as a reminder of something. Anyway,
We're checking it. On 4 credits, Eli can still res. You're expecting border controls.
Stargate.
Whoa,
Wow,
let's go.
Stargate's pretty good here. I like that.
Love to see that, mind you. You don't see too much Stargate.
Haven't seen Stargate
No.
on the Hoshiko decks. That's
Not
kind
in
of
a while.
cool.
Basalt Spire off the top, Sphigator, and shoot herself. That's Angelique. So if you want to get a 3-pointer in the bin, that's going to be Recursion. It's a hard card to interact with. I'm assuming this is a 49-card deck. Some of these op decks can get a bit big, but a 49-card deck very likely. And with the Basalt Spire, when you score it, Eli can grab one of the cards from her bin.
What
So
is
checking what they are.
what is the choice here for the Stargate? Is it the Angelique or the Basalt? Oh, the Sphigator is super important too. This is all like
Yes.
they're all good targets.
The thing is, you don't have to trash the Basalt because you can just run back on R&D.
That's true.
So you can trash something else as long as you have
Is
the
that
clip
on
to go pick
top?
up.
That was
Yes.
on top.
Yes, Basalt is the top.
Feels like the Sphigator would be a nice.
It's the cheapest thing.
Because if
It's
it
to
goes
save
on
the
the
most money.
table, then yeah,
Yeah.
you don't want that to fire for a turn.
Now, we don't know what the remote server is. There still could be a Stargate. That does complicate the plan slightly.
Also, if the Sphigator gets on the table and fires once, then Ob can start
Shuffle.
to enact its game plan too and go find the cards that it wants.
Yes.
Right, like-
Even if there's a virus in the server, server 1,
It was the
Eli
Sphigator.
can just shuffle. So let's see if Rongy goes
I'm
back.
so proud for having gotten there too.
Stealing the 3 points, so Eli now has a choice of what she wants to bring back to hand. Very importantly, too, we saw Angelique coming up. Angelique is a threat card. So now on threat 3, you can spend expendable credit to do a single meat damage to the runner, which means it gives you another tool to capitalize on the turn after an Urban Renewal goes off.
I'm forgetting. So I know that on Steel, on Sphigator, or on the
another
Basalt's
Urban.
Fire.
Yep, 1 card immediately from bin to hand.
Okay, and did we
Yes.
see what it was?
I
Because it got stolen.
I didn't
No, we
see
missed
it.
it.
Chat definitely saw it.
Okay.
We'll wait for them. They're very
Okay.
smart.
Yeah, they're always watching. Hi,
Rongy
chat.
now figuring this out. We have an Urban Renewal ticking down to 2 there, and Rongy has traded all his economy in for some pressure. Now, very importantly, Eli just broke lock there, needed to draw a piece of ice. I think that's what broke lock. The question is, how mean is this ice? On 4 credits, it's mostly going to be end the run. Winchester technically has teeth here. You're not expecting to see it on R&D, but when you're up a creek, anything looks like a paddle.
How many cards are in Ranji's hand? 4?
Some.
It
And he
looks
should have
like
just
4.
got 1 card.
There are at least 4. I see specific 90-degree edges of the cards on the bottom left there. Because obviously you can run with a Bonhar to get through that potentially.
Yep.
Oh, there's
That's full
5.
6. Hoshiko.
Yeah.
I think chat is saying wall to wall is what is returned to hand. So the most affordable option, unless you want its fee. So see Rongy on no credits. At least you don't lose anything to Hoshiko. That's a great thing going. And it looks like we're just going to labor rates. So Recursion matters. You're hoping to hit a strike fund off of that. Oh, but losing a Miss Bones, that's probably what's going to go back in the deck. But still click for 2.
Yep, there it is.
Miss Bones, Pinhole sounds great.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Just increasing the quality of whatever the deck is left. Now it's sometimes
making
hard
it
to
more
see this.
blue.
Yeah, just slightly more blue. Is that deck is probably 20 cards down, so we're still looking at like a healthy 20 more cards. So that sort of, it does help.
Just real quick, chat. The poker chips are not sticker sheets. They were made to order from Ben. Ben has this correct with Chip Labs. And if you're interested, you can send me a DM on Discord. I'm .canister, and I'm putting them together in a group order.
They're great.
Yeah,
you can hear them in the.
You can hear them from across the room right now.
Yeah, they sound good.
Yeah.
So now Rongy's thinking 2 credits as a start. Definitely thinking through here. He has 2 turns before that Urban Renewal is a problem. Now, if Eli can manage to ice up archives, you don't have a good pinhole server. Now, it looks like there's only 1 pinhole in the environment. And by the environment, I mean in the stack. Which he has to draw. So it's a bit tricky. Whether you can just send it. Again, Banhar. I don't know if Rongy's been calling Banhar servers.
Did we see the Bonhar? Yeah, where did it go?
No.
Or
Moshing.
maybe just vocally.
Have you seen a foil steel skin before? It's a foil
I don't
steel
think so.
skin.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
They're so nice.
These, this room is filled with some very rare alt arts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Whenever I play with Jeff, he flexes
Yeah, I
a bit
know,
with
his
his
whole
alt
deck
arts.
is all
Like,
alt arts,
God
yeah.
damn, where'd you get that?
Draw 3, gain 3, moshing out a Cleaver, a Banhar, and a Steel Skin. Going to draw 2 more cards after that. Now, the Cleaver is useful. It's going to help with the border control. It's definitely not going to help when it comes to envelopment. It's very expensive. But Rongy definitely wants to get some econ here. Another daily cast would be nice. Sure gamble. He does have, I think, a raindrop, so you can just raindrops whatever you Banhard. The problem is like raindrops you can't Stargate, so Banhard either is on R&D, I imagine, or on the remote server. So Rongy thinking this through. Again, this is the sort of matchup where like I'm not sure what it's going to take for Eli to begin to score out.
Clicking for a credit.
So Eli,
No.
if Rongy can just survive for a bit, you would just basically have to stop the corp from winning. And by winning, I mean flatlining you. And at that point, Eli is going to be maybe in a hard spot to score out. A lot of these op decks score out a bit faster than you think.
Okay.
Looking forward, Buzzsaw. Banhar. Bones. And a
There we go.
Fermenter NANPC special art alt art.
Bone's going right down.
That's 12 more. Do you think we're going to install 3 bones this game? We've
Yeah.
seen 1 so far.
Yeah, I do.
So the question is, how do you get into their remote server? Banhar might still be there. The worst case is envelopment that takes 5 cards out of your hand, and if that's the case, Angelique in hand can be a problem. So let's see what Eli has here. Only 4 cards, can't res envelopment, so just no res, going to go down for bones credits. You're technically weak to a
Do we
wake
see that
up
it was an
call.
envelopment? We're just assuming.
They just didn't res.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying on 4 you can't
Yes,
res
right,
envelopment.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, Rongy is definitely working his magic on all the casters with the poker chip shuffling.
Anybody could sell your tokens better than Rongy.
I know, right?
I don't
Look
know
at
who
this
that
man
would be.
do it, yeah.
Just in the Zen mode. Now, Eli icing our archives, that is respect, not only to Stargate, but also to Pinhole Threading, which is pretty fantastic. It's also going to be harder to get a Hoshiko, but very importantly on 4 credits, there's not that much ice that can be res. There's still some cheap stuff in the deck. I think we'd expect Ice Walls as the cheapest end to run.
Yeah. And also good in, I don't know if we're on the fast advance burn, slash and burn, slash and burns.
Yeah, slash and burns too. Yep.
Work very well with Ice Walls and to Spin Doctors to go save the slash and burns.
Yeah, when the Aziaf score trash, it's a really cool kickflip.
Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, look, and
No,
now he's doing
good.
more tricks with
How
his
much time
poker
is he
chips.
spending in a casino, this guy?
Yeah.
Judge
Yeah,
call?
Judge call, yeah.
Again, if you're just watching this, you don't know how judge calls work. You need to know how judge calls work. Raise your hand, yell, keep your hand up until someone comes over. You see Jeff in the distance, descending. Oh, he's turning around. He's back to this game. Looks like we have, that's Jamie, mind you, head of the rules team, a big rules person at Null Signal Games, out here playing some games. We're asking a question. That was, what is the strength or was the res cost or something? Rongy was, we could barely hear it, but I think he got the response 4. So something that has a 4 in it. Eric went off to check. We'll find out soon. Do you know what the judge call was? He got 4.
He wanted to know if an envelopment was 4 or 3 counters when it's rezzed, or 4 or 5 counters. Yeah,
4. 5 subroutines, 4. So he's just trying not to die to Banhar. And that's a really important thing if you're watching this. If you're at a tournament, you know a card, but you can't figure out what the text on the card is, even if you're like 90% sure, if you want to be 100, call a judge. They'll tell you the text on the card. They'll show you the card image.
But you're not allowed to like get your phone out and start looking for stuff.
Yeah, you can't do that. 6 cards in hand. Banhar, I think that Karate Chop was on R&D, so Stargate can still connect. If that's the case, and then the run on Archives is going to slow you down.
Banhar was not declared. I did ask Rongydoge to visually indicate Banhar.
I think he just did. I think he's picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Are you the player who moves Banhar? I move my Banhar.
I move I use the back of one of my purple bad tokens, and I just put the token on the server.
Raindrops. What, 4 cards in hand? So one of those, if it's an envelopment, you could die unless there's a steel skin in there.
I think there's probably a steel skin in there.
There has to be.
I would be surprised if at this point there's not one anyway. But yeah, you're not going to die.
Rezzing, wall to wall. That's 3 more credits off Miss Bones. So we've done a lot of work on Miss Bones. Miss Bones has spent 2 Miss Bones, mind you. Saved 9 credits if I'm not mistaken.
Also, daring Eli to go to 0 on the res there too.
Oh, if it flatlines?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
So Rongydoge clicking up again. Hoshiko staying digital.
I think those are Dragon Ball Z
installing daily guests. Yeah, I think this is what Dragon Balls are. I'm not a big Dragon Ball Z guy. I'm pretty sure those are Dragon Balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting thumbs up. Kato's, those Dragon Balls.
Thanks, Kato. By the way, we haven't mentioned enough Kato helping on production side, doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much, Kato.
Kato, can we see like a roto turret?
Yeah. Just
like if you're wondering who's doing all this stuff, there's a lot of effort behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thanks. Feels good.
Eli putting something in the remote server, clicking for credits. Now Rongy is getting that start of turn, like Hoshiko is feeling like starting to get set up. You have Banhar for pressure, you have Stargate for pressure. No twinning just so far. Mystic Miami getting those cheap operations, or cheap events, Daily Cast is taking down. Rongy now just needs to keep control of the board, and eventually when he's feeling comfortable, just do a little prod with the Stargate, just a little poke.
Yep.
Now this deck might be on as few agendas as possible, right? Like it could just be 9 agendas, I think is the minimum you can do in standard.
They are 3 Basalts, 3 SDSs.
And you can play a Send a Message or an AZF, and Above the Law, whatever you want. Oh, that's 7 cards.
Yeah.
7. 7's a smaller number even.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stargate's going in. I think Banhar might be there on 6 credits. That's a border control.
A black?
I haven't seen that before.
Crazy cool art.
It's the negative.
It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's a negative border control.
So that's going to be 2 damage again. If Eli wants to crack that, that might be the first ob trigger. Losing a Cleaver, that's the answer you want. And then losing a Trickster Taka, a lovely catch in art.
Yeah, and it's the inverse of the original FFG border control art, too.
With the stack of papers.
Yeah.
So Eli's just popping that, ending the run. That means we're going to fire op here, get a 3-coster, 3-cost ice slot. You're assuming going to be a Sandstone. Maybe you expect a Code Gate. It's nice to have Code Gate options, whether it's Enigma or sometimes Afshar or Magnet. But I feel like a lot of influence here has to go into... We actually haven't seen much influence.
On which side? On Eli's side?
Sick. Yeah, on Eli's side. I don't know if we've seen any influence.
Yeah. Oh, I know what some of the influence is.
I know you know. I think we'll find out. So Eli getting the Aket there again. 2 subroutines is nice into Banhar. That does get broken for Cleaver for 1 unless Eli can take the time to triple advance that. At that point, that ice is, I would say, a nightmare. It's really hard to deal with.
A cat?
You can't deal with all the subroutines. Price Rongy. Going to get 4 cards deeper to the bin. Finding a Maw is nice. A Pinhole. Hate to see the last Pinhole go. And another, that's a Labor Rights. So Buzzsaw for 1 is not exactly what you're looking for there. Maw is a bit expensive. 1 credit out of reach, if I'm not mistaken. Now we're charging the remote server down to 2 credits. So this is going to be Ice Wall or Bust usually. Maybe a Thimble Rig. But now with Miss Bones, you can go low on credits. So now this
Angelique,
2 credits for 2 meat damage. Steel Skin Scarring, so he definitely had one in hand.
Wow, it is a foil. Oh, I saw it foil.
Yeah,
I saw it through the thing.
It's nice.
It's such a that trick works on us card game players.
Oh,
you put soil on something, shiny needs nice.
Shiny. Yeah. Trashing that, mind you, with the Miss Bones. So now down to 2 cards in hand, which means like there's some weird ways you could kill with no credits. That's difficult, but with 1 card in hand, Eli, credit, expend another. Angelique is a possibility. Rongy needs to figure out here, down to 1 credit again. We're running HQ, getting an access. No credits. Again, we haven't seen a lot of agendas. We've seen that one since a long time now. But Rongy just there at the bottom of 1 credit. Daily cast still ticking away. Trying to get those accesses. The other thing, like getting the buzz down is important because you're going to connect with an SDS drone deployment sooner than later.
You have to have a program to get rid of.
Yes, you have to have this sort of like accessory program that you don't mind losing in a pinch if you need to.
You feel like you definitely don't want it to be the Stargate. That's like you're out.
That's your pressure.
Yeah.
Behind the Aket, again, you know it's 2 cards. Card in the remote server on 2 credits. Eli did not res last turn.
What are the subs on a cat again?
Aket, gain a credit, advance a card that can be advanced. I think it advances a card. I think it has to be advanced.
Yeah.
And then end the run. Oh, it can build advancement on anything. That's cool.
On an installed card. Yeah.
Might not matter with Rokoko. It mattered, but in this matchup, it's probably just gonna make the Aket stronger. Then once it's triple advance, it's 5 strength, and then you can only break 1 subroutine per encounter, which is frustrating. Mind you, Banhard does not care because you don't break the subroutines, you change the text.
It becomes net damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now checking the bin.
Just
Rongy's heap is probably getting to the size of his stack, if not bigger.
It's a lot of damage off of Banhard.
And we've lost, I don't know if we've seen an Ashen yet. We've lost 1 labor rates at a minimum.
And that urban renewal that popped up at some point.
Yeah. Sending the Stargate, going to take 2 net damage.
Hostile architecture is what I'm thinking of. I'm sorry.
Yes. They have to be 1 at a time in theory, so you don't want to grab 2 in case there's a steel skin. So losing the extra mystic, hitting a steel skin.
Another steel skin,
I think that's the last steel skin. It might be.
Okay, I'm remembering 2 of them, but.
So 3, top is a Regolith, followed by a border control, followed by
Urban Rune.
Finn himself.
Yeah.
So border control is definitely the ice that you don't want to see. 2 ice on RD is a problem because the cleavers are in the bin. Regolith is the money that Eli needs. And then of course Urban Renewal is an Urban Renewal. It is definitely an annoying card. You can lose the game too.
Yeah, if you let it get out of hand and it gets away from you.
Yes.
It can go pretty fast.
So
I'll get it next turn. And then another ice comes down. And
Yeah,
you're like,
exactly.
Oh no, I can't handle that.
You just got to stay 1 lesson ahead of the runner.
Yeah.
Rongy getting some credits up. Playing the Sure Gamble off the Mystic Miami.
Feels good.
5 credit play. Feels good. Get the red on the table and flipping back to Hoshiko. That's a really important thing. That Stargate's cool because it engenders interaction and pressure without forcing you to stay digital. Because with Stargate, you don't access the cards.
Yeah.
You set them aside or you look at them and then the corp trashes one of them. Or technically you trash one of them. But you don't touch it. You don't access it.
We trash the urban, right?
Yes, Urban went out. So that means Eli gets something in the remote server, building a second remote server. It's the Regolith.
What were the other 2?
It was
In
border
order?
control
So with border controls in hand now?
and Regolith, which was just drawn.
The Regolith was drawn. Yeah.
So
So
now,
it's-
installing Regolith and taking money off of it, it's a 6 credit play that take your whole turn, they pay 2 for it. So it's not that much better than clicking for credits.
Yeah.
So it's still something that Eli wants, but it's not like disastrous.
Right.
If it can stick in a remote server, which means the thing in the remote server is more valuable here. But now we're on 6 credits, ice can be rezzed. Looks like Banhar is going to be on the remote server, so Rongy can decide to pressure that, but it's probably going to take at a minimum down that extra 9 credits waiting on the Regolith. Maw's coming down too. You can now bounce off of that first. Might be the play. Again, Maw, we've seen a lot of it today. It's generally Hoshiko's most popular console. I don't think we saw Patchwork on stream. But the idea is once you touch a card, not in archives, and don't steal or trash it, randomly, now Rongy just doesn't want to flip a card. If you flip a card, it's game loss. Make sure you don't flip a card.
Yeah, and it's
an easy game.
Built-in memory,
Yes.
like muscle memory to flip the card over.
Roll
on
a die,
on
point,
access.
flip. Yeah.
Point touch, and I think like some very experienced players here, like round
Yes.
1 or round 2,
Yep.
got game losses off of that.
One of the very strong players today, I know, lost a game exactly to that.
Yeah,
It happens.
it's very disappointing.
It sucks. At least it's not on the top cut.
Right, both players probably too. Like I want to play.
Oh, it feels
like
bad.
that game out.
It feels
but
bad
yeah,
on both sides.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, you don't want to win on that if you can avoid it. Rongy now counting his discard pile. His deck doesn't look that tall. Eli just going ahead again. We know there's a border control in hand. 2 cards on the table. If there's a spin doctor there, it kind of protects against Maw slightly. But if you're not icing things, Rongy can just bounce into those over and over again and take cards out of hand. Daily cast finishes. Hoshiko's going to draw a card. We still have a bit of credits on Miss Bones. Mystic also wants to play an event. Rongy's spending a couple clicks to draw up again. One of those might have been the Hoshiko draw. I think we might have an Ashen in hand.
Did the Regolith get trashed or emptied?
Trashed.
Okay.
By Miss Bones.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a Maw and then a return fire.
Yep. Okay.
Sure Gamble saving 2 off Mystic. Going to be a click
Yep,
for 6.
2.
Pretty good. Let's see another red one. And now we're just going to flip back.
Flipping back.
See what you can do on the table. And this is the hard thing. It's like one on the table is going to be a really big problem for you. It's hard to tell. Oh, that's a good one.
Hearts and Minds.
Hearts and Minds, uniced political asset means you can advance a card. You can also move advancement. So that looks like there's been an agenda on the table. Now this looks like a 4-2 potentially, or a clearinghouse. Like, what can this be?
I'm trying to place what this. If it's all, if we were assuming that it was like a lot of 5/3s,
yeah,
then I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. If it's a clearinghouse,
like sometimes you do that to soften up the runner to set up other plays.
You could like get a bit of money and go like quick click and just sort of
start
cool
slow
dripping it on there.
Yeah. So now Rongy has to consider interacting with one of these. He also can just run the remote server, and Eli did not res the ice for a while. It's technically safe against Banhar if it's a border control, because you go through the border control, crack the border control, get something else. So you can keep the runner out, but it needs to stay on the table generally for another turn.
Another notable that Hearts and Minds can only advance a card that can be advanced, so that we know it's not like hostile architecture.
Yeah, or snare or some weird trap.
Right.
Eli thinking through again. That is a very interesting change. Second ice, mind you, on HQ. Eli just puts them close on top of each other, but that is too strong. Getting some more space for credits. That's nice. And that does respect again. It forces Rongy to go find the cleaver, of which I think both of them are in the bin. So you're going to need a labor rights or get them back in somehow. I think there's a chance that Rongy needs to consider ashening. He does have an ashen in hand, so that has to come back in circulation to reset the cleavers, to reset all the economy. The game is going, I would say, fast enough that you can afford to do the ashen.
Yes.
And by fast, I mean not as fast.
Right. The speed is correct.
Yes.
Right. And the money's there. Rongy can rip that cord. It's expensive, but there's also at least one Mystic credit to soften the blow, if not two.
Yep. I think it's, one. I'm just thinking again, I think Eli might have just turned around to check the clock, because there's only about 13 minutes left in the round. And while winning on points is a thing, winning on flyline's another thing. And currently Rongy's at least his head on points.
Right.
So if Rongy can just control the table. Oh, resing a hostile architecture, paying 5, so Eli's down back to a credit. If you want to trash this, it's going to be 2 meat damage and 2 credits for the Hearts and Minds. I think this might be one of my favorite arts from the new set.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah, I like it. And the fact that it has the story attached to the art.
Not trashing. Go to get a maul on that, so only 3 cards in hand. We know the border control was in hand, could still be. But that's just going to be a bounce for Rongy. So let's see if Rongy thinks that he needs a trash. Now, one of the things you can do with hostile architecture is ignore it and just trash 2 cards a turn. At that point, you might as well trash the hostile architecture.
Sure Gamble Daily Cast.
Yeah, and Hoshiko's going to flip.
Ashen, okay.
Bit of a wince maybe for Eli.
Yeah.
That's a whole reset. 4 cards left in the stack. If you're just resing the hostile architecture, like that seemed like a hostile architecture res for attrition.
Yeah.
And you cannot attrition Ashen.
Now it's don't pursue that game plan.
So what are the best 5 rips? Because you have to remove 5 from the top of the deck. If Rongy removes pinhole threadings,
From
if
Rongy's
Rongy
perspective?
removes a cleaver,
Oh, yeah.
like what's the most impactful? Fine.
Fine. Turbine.
Fine.
Moshing's fine. Yeah, all good.
Turbine's interesting because it's a one of.
Yeah.
But none of that is going to be like game changing.
Right. You're breaking like one. You're not being dragged through servers over and over again
Yes.
here. So you can break whatever ice once or twice. It's fine.
Yeah.
Especially if you're stargating.
Yes.
And you run every 3 turns. You know? Yeah.
You just need a cleaver, and then maybe Eli can triple advance. But we're advancing the card in the remote server. It's an interesting thing too here. Is like you need to respect to some extent Stavka, but the thing is, any server that Rongy is running is generally going to be a bound hard server. So you're not worried getting Stavka and losing all your programs.
Right.
So playing it conservatively enough.
These
Second
programs
advance with
are
Hearts and
just
Mind.
here for SDs.
Well, yeah. Stargate's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Clicking for 3 credits, just building up that remote server. What's in the remote server? Eli did not
was
have the money
advanced
to
click
score
click?
out. It was advanced from Hearts and Minds. Credit.
Yeah,
credit,
that's
credit.
right. Yeah, triple credit. Okay.
So if she wanted to score
drip.
it, she couldn't.
Yep. I'm still betting on Clearinghouse.
Second Miss Bones, trashing the first Miss Bones. It's unique. Those credits weren't taken off to pay. They were taken off because you lose it. But now you have Miss Bones. Has to declare. Again, technically you missed the trigger, but it's totally fine.
Oh, I just asking, is it cool if I trigger?
Yeah, exactly.
And, Eli's saying, yeah, it's fine.
So now we might trash 2 things.
Taking some damage here.
2 meat damage. Maybe Rongy's feeling comfortable with Steel Skin, but just doing his due diligence, keeping the board down. Hearts and Minds is probably the next stop. You just want to make sure you don't die to Clearinghouse and to like
Daily Cast Price.
Angelique, maybe.
Yeah.
It's only potentially 4 damage on the following turn. Hearts and Minds coming down for 2. Playing the Steel Skin for free. Might as well just get a hand size up because you need a lot of hand size because that was the last click. You want a full hand if you can go into this turn.
Yep. just under 10 minutes left in the round. Rongy's like kind of put himself in a pretty good position with the Ash and just got to draw on the right things. That misbones, we did see 3 misbones in Saul.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Could see a 4. It could happen.
Probably will happen.
And pinholes being recycled over and over again at this point too. So
The question is what's in their remote server. Oh,
that is a drudge work.
it's a drudge work. Classically, some of these decks were named after this card, even though it has a 1-up in the deck. This has power counters on it, so technically an op target. Op, mind you, is only fired once this whole matchup, and so you can reveal agendas from hand and put them back into the deck. So cards like SDS Drone Deployment are going to get shuffled back into the deck. You're going to get 3 credits. This is like, it's a bit more effort, but it's basically a regolith, which is really funny, as long as you have the agendas in hand.
Yeah.
Now, into a Stargate, where do you want the agendas? The question's up to you a bit, but probably safer there than HQ. Because
Eli gets to fire this once, though.
no, you can do it
Bones,
2 more times.
I
You
know,
can just
but
match
Bones
it.
is going to just trash it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Second card, did you see that?
No.
Definitely an agenda. Might have been an SDS.
It was a Basalt Spire.
Basalt Spire.
Because-
Thank you, Kato caught it.
Yeah.
So that's going back in the deck. Again, it's unfortunate that you have to shuffle every time. You could do a batch shuffle if you ask. I think you're allowed to shortcut things like that that don't actually matter.
Yeah.
but
I'm about to shuffle again. Do you mind? Yeah.
It's like when you in SMC Muse, search for a Muse, do something. You might as well do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Click. Yeah. So fired twice.
Yeah, 2
So
clicks
you
on
can do
it.
it more than once a turn. I thought it was a limit once per turn card.
Yeah.
For some reason.
No, it's just like a regular.
Yeah.
hit
Yeah.
it.
Clicking for credits, and also, oh, by the way, these agendas are going back.
Yeah, fix HQ. Rongy, daily cast is coming down. Is he starting his turn here? Or did he just forget to load it?
Don't
We'll
know.
find out. I think he's ending his turn.
Pinhole.
Pinholing, running that.
To
That
get
means
this double advance card.
he's checking the double advance card. He thinks it's a clearinghouse.
It is a clearinghouse.
Trash it with Miss Bones. Again, we got 3 more credits off of that. That is a win condition. Eli now is in a rough spot.
Yeah.
7 minutes, 8 minutes coming up.
Wants to check the number of pinholes left in the deck.
Yes.
Probably. Yeah.
It's all about the cleaver too. Once the cleaver comes down, you have a cheap access to Stargate, but Rongy does not need to close the game. As long as he's up on points, all he needs to
Right.
do is make sure Eli can't do anything,
Yep.
which is obviously quite suffocating. But in this position, if you shovel back your agendas and R&D, that's fine, because I'm not sure you can win off the table. But again, if anybody can, we're bouncing off of that, getting a Maw trigger, down to 1 card
Maw,
in hand.
Yeah, Maw also taking the hand apart is
Yes.
really suffocating for Eli.
Yeah, the advanced now, we're trashing that. Miss Bones, we've gone through mostly 3 Miss Bones. We did lose some value, baseball and all that. We're down to a board state. Eli, I think checking the time, 7 minutes left here.
Yeah,
We could have a
slap.
wake-up call, and that could damage the board a bit, like taking down the Maw. Not that we're over MU. But Rongy, a comfortable hand, and another comfortable hand, putting together some tokens, some chips.
Yeah, just putting them back. Soothing sounds of. We'll do
Do we hear it
ASMR
through the
poker
headphones,
chips.
or do we hear it across the room? It sounds nice.
It's got to be across the room.
think-
Well, yeah, we don't have table monitoring.
We don't have
so-
table monitoring.
Yeah, they're quite noisy tokens for sure.
Eli now figuring it out here. Ice on all centrals. Second ice on HQ is saying, hey, I need to respect Banhar here. And finally for 7 credits, that's actually a pretty high credit total for the last couple turns.
Yeah.
Where Eli has been surviving on low credits. Again, we've spent 10 credits resing 2 assets. That is an expensive card. It obviously has a huge impact on the game. And Rongy here, trading a Hoshiko card for Hoshiko credit. Daily cast coming in as well. We're on a very comfortable 15 credits. Now the question is, how scary is the ice? Are you worried about Stavka? Can you get down your echelon? Can you afford to break
Are we
a
naming?
Stavka?
Did we Banhar? Did we declare Banhar?
Probably.
Yeah,
I don't think it was
probably,
obvious though from the
yeah.
caster's camera. Strike fund?
Playing Strike Fund for money. Hard cast for +4 credits.
Yep. Mystic?
Yeah, 1 for 4.
Yeah. I think you forgot to put
Mystic
the Mystic. Yeah,
credits.
he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I forgot to do it.
Yeah.
So we see a Fermenter in hand. That's another good card to put down if you want to interact with SDS. Otherwise, it's just an econ source. So this is a turn that I think is one of these, like, pull back into the non-digital world turns where Rongy doesn't feel like he needs to interact. Because at the end of the day, central servers are getting iced up, but you still need to win in a remote server somehow in this deck.
Can you potentially jam something behind that 1 ice remote double advance?
With Banhar, no.
Banhar, yeah.
Unless you think it's a trap.
Okay, 1.
Yeah, now it matters.
Jam.
Now Rongy needs to produce the right breaker at the right time.
Right.
That being said, with only 7 credits,
Next
it's actually
turn.
hard for that to be. If once you get your cleaver down, like you're dealing with all the cheap barriers, you can pay through Sandstone once. So Ranji does need to find the cleaver. We don't see one in hand. He's playing the nice big alt arts that were available at Worlds, I think 2 years ago.
So here you probably just set up, you don't push on HQ to say, let me go find it before it ends up in that server.
Well, the thing is,
right?
Eli can't res to the remote ice, so you could consider saying, I'm going to go. Oh, he has the cleaver. He actually doesn't have the alt art ones. He has the original ones, excuse me. But you could say, I'm going to run R&D with Stargate, because if Eli reses the ice
there it is. There's a whole suite besides Turbine, so...
Yeah, and Turbine's removed from
it's
the game.
RFG, yeah.
So that's a 3-strength Echelon, a 3-strength Cleaver, a 3-strength Buzzsaw. Let me know if you've seen this rig before, but very powerful.
And yeah, MU to spare with Maw there, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
Yeah, 6 MU, yeah.
Where's the 6th? Oh, there's 6 MU, yeah, 5 on the 2.
Yeah,
Stargate's 2.
Yes.
3, 4, 5, yeah. Yep. Oh, sorry, Fermenter is 1. Yep. I was not counting Fermenter, good. Yeah, and that's taken up 2. I don't know if we it can possibly economically tax so that Ranji can't get through that server if something goes in, but it's not.
It's you just don't have the money to res the ice that's you're afraid of.
Yeah.
Because inherently, if you're expecting the deck to be mostly on 5/3s, you need to install advance.
Yeah.
That puts you down to 5 credits. Yeah, it's hard to imagine you res 2 ice. The most taxing combination would have to be like innermost 7-strength Stavka, outermost ice wall, and that's not a great server. You're still in as much as the Stavka could fire. And if Ranji ends on 6 points with 3 minutes left in the game, it's unless you flatline somehow, that's a lot of points that Eli has to score in not a lot of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Installs a start. Advance.
Install double advance.
Advance. So this play is now about the finances. Whether Eli can make this seem scary to run or not, we're going to put Banher on there. We have a Fermenter taking up, we have Mystic. Does Ranji need to run this? Probably should.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably should.
Why not? You going to click the Fermenter first?
No,
Probably
just
not.
check it.
Yeah.
5 cards in
You've
hand.
got...
You're not scared of Stavka.
15
Innermost
credits.
Stavka is the worst case, and even then you'll pay the arm and the leg to make sure you're not losing your breakers. Outermost, again, this will be... The very important thing with Banhar, it's not the outermost, it's the first ice. Now, we knew this ice was in the hand. It could have been lost to Maw. You break this for 1 or 2 damage, and then you have to go to the next ice, and then Eli can trash it. And still then Eli doesn't have a lot of money to score out.
Have we seen Obfire?
Once on a boarding control to get the Afshar.
Yeah, okay.
Or not Afshar, the Cat, excuse me. But no, didn't fire a lot.
Yeah, there are certain games where Ob just
doesn't do
its
the
thing.
thing.
Yeah.
But this is not the sort of like Mavirus deck that's doing it a lot. This is the deck that like if Svigator stays, does it a bunch. And that's like, board state contingent. So boarding control outermost.
So are we looking for a target? What's happening here?
I think Eli's deciding, figuring out what 3-costers are in the deck.
Popping it.
Yes.
3.
So not able to forward or want to forward the innermost, which makes sense on 1 credit. So just saying I'm going to 3-coster now.
So Ranji broke the first one.
Yes.
Yeah.
For 1. The question is
First
what
turn.
3-coster can you get this taxing here? Enigma is 1 credit. Just about every code gate will be 1 credit.
Yeah.
You could get a Sandstone, which is actually a couple more credits, at least for the first couple times, but this Enigma's 1 credit. Ranji's just running back 1 credit for the Enigma.
Yeah.
No res. We're touching cards. Let's see if it's a clearing house.
Yeah, that's
Send a message. Ranji on 6 points. Eli gets the free res. Ignoring all costs, whether there's massive archers, I'd be very surprised considering how many 3-pointers are in the deck.
If that was the case, I think we'd be seeing a snap res. I think the archer would be res by now.
Now on 1 credit too, Ranji understands. You can't just Stargate. You can close the game this turn. Not a lot can be
Feels
resed.
like that one. Yeah, it's
So
a border control.
Now this is cool because if you run the border control, you're still only spending 2 to get a Stargate. And if Eli feels like Eli needs to trash the border control, you don't get op because you've already opted this turn. So we're gonna go Stargate, spend 2. This might be the last run of the game. If you find a 3-pointer, you just go into archive. So Eli needs to decide. And we know there are a bunch of the agendas were shuffled back into the deck. So we're gonna look at 3
Letting
off the top.
fire.
Wall to wall. There's the Stavka. There's a Maryland campaign. So actually no 3-pointers just yet. Getting rid of the ice makes
Stavka.
sense. We know wall to wall's coming out and Ranji feeling in control. Eli not making more than 10 credits at all this game, just 1 credit. Ranji very comfortably, 30 seconds, looks like it's coming up. Top decking a wall to wall here. She just doesn't have the money to do install advance, and threaten.
No.
Ranji doesn't have to do much
Yeah,
here.
it doesn't. Yeah.
Time is creeping up. This might be, again, the final round. Hoshiko, we did touch a card, going to gain 2. Flip, Ranji.
Install.
At the end of a long day,
Credit,
both of these
credit.
players. Looks like a wall to wall. I don't think there's much else you're worried about. Everything is ticking up. Fermenter gonna be at 4. Eli checking the time. Time's gonna be called in just 3 seconds in this room.
So when time's called, the current player finishes their turn, and so that'd be Rongydoge, and then Eli would get to do one final turn.
Whiteblade calling time in the round here. Ranji can just click for credits. He's going to go for the Stargate. You can crack the border control if you want. He's trying to figure out if taking a card out of the deck, but Maryland on top. Spin Doctor
and
into
nothing.
Hearts and Minds. So getting rid of the Spin Doctor. That's the second, I think?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Okay, so Eli...
You can run HQ here. You can just click for credits. You'll be fine.
Is there a final click left?
Yeah, that's a handshake between
game.
both players. Rongydoge taking that 6 to 0.
6 to
This
0.
is round 8.
Yep. Round 8. This was the final round of the day. Long day of commentary for us here.
Well played to both players. Fist bump coming in from D.
Yeah.
You see that deck there has snares in it.
There's
which is
the snares.
So
We did not see the
unfortunate
snares.
when you're playing against a Stargate deck.
I know.
Stargate's
Yeah,
never going to hit that snare.
Yeah,
That's a
it
white
sees
that
the
you can get
snare
back in the game.
and moves it out of the game, and it's fine.
Never touches it, which is so unfortunate, because I think that's one way Eli could get back in the game, is if you run central servers, hit a snare at the wrong time, and then set up another kill combo, which is pretty unfortunate.
I was wondering if we see a cheeky table snare at some point or something, just as kind of like, I need to try something wild here.
Something wild here.
Yeah.
But with the Maw coming down, you're losing some of your other win conditions from hand. It's very, very tricky, but well played to both players. Both had a fantastic day today, and again, Eli repping that sort of deck archetype for, I feel like, ever now. Great that she's able to play it on top tables here.
Yeah.
But hey, we're waiting on our final standings. Mind you, there's 40 players today. We're going to be cutting to top 8 just tomorrow. We don't have all the standings just in. We have a lot of prize support. The line is going to be forming up against the table right next to us.
And an announcement's going to be made soon, so we wanted to just say real quick, if we could bring to the thank you screen. Awesome. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Andre, for doing all the amazing commentary you've been doing. Thank you to everybody who... sorry, just one second.
We're just double checking something right here to see if we can bring something up. There's a thank you screen. You'll be able to track. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to announce it on stream, but again, we have top 8 players returning tomorrow. We will be live streaming tomorrow. The event is already up on YouTube if you want to check out when that starts. It might be around 10:30 and 11. Apologies. We have a whole stream to catch up today. If you want to go back up to YouTube VOD, it should be there. We did miss round 1, so if you're looking for the first round, it's just not on camera. That's just not the way it worked out for technical reasons. But it looks like we're just calling it here.
Yep. Okay, so I just wanted to very quickly say thank you to all the folks that helped out with the stream. They're all on the stream right now. We won't be able to say it.
All right.
Hold on, we'll be right back.
Have a top 8.
Jeff is announcing a top 8. Top of Swiss
Chris with 19
is
points.
AnalyzeChris with 19 points. Huge claps in the room. Chris, well done. Hoshiko undefeated. Second.
Rongydoge with 8
Sports Medal, Rongydoge, we just saw on the stream. 1 loss in Sports Medal, 1 loss in Hoshiko.
Swiss is
Third in Swiss, Eric Keelback, Whiteblade himself. Interview, NANPC organized Sports Medal, taking top 3 in a row.
Sports medals.
And Isaiah.
is 4 at 18 points.
Henry,
Henry.
Hank, Winnicon, Arissana, and Thule we saw on the stream.
Arissana.
Erika at 17 in 5th.
Erika spending most of the day undefeated, finishing a 5th spot with only 1 loss.
Santa in 6th with 17 points.
6th place, Santa playing Thule we saw last stream, losing no corp games.
In 7th,
And now it's getting close.
Ride with 17 points.
Nike Ride, mind you, we didn't see Nike Ride today, but Op undefeated Ken doing well. And finally on the bubble, we saw on stream Alex Boyd making it in. Playing as Mari, we need to see this deck tomorrow. I've heard about it, it's wild. And now huge shout outs also, NotAgain, the organizer, just on the bubble at 9th point.
Wow.
Boston NANPC, let's go. We're having some announcements. I don't know if you can hear them. Can you hear them?
Hey,
A little bit, I think so.
yeah, day 2.
We're going to point the
Top
microphones.
8. We will be here starting at 11. I would like people to...
Jeff says day 2
Actually,
starting
let's see
11.
Top 8, meet us at the front of the store in about 20 minutes. If you're in the top 8, meet us out there in 20 minutes.
Doing some deck checks after the stream.
I'm going to call out a name. You're going to go to the
What
back
about the
of
side event?
And now we're building
side event
the prize
tomorrow
line.
is going to be even more casual. It is throwback. It is you get to have
There's a
one
side
card
event
that
Jeff
was
is
not
explaining
banned at
tomorrow.
any point before it rotated.
So I think we're going to call the stream here, folks. Thank you so much for following along today and watching the stream. Thank you so much to all the folks on the left side who helped out with the production. Many of the people on that list are in this room. NotAgain for organizing. Andre for doing commentary. Kato for your help with the production has been amazing. Jeff for judging. Erica and Lucille for helping out with our stream. Not Yeti, who somehow did not make it on the right side for helping out with their stream. The UK players, Alex for their overlay tool. that we use, and then all of our Neon Static Patreons, which you can see on the right side. If you want to support this kind of content from us, which is unfortunately very expensive, and you want to help support it and encourage us to do it, please join the Patreon. It's patreon.com/neonstatic. And with that, we're going to see you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.